Hello, hello. Test, test, 1, 2. Okay, audio is looking good. Alrighty. So, there's 101 different debates and conversations and stuff that I'm completely out of the loop on. So we have plenty to go over today. Let's see here. Just checking one more thing. Bookie, I missed you, buddy. What's up, Austin? Ostentatiously awkward, that is. I've missed you guys too. Gonna be lots of ums and ahs today because I'm getting back into this. I got to get back in the swing of this. 1 second here. Grabbing a little note card that I can write down stream notes on. Bookie, I have 25 days until I am destitute. Yikes, that doesn't sound good. How did you get your job essay writing? College senior here. So it wasn't like a formal job that I was paid to do. It's like freelance work. So the answer would be the same as any other kind of freelance work. You could take out advertisements at a bunch of different places. Word of mouth is huge. Getting into the market that you want to kind of, tap into or whatever, if your market's going to be students, so reaching out to students is going to be important. We could talk more about it in a bit when I start up the stream. I'm going to play a little bit of music while I fix one or two things in the background and send some DMs, and then we could get into that. Why not? Today will be kind of a chill, just chatting day while I figure out, what kind of structured content I want to be producing the next few days or whatever, so I could plan something in the background and prep it out. But yeah, anywho, we have a new track from PictoChat today, so hope you guys enjoy it. This one is titled Rainforest Cafe, all one word. Pretty new, pretty hot off the presses. I think this isn't more than like a month old, so enjoy. All right. Again, that was Rainforest Cafe, all one word, by PictoChat. So if you enjoyed that, feel free to check out PictoChat on SoundCloud to get links to their socials and anything else. You could do !Picto in the chat. That's spelt properly with a 0 instead of an O, but either spelling will get you that command. For today's stream, like I kind of said at the beginning of going live, there's a lot of different conversations to get into. I mostly just want to get back into like the streaming rhythm a little bit, you know, be a little bit more quicker to the punch on things I'm saying and stuff like that. I've been very withdrawn and whatever, but I think that'll be coming to an end now that I'm living with other people and stuff, probably. So yeah. Do we need to play more music? I think we can actually just get into the stream today. I think there doesn't need to be a ton of lollygagging. Everything seems to be working fine in the background. We're live on all the platforms and the internet seems to be working good. I am, of course, in a new location. That's why it is pertinent that I check and see if everything is working good or not. Oh God, finally some good content since Steven is doing League again.
What the fuck? Sam, what is that?
It is what it is, dude. Steven be playing some League. I actually saw a
lesson
good
for you
little
get punchy.
Lesson for what in my where? What are you saying? I actually saw, and let me make sure. Yeah, okay, that's working correctly. In my Discord, I saw a fun clip from League.
Thanks, Mooten. You just fuck me all day, dude. God, I love the way you fuck me, Mooten. Moot, I love the way you fuck me and suck me. God, you just suck the fun right out of all of my games, Moot. I like how you waited to steal it. Ah, yeah.
How do you guys kill her?
Suck me and fuck me, Moot. Yes, that's what I want. I want to be sucked and fucked. Yes. Oh.
There you go. I mean, there have been some good clips coming out of the League days, so you know, it's not all bad on the Destiny front. But you know, I haven't kept up with the conversations he's been having. I know there's been Infrared. There's some new lady in this space, or new to my eyes. Her name is like Tarf Taj or some fucking shit like that. She talks about trans stuff and politics and philosophy. Taff, yeah, Taff, something like Taff. So that's another new person. I guess Steven had an interview with MrGirl. I don't really know how that went, but I definitely don't have a lot on the list for Destiny conversation. So yeah, maybe we're in a bit of a content dry spell in that regard. Taff Taj is cool. Okay. I love Taff. I'm subbed to her OnlyFans, or at least was. Okay. I feel like there's a whole story behind that, but I won't get into it. Cool. She's certainly a pretty lady. How I'm sweats today. I don't know how to respond to that. There's so many things I wish I could say, but I don't want to seem like a weirdo. So, dry spells our League games yesterday. Yeah, you're really bad at League, Lux. I don't know. I feel like you do it on purpose to like fuck with me. You say that you're this like platinum elo such and such, but then we play with silver people and you get your fucking ass thrashed unless you're playing one champion. I don't understand it, dude. You're either a one trick or you're trolling me, and I don't know which is which, dude. But yeah, we'll leave it at that. We don't need to talk about League, right? I don't want to put you on blast. I don't want to burn you any more than I already have, be honest with you, Lux. But yeah. Oh, man. So in front of me, the conversations that I've heard about or am like vaguely interested in would be like Destiny versus Infrared. I've heard about that quite a bit. Viv had a convo with Chud Logic. Chud Logic also had a conversation with Danabo, I think. It might have been like a panel thing, in which case I'm not interested in watching it. But apparently Danabo had some dumb fuck takes the last few days. And Danabo being Danabo argued with them about people... argued with people about them, and if we want to watch that, we could. Somebody mentioned something about Gus Johnson. I have no idea what the Gus Johnson thing is, so if you want to link me that, we could check that out. What is this 10 out of 10 meme?
Go to rehab, I said no. They tried to make me go to rehab, I said no.
I thought he's done with this. Why is he tweeting things about this lady? You know that this is just gonna keep it going for another couple of months. Maybe he needs some drama in his back pocket because we're running out of things to talk about. Maybe that's what this is. But you know, if I were on Destiny's advisory board, I would say that his friend shouldn't be posting about Anna on Twitter. But that's just, you know, that would be my advice, unless we need that for money. If she's never going to quit, he's going to milk it for content. Okay. It just doesn't seem like a very smart thing to do, right? Kind of part of the nature of obsessed people or stalkers or however else you want to label that situation is that they're probably not ever going to stop. I don't know if feeding into it is the right thing to do, though. But you know, I'm not him. He's given up on ignoring her. Yeah, I know. Oh man, we're having back to back like things I don't really want to talk about. Like I don't really want to talk about him and her because I don't know. You didn't know? She's saying she was gonna in a game herself. I don't care. I don't care what Anna has to say about like anything. I don't even care what she has to say about the one thing that she should have anything to say about, which is like psychology stuff. Like I don't know. It's like BX Bullet and guns. Like I've seen enough bad things to where like I don't even want to listen to you about the one thing that you should probably be good at doing. So, you know, it's unfortunate, but that's where I'm at with Anna. What did you say? It makes him look really shitty even if she's crazy. I don't even care about that. I don't want to get into it. Let's put shenanigans on that topic.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
I'm pistol whipping the next person that mentions Anna, okay, in a video game. Your face is warm and refreshing. Well, happy to hear it, dude. It's like a golden shower, warm and refreshing, almost satisfying. It quenches a certain kind of thirst. I get that. Don't know, don't care, plus L plus ratio, basically. Okay, so we have that stuff. Does anybody know what this Gus Johnson thing is? Because I have no idea what the hell that's all about. Cool tapestry. Thanks. It's all courtesy of Cherry and Eric. In case you didn't know, I'm staying with another streamer named Cherry, and yeah, super cool. She set up this whole room and all this stuff. This is like a mermaid blanket, but I don't know if you can tell on stream. It's like a mermaid blanket, and you can like slip your legs into it. Then you can, I guess, pretend to be a mermaid. He's got a Gusty Johnson. That doesn't sound good. On a less personal note, it was interesting to see how Destiny's video ended versus how much was after that in MrGirl's version. Okay. Oh, yet another thing where like there's a lot I want to talk about that I just know it's not responsible to talk about. And that's probably one of them. So I don't want to say things that I don't know about, but it seems to me that like no, I don't want to start drama. Never mind. I'm not gonna say anything. I don't know. Sometimes it appears to me that the things that MrGirl asked for in his interactions with Steven is like pretty focused on like making content and getting him advertised to other people more than it is like enjoying speaking with Steven necessarily. And then, yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I would go deeper into it. Like, especially watching more of their conversations back, like the demands for the video being on and stuff like that. I don't know. It just seems strange to me. So when I hear that Destiny's video ended way earlier than MrGirl's version, that makes sense to me. Because I think they're in it for slightly different reasons, maybe. Relly talked to Danabo second day also. It may be the Relly conversation that I'm thinking about. My understanding was Danabo was saying something in somebody's Discord and somebody thought it was a dumb fuck take, and then he ended up talking to them about it. So that might be what I'm thinking of. The Gus thing is a bit of a deep dive. A mess with an ex's pregnancy. Yikes. You'd probably need to watch a video or two from his ex before you watch his apology. We could do that if you guys want to do that. but I don't really care about Gus Johnson. At least he makes funny videos. But I don't care about his baby mama and whatever. Gus's ex said he was not supportive during her problematic pregnancy. Seemed like the kind of thing that probably could have stayed private. Okay. Yeah, probably. So I probably won't cover that. Really talked to Danabo today also. Okay. Now I understand what you meant by today. I thought you were like putting second day or something. MrGirl mentioned you a couple of times during their most recent combo saying that you manipulated him into showing his belly. Did I? I don't feel like, unless his belly is that he doesn't listen to people super well when he talks with them. I don't know. I don't know what that means. So MrGirl has Destiny to play video games off stream, so maybe he genuinely does like him. I don't know, dude. Like I said, I don't want to comment on this because like we all have our opinions and opinions are like assholes, you know what I mean? So I would rather just not share my opinions about MrGirl or give him any more airtime really. Like we're planning that whole like retrospective thing and looking at all of his talks, and then I hope to be done with it. But in the interim, I don't know. I just don't care to talk about it too much. Are you at any point going to review an Econoboi debate? I've been commissioned to review at least 2 or 3 of them for different people. But no, I've never done it publicly. No, I feel weird about doing like a public Econoboi debate, to be quite honest with you, because I have to be super careful in my brain to set aside commissioned reviews that I've done because they're not supposed to be public. And B, unless he's gotten better about this, it's boring. It's like watching a Rem debate. Like, I think Rem and I are chill now. We interact in private, so I think we're chill. So if you see this, just know I'm chill with you, whatever. But hearing conversations about philosophy tend to be boring as fuck. Hearing conversations about economics by somebody who knows what they're talking about with economics tends to be boring as fuck. I guess maybe a better comparison is like Rage Pope. Like it's like listening to a Rage Pope conversation. Again, Rage Pope, chill dude. Economics is just boring as fuck. And the people that know enough to like actually hold a conversation about economics that's supported in statistics or some educated perspective, they tend to not be the people that are like super duper entertaining to listen to. Now, I pray that one day there will be somebody who raises up and is entertaining and also knows about economics and could talk about it. Or somebody could raise up who is interesting to listen to talk about philosophy and have conversations about philosophy. But we don't have those, so they're kind of just boring to listen to. So yeah. Are you so that's why. I really like the guy and I want to know why. Yeah, so yeah, I like him too. It's boring conversations that I don't know if I could like fake being interested in for hours and hours like I have to do with all this other debate content. So agreed, he's super smart, but not very fun to watch. Yeah, or listen to. I mean, like on 3.5x, maybe. Like his Dima Mama conversation was like reasonably interesting at 3 or 3.5 times speed, but I can't watch debates on stream at like 3 or 3.5 times speed. So it's rough, you know. I could privately consume some of it, but in terms of like an on-stream thing, not really. He's super smart, but not very fun to watch. Sure, you can't put Rem and chill in the same sentence. People say that, but I don't really agree with that. I think Rem can be chill, but I don't know. Did you ever look into G.K. Chesterton? No idea who the fuck that is. I noticed you liked his quote that Lauren brought up, and I think he'd be fun for you, a rhetorical force of nature. I don't know, don't care, plus L plus ratio. I don't know who that is, nor do I care. Book, you aren't faking being interested in us, right? You actually like us? Some of you, just not you in particular, Mr. Hen. Well, I really like it as I know a bit about economics myself. So the discussions are nice for me, at least. Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, if you have like some deep understanding of that. But if you had a deep understanding of that, I would think you would rather enjoy seeing 2 intelligent, like educated people talk about it than you would like Econoboi and then some random who knows nothing about what they're talking about, right? But, you know, Maybe. Hey, Books, what's up, ugly Corsair? Okay, so I did get a link to this Danabo and Relly talk.
You're poor, you know this. $1,400 is a fuckload of money for poor people. You know that.
Again, I agree, but it's still effectively nothing.
Yeah, so remember Danabo retweets this like organize all the debate people into like the categories that I made up a long time ago to describe like the style of debate. I put him into frustration matrix for exactly this kind of reason. A frustration matrix is somebody who you never feel like you make progress with, that there's always a pivot or another fractal that you have to like go down. And by the time you get tired and you like look around at the progress you've made like none at all. And they design their arguments or their conversations, or they navigate them in such a way where it's just really grating and tiring. And Danabo is one of those people. And I think this is a funny clip. I don't know the context of it, but it seems like a good example of that, where it's like, really, bruh? Like, I don't know. Could we not like abandon this point after that's been where you've landed with it? Or like, could you, I don't know. There's no self-awareness that these two statements don't make any sense back to back, but that is how it is, dude. Well, I still hope for UE and Econoboi debate. I don't know who UE is, but yeah, good luck. He did a debate with Vosh the other day and totally destroyed him in such a calm and level-headed way, which I found refreshing / entertaining. We could look at that. That might be interesting. Is Vosh banned on Twitch, or is he still good? Because I have a sneaking suspicion he's banned on Twitch, and therefore I probably couldn't watch that. I too feel exhausted by watching people disagree online. Makes me want to delete all social media. You are cool though. Cool. Yeah. Let's have a bit of a heart to heart for a moment here. I have been tempted to just do drawing and talking and like viewer interactions and stuff as like my main streaming content, and then just like bringing people on for one-on-one interviews and stuff rather than doing React stuff at all. It's a lot like starting over, like in terms of like viewership and interest and stuff like that. Like you're building a whole brand again. And it seems like it's going to be difficult, but I'm probably going to have to embark on that. Cause yeah, I agree. I'm not super interested in like the watching people disagree online. Just before this, I was chatting with somebody else. I forget who. It was probably in a Discord or something. But like when you bring somebody on and you speak with them, there's the easy way, and the way that's like natural to us on Twitch politics. It's just to disagree with them. You find the things you disagree about, you prep your arguments, and then you drive them into an argument about that stuff. I don't really find that super fun. Like from a first person perspective, from your guys' perspective, it could end up really funny depending on how both of us react and how we manage emotions and yada, yada, yada. But for me, I don't really enjoy that. Like I much more enjoy like finding something that the person is super interested in and like sitting there and letting them like all of their words about the thing they really like just like waft over me. I enjoy that. So I enjoy more of like a Joe Rogan style of interview and whatever, where you're just kind of unwinding the other person, letting them go crazy with the stuff they're interested in. You sprinkle some of what you're interested in as well. But yeah, we just don't have a lot of that on here. So I'll have to start trying to do that with the people I bring on and whatnot. And yeah, just a bit of a brain fart. I think it's going to take a while to do that. It's tiring just thinking about it. That's why I felt like worth bringing up. As long as you're critical of him, you could do it. I don't even really want to be critical of people. Like, if somebody believes in a bunch of like anti-vax shit, I really don't feel compelled to like argue with them about that. If somebody doesn't believe in like trans people or something, I really don't feel the need to argue about that. If somebody doesn't believe in like empathy being important or whatever, I really don't feel like arguing about like most stuff. I just don't care. So like as a dude, as a personal thing, I'm just not super driven or like personally motivated to like argue with people about shit. Maybe if it's like somebody I know really well and it's in private, maybe for fun sometimes, but not, you know, I don't like doing that stuff. The banned on Twitch thing seems to be more about having them live on your stream. Oh, okay. I can still watch videos. I gotcha. Cool. Good to know. You could try like a prototype stream. Nah, I'll probably have to keep it all on this, but I'll just do them and not get viewership. It's cool. You can watch Vosh stuff on Twitch, but you can't have them on your stream as a live participant. Gotcha. Vosh versus Econoboi would be good, not his usual sockdem economist versus socialist economist. Okay. I've been trying to have those types of conversations with people recently, people meaning IRL and streamers. Oh, okay. Good for you. What prompted the 180 from wanting to be more aggressive with disagreements? I do still want to be aggressive on disagreements. It's just those conversations aren't fun. I think you guys enjoy them more. That's the only reason I wanted to do it. But after talking with Steven about it, I don't know if that's necessarily something we need more of. It's just something I know that I'll get viewers for and like attention and clips, but it's not really something that like I personally enjoy doing. Do you understand there's a distinction there? Do you guys get that? Like sometimes I wonder, you know, like you can have debates. You could watch React content. You could put on a popular TV show. There are like easy or like obvious or well-tested ways of like increasing your viewership, right? And that's just one of those ways. But it doesn't mean that you enjoy it more necessarily. You're the left's Rogan we need. Okay, sure. You enjoy things that make us happy. Yep. I don't enjoy things that make you happy. I enjoy things that make me happy though, like Wheel of Time. I am nearly done with the 3rd book of Wheel of Time out of 15. There are 15 books. I intend to get through every single book. I am almost done with the 3rd book. I'm making good progress. I think I started Wheel of Time in December, and I've thus far gone through over 100 hours of Audible content. So I'm nearly through the 3rd book, and then I'll be on the 4th book, and then we'll just keep on going till I finish the whole series. But yeah, I've been smashing Wheel of Time. That's for damn sure. Books, I feel like you talk about what you were going to do moving forward, then you don't stream for 2 weeks, then come back and talk about how you're changing it again. Probably. That's probably a very real phenomena. I won't argue against that for sure. Yeah, it's rough. There's definitely like a boom and bust cycle of like streaming and streaming energy for me, and you're probably seeing that reflected in the way I talk about it. So yeah, that's is what it is. Audible doesn't count unless you are doing nothing else. Well, cocksucker. Oh, sorry, your name is Crazy Coke. My apologies, I read that wrong. Anywho, cocksucker. I do nothing but listen to Audible when I do Audible, so you can go fuck your couch. Also, don't gatekeep. I don't really care if somebody is fucking folding laundry while they're listening to an audiobook. I don't think that means they didn't listen to the audiobook. Oh, no. Don't be gatekeepy, you crazy cock. Is Book in Jersey now? Or not yet? I am in Jersey. Yes, that is a thing. Do you multitask while listening to audiobooks or just sit with the book? Generally, I just sit with the book. If I'm multitasking, I want to listen to something, I'll listen to music or I'll listen to, what are they called? Podcasts. And that's it. Like today when I was cooking, I was listening to Planet Money. I'm getting caught up on Planet Money, and so yeah, if I'm doing other things, I'll listen to a podcast, but I won't listen to an audiobook, because an audiobook, if it's fantasy or something, I feel like is like a whole experience. It's like I'm playing a movie in my head, and so I don't like that being interrupted by like visual stimulus and stuff. I feel like it takes a lot just to like put myself into the book and remember everything that's going on and what the picture should look like and stuff. Wish there's an app that combines audio and ebook. It's annoying switching between ebook and audio. I am like 95% certain that exists already. I think there's something called like Whisper Sync on Audible. I don't know if that's exactly what you're looking for, but that might be the feature. I do know that there's features that will keep track between the two of them, but in any case, if you have an ebook, it's trivial. It's trivial because you just go on Audible, hit play with like, you know, wherever you left off, and then just Control F that text in the book, and then you're there, right? Like, and then if you're reading and you need to find your place in the Audible version, just only stop reading when you end or begin a new chapter, or you're ending an old chapter. And then you go to that chapter in the actual Audible thing and listen to it, right? Like, I don't feel like that's a very difficult thing. There seem to be really simple solutions there. Do you like Matt yet? Okay. People that don't listen to Wheel of Time, you're going to be bored for like 2 seconds while I answer this question. So I was surprised. In book 3, I am really starting to like Matt. The only reason I'm starting to like Matt is because he's not... oh man, I can't talk about this without
Almost
spoilers.
1 year white people blanket never asked, but have you ever done any comms work in regards to speech writing or public speaking? That's the field that I mainly work in, so it would be fun to have a chat about common failures / faux pas with speeches.
Yeah, but I don't think it's that much more difficult or different than like normal communications work. So yeah, hope that answers your question. Thank you for the donation. I do appreciate it. Support the stream, donate. That's very, very helpful. So to answer your question, I'll just do this really quick. There's going to be minor spoilers. I don't think these are big spoilers. So Matt is sick in this book series for a lot of it. And because he's sick, he's an asshole, right? He's very suspicious of people, and he nearly ruins plans and stuff like that. It turns out that Matt actually has a really fun, trickstery personality, and he's very like full of himself and egotistical, and that's fun. But it doesn't really come out until he's done being sick. So now that he's not sick, I've enjoyed it. But right after he's done being sick, it's also kind of revealed to us that he has a kind of power that I don't really understand yet. And if you read the books, and you probably know what I'm alluding to, he has some kind of power or like luck or magic around him that I don't particularly understand
Okay,
yet.
it's back.
And it's by having that I feel like it brings out his like egotistical, dickish nature, because things just like go right for him all the time. So I'm enjoying that, but I think it's those two things happening at once. He's not sick anymore, and he has some kind of like special power, and that special power is like bringing out the best in his character. So yeah, I'm liking Matt for those reasons, but I think it's fair to say that he's dumb and boring for the first like 2.5 books. Wow, I'm closer to Booksmart than ever before. Do you like going into the city book? I've not been yet, so I don't know. Seems to me that building a brand through divisiveness only celebrates the ego, and you want to encourage empathy. Oh, it doesn't have to only support the only celebrate the ego. It can celebrate the community and correctness, right? Like if you're in a community full of like-minded people, and like-minded people all believe that they're for some like greater cause that's like really good or something, then you could have it not be about ego. But yeah, and you want to encourage empathy, which I can see happening through egotism. What is all this ego stuff? I don't care about any of this. It gets boring when you start talking like this, bro. I don't know. Do you have experience with learning languages? Yeah, like más o menos, more or less. Some, yeah. If so, how do you approach learning new language? So there's the ideal, and then there's what I understand from like behavioral psych and whatever. So the best way, if you could Thanos snap yourself through like sheer willpower to do it, would be to do the full immersion. So don't listen to anything in your native language if you can help it. Listen to everything and engage with media only in your language that you want to learn. And then just constantly do flashcards and constantly do I+1 sentences, which is going to be you understand everything in the sentence grammatically and meaning wise and whatever, except for one part, one word, one phrase, one grammatical construct. And then you're constantly building out flashcards that are all I+1. So everything you understand are I+1 plus the one thing you don't understand. And I think that's probably the best and like a simple way that you could learn languages. But most people have to deal with their native language all the time, and they don't have the willpower to do that, and they're going to quit if they do that. So it's not advisable for most people. I think for most people, you should take a course, and you should supplement all of your course materials with media that is in your target language, and make sure that you, like, you're already willing yourself to like follow a curriculum and follow like a college course or whatever you choose to do, an online course, Rosetta Stone, I don't care what it is. Have a separate curriculum that's just engaging in media that you like in that target language. So watch movies, watch TV shows, listen to music, that kind of stuff, and build your I+1 sentence flashcards based on that. You could get some of them from your curriculum and whatever, but that's a special version of the language made for people that don't understand it to teach it to them, right? So focus on, you know, the media in the target language and build all your I+1 flashcards around that. And you'll just go at a slower pace, but it'll be fine. My friends call me Trickstery. That's what they call you to your face. I'd be interested to see what they call you behind closed doors. Hey there, Books. I hope you're doing well. How was your day? It was good. I went grocery shopping. I woke up kind of late, but it's because I'm catching up on sleep and stuff. And then I cooked, and I enjoy cooking, and I washed dishes, and I enjoy washing dishes. So yeah, it was pretty good. I had, I made some like home style, potatoes with, some sweet peppers and an over easy egg. And it was really good. Book, you got to try white manna if you like burgers. I've never heard of it, but I do like white man, so yeah, maybe white manna will be a thing for me. Radio and news stations are pretty useful. I use them a lot when learning Irish. There you go. There's another bit of media that you could use. I picked up on so much detail and pronunciation and stuff from native sources. Yeah, there you go. You could do that as well. But yeah, just any media that's in your target language that you can get your hands on is going to be good for you. And it all tends to be like natural dialogue and natural ways of speaking. So when you're getting those I+1 sentences, they're going to be, you know, not written for foreigners, so it's going to be good. I typically hear that a language is learned the quickest when you're in a country that primarily speaks it. Some countries like Korea, though, everyone knows English, so it's easy to revert back. Yeah, sure. I mean, that makes sense to me, right? But some people... Here's a problem. Some people put up like artificial barriers to doing things because they expect a perfect scenario, right? Like, oh, I'm not going to try to learn Japanese until I move to Japan when I'm such and such age, or I won't try to learn Korean until I get my Korean tutor that I'm saving up to get, or like whatever. I think the more of these like artificial barriers you put between you and like taking the first steps in doing something are like catastrophic. It's like a cancer that'll slowly like eat away your willingness to do something. So while I would agree with that, just if you're one of the people trying to learn a new language and that's what is holding you back, is this idea that you want to do it in the country, or you think that you're trying it in your country and the only reason it's not working is because you're in your country, just check yourself on that, because I see that as like a regular problem. It's my birthday. Happy birthday, Novella. Immersion part very much resonates with me. I will check out the I+1 flashcards. Never heard of that before. Thank you for the advice. Yeah, that would be my advice. Definitely do the I+1, because regardless of what else you do, that should be a part of it. Especially with language learning, with how much learning compounds over time. Yeah, for sure. And you get better at learning too. Like the process of figuring out what a word means and finding like everyday uses for it and stuff, for instance, like you get better and better at like learning or figuring things out by doing it that way. You also can use Google more in the target language, and like, I don't know, I+1, you're also building up knowledge of words and things based on how frequently you're encountering them. So if you're doing I+1 at the very beginning, you're going to be encountering a lot of words that you're going to see over and over again. And then in the middle to like late game with I+1, you're only collecting stuff that's like unusual or that only comes up so often. So like it gets you a lot of really good stuff early, and then you're increasing your knowledge of the language, your familiarity with it as you go on. And ideally, your media consumption habits will expand and will become more intellectual with your grasp of the language. So it's going to start being that like you can read books, you can read news articles, you can casually engage with different sorts of like more adult media that you weren't able to at the beginning. And those adult media sources are going to give you better I+1 sentences, right? So if you're learning about maybe the economic policy of Japan, perhaps there's a very specific word for like the Abe economics approach, right? I think it's like Abenomics or something like that, right? But you'll see that word in Romanji, you won't know what the fuck it meant, and then you'll look it up, and then you're reading a whole thing on Abe's policies and his vision for Japan and whatever. And then you'll learn a bunch, right? Through adding that one word. Through learning Abenomics, you learned about the previous Prime Minister Abe and what he wanted to do and how he's catering to the Japanese people, and you might learn something about electoral politics in Japan or why people voted for Abe or what critics said about his policies. Like, you're getting a broader understanding because the media sources you're engaging with are going to be deeper and more vivid and more rich in cultural context and things like that. So yeah, that's why I think the I+1 thing is a good bit of advice, because regardless of what stage you're at, that's going to kind of keep you on your toes and keep you learning throughout the entire time that you're engaging with the language. This also applies to your native language as well. I don't think anybody does this for their native language, but if you get into a habit of looking up every single word you hear that you don't understand, you're going to build up a really complicated vocabulary really quickly. And if you're on top of that engaging with sources and with media that is outside the bounds of like what you know or is intellectual in some way, then you're going to learn a lot of like interesting words that way. So yeah, if you want to get better at your own language, then, still something to consider. The best combination for me learning Chinese was living there, actively practicing with people, and studying while there. It is possible to not advance in the language, though, even if you'd live there. Yeah, for sure. I've lived in Belgium for 5-ish years. Everyone speaking English has made it harder to speak Dutch. However, from listening all the time, I understand a large amount. Yeah. I don't know if this helps for Dutch, but you can engage with older people, and I find that older people will use the native language more readily and more efficiently or whatever than the younger people. So yeah, I mean, if you live in Belgium, it might be cool to go to places that old people hang out, maybe go to the coffee shop where the old people hang out, or go hang around where the nursing home is or whatever. If you can get your hands on older people, that'd be cool. Some bars and stuff are popular for older dudes, and that might be a cool place to go as well. Conservative circles are also probably going to be good. Like for the Japanese, that's definitely a thing. For the Dutch, I would imagine that's a thing as well. Politics aside, obviously, right? Because I always forget this political dimension matters a lot to you guys. But yeah, conservative folks or places where conservative folks frequent, you're probably going to find more people that speak the language of the region and are kind of dedicated to only speaking the language of the region. And it's culturally interesting to talk to those people. So try to keep into consideration the language you're learning too. For example, an English speaker would probably pick up on German easier than something like Mandarin, so don't let difficulty discourage you. Sure. Yeah, sure. Jumping on the language discourse. Okay, Ryan, let's see what you have to say. If possible, try to find/speak to a native online. Spent 2 years learning Brazilian Portuguese, but was absolutely lost when I moved there. Yeah. So this conflicts with like, okay, now we're getting into personal philosophies. Okay. My personal philosophy with language learning is that input is like probably 5 times or 10 times more important than output. I don't think you speaking with people needs to be a priority at almost any point during the process, like until the very end. I don't think you speaking is super duper important until like the very end. I think like if you were to give me like a human being and they have like 3 years they could dedicate to a language, I'm probably going to spend like 2.5 of those years on just like listening and input and on understanding input, because I think you'll find that instinctively you'll go for the right sayings and stuff like that as long as you've been spending good time on input and you've been listening to conversations and stuff. And if you pronounce it wrong, or, you know, I think the tongue learns faster than the brain. The tongue learns faster. You'll get your little corrections from people and stuff speaking with them, but I think it's more huge for people to know what to say in response than to have said that response up like, well, I don't know. That's my opinion. Like when I think about people in English and how I measure their English skills, it's often on like how well they can understand what I'm telling them and how well they're able to communicate that understanding back to me. It's not so much like how good their pronunciation is or anything. I don't want to have the anxiety that I just said like 2 paragraphs worth of information to this person and I don't know what percentage of that they understood. I feel like that is the line for me on like how good you are with English. I shouldn't ever have to think about whether or not what I just said landed with you or like you understood all of it. And I think when you're just starting, that's probably the hurdle that you want to be over, is that people are confident you're getting the gist of what they're saying. So I don't know. I don't think the output is, I think the output, it makes people feel good, but I don't think it's like, it's making you as much progress to focus on output as it is input. You talk like you don't enjoy streaming. Seems like you would just stop doing it if you didn't like it. Do you like it? It's not something I wake up every day and like look forward to doing. If tomorrow you gave me a pill that I could take that would make me wake up in a reality where I just record rants and I have them edited and uploaded to YouTube and I had the same amount of success, I would do that instead. I think I've talked about that recently on Stardust stream, which if you didn't know, go to my Discord, !Discord, go to the announcements channel, and you could see the VOD of that in case you're interested. But yeah, I spoke with Stardust, Boblax, and Nicholas D'Orio. Nicholas D'Orio and Boblax are, of course, content creators on YouTube, and they cover drama and stuff like we do, except they just make like a 20 to 1 hour video.
What the fuck? Sam, what is that?
Thanks. YouTube sucks. Okay, I see you. But yeah, they kind of do what we do, except they just record a rant and edit it and add pictures and stuff. I would kind of rather do that because I feel like this takes a bunch more time and energy. And I'm already doing prep and stuff for when I do these, so in my opinion, my prep would probably be better spent on a YouTube video, and then I don't have to spend as much time with it. And YouTube, I like the idea that you just put out content and you make money with the content you put out. And if you are mainly a YouTuber who also does Twitch, I think that's a much better scenario to be in personally than to be somebody who does Twitch all the time, but also has a YouTube. Like, I would rather be YouTuber first, streamer second, than streamer first, YouTuber second. But I don't know. It's just because I think this is tiring and it doesn't really make use of like what I'm good at, if that makes any sense. Like, I think with my prep and research abilities and stuff that have kind of grown dull because I just don't use them as much anymore, I think I'm just better suited to make YouTube stuff, and I think I would feel more fulfilled doing that. Sorry if that's sad. Because basically the only reason I can still speak basic Korean well is because I speak it with my parents. My reading, writing, and vocab are terrible, though I read it. Okay, cool. I'd love to get you into the Grand Lodge at Philadelphia, take you underneath the city tunnels so you can have that experience. I would love to. That'd be cool. DM me about it, Rio. People who are more nationalistic are by basic sense more likely to speak the national language, hence more conservative. Sure. And they're cooler. They like their country and stuff. Like I get along with conservatives in a lot of places I go to. When I was 14, I forgot how to understand English after watching the Spanish game show channel. I watched for roughly an hour and my memory of English came back within 10 seconds. It was confusing. Sounds like you had a stroke. How would they know how to respond correctly without feedback from their responses to people? Oh, I forget that people don't really think about this. So imagine if I watch a conversation or I'm only doing input on a language and I hear the question, for instance, how was your day? I have heard 20 to 50 different responses to that question, and I know on average which one is the most likely to be the response. So, for instance, I could pause a movie at any point where somebody says, "How was your day?" and I could give one of maybe 5 of like the most common answers, right? So you learn how to respond by seeing other people that speak the language respond. And that response and that pool of responses that you get by engaging with input a lot means that your output is going to be selected from more natural native speaking. Whereas like if you learn what are all the best responses from like a textbook or something, you're kind of racking your brain to the textbook to remember that, not a pool of like natural speakers. And your delivery and stuff is going to be off in a bunch of ways because you're not used to hearing how that normally flows. Even the pause between the question and the answer, or where the emphasis in the answer is, these are things that the textbook isn't going to teach you. So it's much better to get that from input. And so that's how you'll know how to respond correctly without feedback from the responses to people, is because your pool that you're selecting from is already self-selected to be natural and native to the language, to the tongue. So regardless of which one you pick, even if your delivery or pronunciation is off, you gave a very natural response to the question. So I'm skipping all this stuff about language. Booksmarts, would you say MrGirl is rhetorically effective? No. Hearing natives helps. Yes. Do you believe in the active and passive vocabulary? I don't even know what that means. Sorry. Which is fine. Do what you're good at. Sure. Seen any good movies lately? Cuties was good. I recommend that to people. But outside of Cuties, I don't think so. I don't think I've watched anything like of note recently. Again, most of my media consumption has been Wheel of Time and listening to Wheel of Time. So do you believe in I already read that. Booksmart's facial hair coming in strong, Holmes. I need to shave. I also need to get a haircut, but I'm saving myself for Jesus, okay? I'm saving myself for Aiko, okay? So whenever we meet up with Aiko, I'll get a haircut. Aiko Rules will probably cut my hair. But in the meantime, I'll deal with the mop on my head. Can you speak Japanese? No, not really. Are you planning to move towards more prepared / YouTube content over time? Yeah, sure. I understand your feeling about streaming. Whenever I'm not doing art, I feel similarly. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing with streaming is I want the income to be such that, like, I could start investing my time into that. One sec. Let me go ahead and grab a... I want to draw stuff out so that I can think through my ideas a bit better. I'm still foggy from those edibles I had. Yeah, I'm honestly still feeling kind of fuzzy from the edible experience. And if you didn't know what I'm talking about, maybe we'll talk about that later this stream, but it was already covered in a Stardust panel. So again, announcements channel on Discord, everybody, for the VODs and stuff like that. Probably good to keep track of if you care about seeing all my appearances, because it's the only place they're going to show up besides my Twitter. Yes, thank you for all the bings and the bongs. I appreciate that, computer. Okay, so this is not the right... Those edibles ain't shit. Well, them and your mama have something in common, because there was a lot of talk in your little town about your mama, and then once I got done with her, she ain't shit, dude. Let's see here. I'm going to open this up. Okay. Neat good. It's not picking up the other monitor. Just curious, do you / your family / your friends have autism, Asperger's, or a neurodivergent? I'm not sharing that information with you. That's none of your business. No offense. Like, I'm happy talking about my stuff and whatever, but I feel really uncomfortable sharing, like, medical information about my family and stuff with you. That seems strange. Like, yeah, I hope you don't take that the wrong way or think I'm being bitchy or whatever. I just, yeah, I don't think that's wholly appropriate. I don't know how to make this tablet work. Sorry, guys. Rough. This tablet is so shit compared to like the Wacom. At first I was like, oh, these function exactly the same. I put a pen and it has pressure sensitivity. The software is really the key difference here. Like, I'm pretty sure I have to like unplug and plug in my monitor and shit all over again. I'm not doing it. Fuck it, dude. I'm just gonna draw pictures in front of me so I know what the fuck I'm talking about. That's what I'll do. But so, man, that's kind of lame. What, are you autistic? What, are you blocked in the YouTube chat? That's crazy. It's not drivers. Don't tell me drivers. Don't get me started on technical shit, or I'll freak the fuck out and I'll kick somebody's ass, okay? Don't get me started on technical stuff, because you're gonna trigger the fuck out of me. Don't treat Bookie Baby like he doesn't know how to do fucking tech shit, because he most certainly does. Don't suggest me fucking drivers. Don't suggest me fucking what are you, acoustic? Congrats, you've earned a timeout as well. Hey, let's go ahead and put a shenanigans on autistic, eh?
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
Yeah, so no more of this acoustic autistic talk, okay? Ugh. Let's see here. Can you show the tablet? Hell no. No, I cannot. I will not. Actually, I should say, I will not show the tablet. All right, let's go to this monitor and hope that this thing is working. And it's not. Sick. I can fix it. Wow. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Let's go into here and go down to here and go to here. Okay. And I've talked about this before, but basically there's, step number 1. And unfortunately, this is, I've been on Twitch, okay? So I have to make my money on Twitch, okay? So step number 1 is we need to make money on Twitch. And then once this money level reaches a certain level, I can cut off a bunch of the money here, this level. And then I can set that aside to do something else, which is going to be YouTube. Okay. And to do YouTube videos. And the hope is that from this point onwards, there's a new brand that'll be growing underneath the umbrella of the original brand, right? So Twitch streaming continues to be happening, right? And hopefully getting bigger and bigger. So the money will hopefully, again, keep increasing over time, right? And then hopefully the YouTube, which will start with money like pretty low, will also get bigger, right? And once it hits to like the level that Twitch was, where like we'll call this right here extravagance. Okay. So this is like, I have enough for like a really, really cool house and any kind of tech and stuff that I would want. And I don't really worry about money ever and whatever. Once we hit this like level of extravagance with the YouTube, then all of a sudden my priorities become different. So let's see, how would I represent this? So if this is time, right, my priority is going to be on Twitch for all of this time. And then hopefully after some point, I'm able to switch it out for YouTube being the priority and focus on YouTube, and to the detriment of Twitch, right? That's the hope. So, as that hits that extravagance level, then I can focus on that way more than Twitch, and so on and so forth. But yeah, this is why I was saying earlier that if we were to start doing this the other way, where like instead of Twitch being here, this was YouTube. So if this was YouTube instead of Twitch, and I started with that and I built up a Twitch channel, I think that would be a lot funner and a lot more enjoyable. But you only know that, you know, seeing the other side of the rainbow. So now I know that, you know, this is what I would rather grow and rather have be my big thing than Twitch. So that's where it's at. Hope that makes sense. I wanted to draw it out because I feel like once you get past like let's say you have an idea. Okay. And in order to get the full fleshed out, you know, thing about the idea, there are several different dimensions, right? Several different dimensions that you need to talk about it from. So there's this dimension, then there's this dimension over here, whatever. Most of the time, as long as you have like 3 dimensions to an idea, you're golden. It'll be pretty easy for you to talk about the idea. But like once you get into like, then you have a dimension here, and then this also has like this whole thing here that like connects with this one over here, and this angle here is like important, and then the relationship between this and like some other thing that also had something to do with an idea that I talked about before. And the relationship between these 2 things is important, right? Like, well, once we get like more than 3 moving pieces and things need to be interconnected to make sense, I feel like I would rather talk about it over an image, right? Like we have where my income comes from and whatever up here, then we have like the prioritization of things. Like these are 2 very different dimensions that we need to connect here with like this angle, and we need to talk about the way those 2 things relate. But then there's also the relationship between like YouTube and Twitch, which could be like this angle and this angle, or I guess in this example, this one and this one, right? And their relationship is important. And there's actually talking about the increase over time of these 2 things, and that's maybe this dimension here, and it's important, right? So lots of different things going on, and so I find it easier to draw them out than to just like explain them and hope that you guys remember all the different pieces that I remember. Isn't YouTube money usually less than Twitch for streamers for ads on vids? I don't understand this question. So when you have YouTube, you have vids and you have streaming. And we'll go ahead and put this like this. Oops, I don't know how to spell. Right, you have your stream. And this is something that both YouTube and Twitch both share. Let's see. Let's go here. Let's grab this. This will be our Twitch. So on both of these, you have streaming, right? But on YouTube, you have vids, which is like a separate thing. So on both, you have streaming. I'd say that the money on these is comparable. So I would say that like money for stream is going to be the same on this side as it is on the other side. But YouTube, the VODs that you have make you more money than the VODs you would have on Twitch would, which is why I don't consider the VODs of Twitch to be really something that we ever think about for money, because the VOD here makes this much, whereas the VOD up here can make, you know, more than that. And then beyond that, there are the actual videos. So you have your vids or your VODs, whatever, but then you also have your like proper videos, which you don't really have on Twitch. Those proper videos could make you a comparable amount to your VODs or to your stream. So if you were to start on YouTube and let's say you only made videos, at any point you could choose to stream and cash in on this money and this money from your VODs and from your stream itself, right? Whereas on Twitch, you're stuck because you don't have this video component here. This is unique to YouTube and it doesn't exist on the other side. There's absolutely nothing here. And then beyond that, with YouTube, you have discoverability, which is way higher. Over here, you don't really have discoverability. It's way lower. So, if I were to go back and pick which side of the aisle I would start on, I would probably start on the YouTube side. rather than the Twitch side. But there are some hidden like abilities that you get by starting on Twitch. So you can put out content more consistently. This is going to sound like a meme, especially coming from me, but like I would have put out significantly less content over the same time frame if I was a YouTuber, probably, because there is a push to like constantly go live and whatever, and it forces you to create more content. So you're putting out more of yourself when you're like a Twitch streamer. You could technically have the same thing happen on YouTube, but because discoverability is so low and you have to collab to like get people to show up and yada yada yada, I think all of this, all the shitty parts of Twitch kind of force you to put out more content and be more consistent and yada yada. Whereas on YouTube, that's less so the case, I feel. So you get these secret perks. You get these secret perks of being a Twitch streamer, like side what are they called when you have like a race in a video game and it has like secret perks? I forget what this is called, but yeah, you get those if you start out being a Twitch streamer, I reckon. YouTube takes a huge sum of money from your videos most of the time. That's not my experience. So not to say you're full of shit, but don't project. Because Twitch takes a ton more, dude. Like if you look at my ads plus supers, which is basically all of the money that I make on Twitch or on YouTube, they take around 33%. But if you look at your subs, your whatchamacallit, your what else do you get on Twitch? Bits and your ads. Your ad money is like non-existent when you're small, so that's silly to include. But yeah, your subs and your bits, you're always losing 50%. So I don't see how you make this argument, right? Because even in my experience, you still have like plus 27% gap between what you're telling me and this, just to break even, just to make them the same. But you're saying it's even more. And for it to be considerably more, let's say it had to be like 20% more. So in order to get to 70%, you would have to have 5, 6, 7, you'd have to have plus 37%. Like, so your numbers, your estimation is just way off. It's as much as like 37% off from what I am saying that it is. So it's more than double what you're implying here, Benjamin. So yeah, I completely disagree with this. And the other thing is this 33% is like coming from YouTube, from like advertisers and stuff, really. You're losing some of the supers, but I don't really think that that's where a ton of it is coming from. Whereas here, this is coming from viewers. Like viewers give you like 100, and then like the 50% is coming out of that for Twitch. And I really don't like this. I don't like that a viewer spent 100 and only 50 of it's getting to me. That bothers me. I don't like that a viewer spent 100 and 50 of it is going to Twitch. That seems like, for me, like an ethical quandary of sorts. I don't like that it works that way. So yeah, Patreon is king as far as leaving money in the creator's pocket. No. I mean, Patreon takes kind of around the same as this. Like, I think that this and Patreon is comparable, in my opinion. Like, I would say that isn't Patreon around 20? Like, I don't think it's that far off of what YouTube is taking from me. And this 33% is after I more intellectually, calculate it, right? This 33% is including fees that, for instance, your iPhone will charge. So in case you didn't know this, if you spend money on your iPhone to spend money on a creator or on an app purchase or anything like that, the Apple Store is taking a percentage of that every single time. So when you're looking at this 33%, it's just because YouTube is more honest with me in the back end about where I'm losing money. And a significant chunk of this is coming from people on Apple devices that are spending extra money. So, there's a lot included in this 33%. And I think if I wasn't as conservative and I didn't make it a full 33%, I think YouTube would be comparable to Patreon. I think the real best thing is PayPal, because PayPal takes the least amount. I think PayPal is what, like 5% or something like that. I think it's like 5 to 10%. So I think PayPal is going to be your best thing for creators, which is why going on Streamlabs and donating to me is going to be better than even doing supers. Yeah, so I wouldn't necessarily say that Patreon is like significantly different than YouTube IMO. Plus, so to do all of this stuff, right? To do all of this stuff, you're just doing one recording. So you're recording something once, and then it's being turned into both of these revenue streams. However, for Patreon, you need to create like entirely new shit that's like different from everything else. I mean, depending on how you set up your Patreon, right? This is why like the Patreon will be changing in 2022. But for Patreon, you have to like spend extra time on like extra new content for everybody. Whatever. And I don't like that about it. Like you're having to put in extra time and you're getting less per that than you would if you were only creating a stream. So, you know, like right now I'm working with somebody who hopefully will take VODs and stuff and kind of like how you would butcher a cow, turns it into its million different parts. So maybe they'll make a TikTok and maybe they'll make a YouTube short and maybe they'll plan what our YouTube video is going to be, and maybe there's something that we want to post on Twitter, and maybe there's a meme compilation we want to add some of the clips for, right? Being more focused on making sure we divide the VOD up into as many pieces as we can is the current goal. So but that's just working with what we got, because what we got is Twitch, right? So if we were doing YouTube, this would be very different. It would be like I'd pick a topic to like write about and do research about, and we would just see if we can make like 3 or 4 videos on the topic. And I would know that like, let's say I have topic A, and then I know that after topic A, I would like to work on topic B. Well, I could make the A proper, which is the real video that I want to make, an A minor, which would maybe be the introduction to the thing or history of the thing. Maybe we would do an A behind the scenes or something for Patreon, right? And then we would do an A that transitions into B. So something that is the overlap between A and B. And then we would do B minor. And then we would do the proper B. And then we would do the B behind the scenes. And then we would do B transitioning into C, right? Some content that would be both of these things together. This is how I would like to design things, and the research is just the colors that you see. So there would be research for C, there would be research for B, and there would be research for A. Whereas right now with streaming, it's like we have a new thing every single time. Like the stream A is this, and then stream B is going to be something random, and then stream C is going to be again something random, and then all of a sudden we have like, I don't know, maybe a stream D that also has aspects of A because it's like the same person again, and then we have to like go back to A to I don't like this because it's something different every single time, and it like tires me out, right? Or like, let's say that stream B, the timing on all this is different too. Maybe this one only lasts 1 day, maybe this one lasts 7 days, and then let's say we get to stream C, stream topic C, and it's like 20 days, like the MrGirl arc. Like, boy, am I just waiting for the MrGirl arc to be done so we have something new to talk about. But boy, has it been going on for a long time, right? And I have no idea when we'll move from this to this. But if I try something different, if I try creating my own stream D, it doesn't work out well because people don't really want to watch that. They want to watch whatever is popular and going on right now. And that's different on YouTube. On YouTube, there is like a slight like kind of current to everything, where like maybe topic A is some TV show that came out recently.
Just start some drama of your own to talk about.
Yeah, I know that's I've already talked about that on stream. Let me finish these thoughts. So maybe you have topic A, which is like some TV show that came out, and then topic C, which is some drama that happened, right? But you don't have to follow that at all. Like you could be here and you could talk about this, and then you could talk about this thing way over here, and then you could realize that it's easy to get to C, and then you could go back to A, and then you could go over here to B that's over here, and you can go over here to D. Like, you can go wherever you want, because there's going to be viewership for all these things, and YouTube helps find you the people that want to view that, whereas Twitch doesn't. So on Twitch, you're kind of, you have to very closely follow wherever this goes, even if it doesn't fit with your content and stuff, right? And the flow of it, unless you're super huge, is kind of outside of your control. And I'm not, like, and what we're talking about, let's say that there's something that is E, and E is effort. Okay? And when you're telling me to create my own stuff and go my own way, the amount of E, or effort, it takes here to like move this line down is going to be like 8 times what it would be if I was on YouTube, because on YouTube, I don't really have a line of like what people are talking about that I have to really push on too much. And there's tons of different topics and tons of different fields that you could choose to talk about, right? Like, I don't know. So the E that is required on YouTube is like nothing. It's just X. It is just like the baseline. So yeah, I mean, you could try to make your own stuff, but it takes a lot more effort on Twitch, and yeah, so I don't know, dude. Surely there's a low transaction fee / time that crypto can be. Okay, don't talk about crypto in my YouTube chat, because you guys are going on about nonsense. Okay, so we're just gonna,
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
okay, you hear me, YouTube chat? Shut the fuck up about crypto. You guys are, back and forths aren't allowed in these chats. Does that have anything to do with what they have to give game companies based on the policy that allow? What the fuck is it? Does that have anything to do with what they have to give to game companies based on the policy that allows for streaming gameplay? You're an aneurysm with 2 legs. I don't know what this means. The high percentage Twitch takes? I don't fucking know, dude. No idea. Ask Devin Nash. I don't know, dude. No way taking count of effort on your part? I don't know what that means either. Sorry, dude. I think it depends on the type of content you make. Like, this would be super true for math vids, for example. Sure. Sure. Maybe it's worth saying that, like, the kind of content you're producing in both of these scenarios up here, like the kind of content creator you are, is personality-based / commentary. So if you're a personality-based or commentary-based creator, then this is what it is. Now, if you're like space and science, right? Well, now you're limited. So you have to make space and science videos, or, whatever. But I'm not like space and science, or I'm not like whatever. But even within those, like let's say you're an educational content creator, you could educate people on all sorts of different stuff on YouTube. Whereas like, or even politics, you could talk about all sorts of different political topics. Some people take a historical approach to politics, and so they get to talk about whatever they want. Whereas like on Twitch, if you want to talk about politics, it's kind of rough to do like what IRI does, where you cover like what's happening now, let alone if you wanted to go back and talk about it, like a specific election. Like, let's say you wanted to go back and look at the election of 2000, like, who is going to want to watch you? Or any of the numerous people that do research politics streams. Like, I don't think people really want to watch you do research, so your view count will go like majorly down, and people start to know you as the research person and think you're boring. So yeah, I mean, I think you have just more room for like what you could cover and still reasonably be successful on YouTube than Twitch, but that's just my opinion, man. Just say something obviously wrong that only 2 or 3 people will defend and start a new arc. True, yeah, you could. But it doesn't sound very fun. Might not be as true for gaming, for example. People often have to follow popular new games. Sure, yeah, we could find a bunch of stuff it's not true for, but that's not really the point of me sharing it with you, right? Like, I'm talking about my experience, so obviously this. We could obviously come up with things that don't fit this, but that's not really my situation, so it's not really important, right? I'm not a video game streamer, so none of this really applies. And if I was, I would start here, and I would not start here, right? Like, if I chose to do something new, like become a video game streamer, I would rather record offline for hours and hours and hours and post on YouTube with highlights than I would to stream and only do streams on Twitch, right? Like maybe I could stream like me collecting the content for those things, but it would be focusing on the highlights videos and the success of that more than it would focusing on Twitch and being successful there, you know? Everything I say is immediately shenanigans. I'm just that annoying. Yeah, so far. You're hitting it out of the park with your annoyingness levels. Might not be as, sorry, read that. Let me go ahead and scroll up because I know there's a lot that I talked through. Twitch is for the soulless? No, not really. Patreon is king as far as leaving money in. Okay, we responded to that. The YouTube player definitely is based though. Let's see here. But yeah, so that's my whole rant. Let's go ahead and pick something that we'll watch, and we'll follow the what Twitch expects me to do here. You know, this is actually kind of making me think maybe I should just record like a bunch of videos this next week. I'm gonna put a to-do list. Motherfucker. To do. I'm gonna. There we go. All right, I pinky promise, chat. I'll work on this. I will record and edit one. Oh shit! What have I done? I can't believe you've done this. I will record and edit one of these. That's what I'll do. It will not be successful, but that doesn't matter. I'll do that. I'll get the ball rolling. People forget about viewer imbalance between platforms. Twitch politics population seems pretty small, whereas if you make a popular YouTube video, you could potentially get 100,000 views. Yeah. There's also the kind of like, where do your viewers come from? So let's say this is your viewer pool, right? And let's say this is on Twitch. So you could go into the Twitch environment. Let's say this is like all of Twitch, right? And you could go to the different streamers who have their different groups of people, like Destiny or whatever, and you could make content with them or about them and get that overlap there. But this is like insular, and people only come into here like pretty slowly, and it's more or less outside of your control if you're not posting anywhere else. So what I view is down here with YouTube, I think getting people to go from YouTube to my stream, even if it's still on YouTube, is chill, right? And then you have that YouTube amount, which, I mean, if I were to draw this more accurately, the YouTube overlap is about the same as this. Like I get usually the same amount of viewers, but it'll depend on the content. But beyond that, you also get viewers from YouTube to convert into Twitch viewers that will then also go to your stream. So like, rather than relying on people randomly coming into the Twitch ecosystem, you could invite them in by having content on the other platform and focusing mostly on Twitch. So if you're always, you know, plugging subs and bits and you neglect your YouTube chat, they'll still gradually move over to Twitch, or maybe they might watch on YouTube and chat on Twitch or something like that, right? So you can start to force more people in there and you get more viewers than if you didn't, right? So let's say there's like timeline A where you just only were on Twitch. You'd get like 80 because that's the maximum people that you could bring in. But let's say B, you did Twitch and you did YouTube. And let's say you brought over like 10 people from YouTube. Now you're at 90, right? And you've had this large percentage increase between the two, like relatively. Like, because then if we look at something like maybe 2,000 here, then you got, what would this be? 2,000 plus 2,100, so 2,200, right? Something like that. So, I mean, it starts to make a considerable difference in scale as you go up. And this isn't just this, actually. I'm completely dumb. So you get this extra 10 plus you get the same number plus you get the 80 from here. Because like on Twitch, let's say on a day I'm getting like 300 people, and let's say on YouTube I'm getting like 280. This 280 you would have never seen. Like here we're talking about getting people from outside of Twitch to move on to Twitch and to watch you on Twitch, and that's that 10. But we're ignoring the fact that you're already doubling your viewer count by doing this. So rather than 2,200, this should be like 4,200, which I think maybe shows you what I'm talking about a bit better, which is why I also think that when you have a streamer that really, really, really wants to get partnered on Twitch, I can't help but feel this is a little bit dumb. There are some good reasons to want this. If you really, really, really are horny for encoding, you'll get your encoding. If you're really, really, really horny for emotes, you'll get your emotes. If you have a management company that is making you do it, then that kind of makes sense. But otherwise, it's pretty fucking dumb because you miss out on YouTube. You are not diversifying your income because you are not having your YouTube or having your YouTube stream already established. And your interactions are limited as well. So if you didn't spend any time building up a YouTube platform, then you can't have live engagements with people who, for instance, are banned on Twitch. You're like completely married to an ecosystem that I don't think you should be married to, because it's like an abusive spouse that like doesn't really take care of you. I think you miss out on a lot when you become partnered. I think that's very silly to put a ring on your finger for this shitty fucking website that we all make fun of. Like, why we would sit here and make fun of this website for so many hours and then decide to become married to it, I have no idea. But yeah, I guess if you like encoding or you like emotes or your manager makes you, that makes sense. But besides those reasons, I think it's kind of dumb to do this. I mean, another one is if you really like Twitch. If you really like Twitch for some reason, I guess that's positive, but that's not a good business reason to do this. So I don't know, bro. YouTube is way better for the viewing, in my opinion. Being able to pause and rewind is huge. Like, why Twitch doesn't have pause and rewind, I'll never really understand, dude. I found Destiny on YouTube, for example, one of the bigger Twitch politics streamers. Never checked out Twitch or live stream before that. That's me too, yeah. I was only a YouTube person. And I was a YouTube person that like moved over to Twitch for a time just to like do the chatting and make my career. And I'm slowly immigrating back. Like, I got my money and my clout or whatever, and I don't like it here. It actually kind of sucks. It's a bit like the US. Like, it's really, really cool if you're really, really successful, right? Because you just hit go live and you're making money and whatever, and you can fart around and watch TV shows all day. But if you don't really hit that American dream and you have all the stuff that you want, and you know, the house with the garage and the fucking dogs and whatever else, you know, like if you don't really hit that, then you're kind of struggling all the time and it's not really fun. Like, I would rather be on YouTube and make like this much money and cover stuff that I like than I would to be like over here making this much money but having to constantly cover shit that like I don't like. I don't know. I'm just getting a bit sick of it. So like, I would rather not struggle here to make extra, and I would rather go to YouTube, make less, and be happy with that and build that up. Because I don't know, if I was able to make like a whole complex and whatever to like house my family and my 18 children or whatever in YouTube land, and it took me a little bit longer to do, I would probably be happier with that than moving to the America and making the money that way. From 80 viewers to 40 in 1 hour. Good job, dude. Thanks, brother. I worked as an intern on a similar system. It can make things complicated with to ads and stuff. Oh, okay. I don't know. I feel like these aren't good excuses though. Like, I don't know. When your competition is doing it and it makes the experience that much better, I think at some point you have to like ask some hard-hitting questions about that. But in any case, sure, there might be some technical reason they don't do that. I think they should figure it out because YouTube does it. No amount of emotes will ever compensate for the fact that I'm basically shackled to the live stream and can't ever pause. Yeah, but yeah, I totally get you. Like, I understand this. That's why I do it, right? But, you know, yeah, I think there's like an audience segment that really, really believes in all these things. So if this is this and this is the whole audience, there is some overlap of people that really, really care about all this shit. but I think that there's an even greater overlap with like wanting the YouTube experience, and they want to be able to pause, and they want to be able to rewind, and they want to have the YouTube vids right there, and they want the VODs that are a lot easier to consume, right? They want that player. I just think there's a lot more people overlapping in an audience segment that like would enjoy the things that YouTube has to offer than Twitch, which is why you will never really hear me pushing people to like go to Twitch. I don't really do it. I always push people to go to the YouTube. I tell them about the timestamp VODs and yada, yada, yada. Because I really do think that there is more people I could catch and get to watch me more consistently if I push the YouTube, which I think is better version of the content. I don't think that the live experience being better in the chat on Twitch makes it all that much better. And here's another thing. If we zoom in here for a second, if we zoom in right here, I think that this is a lot of bigots, trolls, and generally like kind of shit people. Okay? I'm be real with you. If you're really into chatting, that's cool. Some of you I'm sure are really chill, but I find that there's a lot of overlap with the people that love chatting and emotes and stuff that are just straight up like bigots and trolls and shit. I'm be real with you. So if you're this audience overlap that really values emotes and really values like Twitch culture and stuff, I think there's a non-insignificant number of you that are like actually bigots and trolls and kind of awful. And that's a problem. Same with oh man, I'm gonna get in trouble for saying this. Same with DGG, honestly. Like, there's a large enough percentage, and it's not some like huge significant number. It's probably like 2 to 5% or whatever. But that's really all it takes to kind of poison like accessing this thing. In Wheel of Time, in Wheel of Time, there's this thing that if you focus on inside of yourself, you could use it. It's kind of like magic. So there's this thing you focus on called the one power. Okay? And for women, the one power is great. You imagine like a black void in your mind, and you imagine like a flower on the inside of that void, and whatever, you like focus, you meditate, and this flower will like get in touch with this this power that you can then use, and you could do like cool shit with. Okay? And this is all in the void. Okay? So you could do that. And it's like meditating. You get to use something like the Force. The men's version of this is that stream of power, but it's tainted. It has what's described as like oil on the surface of it. And this oil is the taint. And the more of the power you suck up, the more of the taint that you're getting. And so that taint comes with it out here in reality, and as you use the power, it'll start to like corrupt your brain, and you start to go crazy from the power. So the more and more of it you use, the more and more of the taint you're bringing with it. Now, the taint is not significant using it once or twice, but the more and more you use the power, the more and more the taint will start corrupting you, right? It doesn't take a lot of this taint. It's described as oil on the surface of water, right? It's this layer that you have to reach through in order to touch the power, but that taint will always come back with you along with the power. And I think that's a lot like catering to DGG, right? You're going to have some of this taint, and some people can really handle this and they can handle it well, and other people really cannot. Like other people, maybe their life kind of sucks, right? Maybe they are trans and nobody likes them, and they're neurodivergent and disabled, and I don't know, their parents beat them or whatever. They have a bunch of baggage in their real life. And this 2 to 5% of taint that they get from engaging or having this community engage with them is enough to like throw them overboard, and they freak the fuck out, right? Other people, it's just like enough of a nuisance over time that it's annoying. And in the streaming world, you can do something backwards to like cleanse this, right? Maybe you could use a ban hammer and you can cleanse like some insignificant portion of this. So maybe you could cleanse this stuff. But if you're constantly devoting energy to like cleansing this to use it, I don't know, it gets a bit annoying. But yeah, and Twitch is like that too. I feel like Twitch has some real toxic people. YouTube does as well, but I feel like the taint is more here. And it's insidious because the taint is inherent to the people you want to watch. Like when you use the ban hammer on people in YouTube chat, they're not people you really want in your chat, but on Twitch, they are. Some of the best chatters, in my opinion, on Twitch are some of the most argumentative fucking toxic fucking people. They're people that get drunk when they go and watch the streamer and they talk a bunch of shit in their chat, or they're people that really like arguing with other people and they're abrasive even if they show up every time you go live. So it is really like this power. Like you can choose to get this like huge viewership, you know, and this huge engagement here in this one power, but you'll always get this taint with it. And removing the taint is not exactly an easy process. And I think like the taint is part of the source. It's like they're one and the same. I don't know. DGG gives you the taint. Yeah. Just chatting about Destiny's taint. Yes, sir. I watched Destiny on YouTube for like a year before I ever looked at Twitch. Me too. Nowadays, I pretty much only use YouTube. Sidious is tainty with the dark side. I don't know, bro. Engaging with DGG is like storing your food in the fridge next to moldy bread. Maybe, bro. I mean, like, it's just that there's some percentage of them that are not good, and that percentage is enough to like make it rough. That's all. But I would highly recommend Wheel of Time, by the way. Really, really cool. And then to make it clear, if you're a lady, and you use the source, it's all like perfectly clear and it doesn't have any problems. Maybe there'll be problems later on in the story, I don't know, but there aren't right now. It's like crystal clear, and it's just in the dark. Because I'm sure there's some story as to like why the male side has this like taint on it, why the female side doesn't, and yada yada yada. I'm not familiar. But yeah, the women's side is all clean and pure. Please don't remove my taint. Okay, I'll try not to. What movie / book / media is this again? This is all Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time. I enjoy it. It is 15 books long, so it's really, really long, and I am almost done with book 3. So, I mean, I'm moving through it quickly, but if you're not much of a reader or Audible person, you may not enjoy it very much. The book and the show both. The show is very different. I mean, the show is, you could watch the show and probably enjoy it. Don't read the books first, because yeah. I would recommend watching the show first on Amazon, and then if you like the concepts there, then you could choose to watch the book or read the book, I mean. But yeah, do it in that order. Because if you do it the other way around, you'll hate a lot of what's in the show because the book is different. And I think it does it a little bit better. But book 1, kind of boring. And I think it was boring because I watched the show, but that was fine. It was a lot of the same stuff that we covered, but it happens in a completely different order, in a completely different way. It's just that like the beginning and the end are kind of similar and the characters are similar. But yeah, the book and the show, I think the show covers like 3 books worth of content, but not all the way. It mostly focuses on book 1. It's tough. It's tough to explain. They take random stuff from the other books and they mix it into the show because you need more information about like the way that the world works and stuff. So, yeah, there's like a lot of plot pieces to the Wheel of Time. So like if this is the Wheel of Time, you have several really important plot points. Like, what was the past like? What is this one power? Okay. And then with the power, there's like the woman's version and the men's version. You learn about both of these at kind of different rates. And then there is the wars that are going on, and these have different cities that you need to pay attention to, right? And then there's the characters and what is happening with them. And there's different kinds of powers. And there's this like ancient power that lets you communicate with wolves and whatever. That there's like a lot of weird random things. And what the show has to do is it has to give us like enough information for us to care about any of these. So it'll make up stuff about the characters that never happens in the books so you could understand their personality better. It will show you what the past looked like in a way that the book has not told me this entire time, which I'm like high key waiting on because I'm interested. Because what happened in the Wheel of Time is in the past, it was super duper futuristic and they had like flying cars and shit, bloop, 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 and like skyscrapers and whatever. Something happened that we get hints at and we get explained a little bit. And now we're in fucking medieval times, right? And everybody is like living in medieval times and there's swords and shit. Some of the technology from back then we're still using, but it's mostly the witches and stuff that know how to use it or whatever. And even they don't have a full understanding of like why things were designed or why they work a certain way. So in the show, they'll show you like an actual like scene where you see what the future looks like that you never get in the book. In the book, you only see things that like cannot be explained. Like, for instance, there's like a river and there's this bridge that has like 2 supports and that's it. And everybody is so surprised at how this bridge made out of like some unknown material is able to stand like this because it looks like nothing else, right? You have like farmhouses and shit and like medieval castles and whatever, and yet you have this like bridge that's like very clearly like modern engineering or something, or made with the power is what everybody assumes. Oh, the power made this, the power made that. Or you'll have really cryptically described things like there's described this like huge crater with a metal tower or like a what sounds almost like a satellite dish in the middle of it. And if you get to anywhere near this, you're guaranteed to like die. Like it sounds like radiation or something. Like there's a lot of like weird artifacts of the future that are here. And the Wheel of Time is basically about the idea that this just keeps on turning for like forever and ever and ever. That you'll have different ages, right? So this is our thing. Maybe you have an age of like really, really cool stuff, and you have flying cars and airplanes and whatever else. And then you have this age of like darkness and it sucks and the world is at war and there's, you know, evil stuff going on and explosions and whatever. And then you have this like period of like recovery where people build stuff up again. And then there's this period of like change and we start to like build the things that are successful and whatever. And something, you know, I don't know. It like you keep going through this over and over and over again. And the number of revolutions, we don't know. We know it's happened like at least a handful of times. What are these different ages and where are their boundaries? Well, we only know through like prophecy and stuff. Like it'll say that X will happen, then Y will happen, then Z will happen, and then bam, you're in a new age. And then A will happen and B will happen and C will happen, then you're in this age, right? So yeah. And another thing that it says about this Wheel of Time that keeps on turning is it talks about like, let's say that you were weaving a fabric, right? And you're creating like a pattern. I don't know. You have a pattern and it tells the history of the world and whatever, and it's constantly being like weaved every day. And there are certain people that are really important. Let's say this was each thread is like the life of a person. Whoever's thread all of this followed was like really important, right? Because you got to change the way that all of the other threads weaved so it could draw out this pattern here, right? So, you know, certain people are more important than other people. And it's said that like all the other threads will weave themselves around this person's thread. And depending on which direction they take, all the threads will weave themselves around that person. And you don't know what the pattern is when you're like right here, right? Let's say it's drawing something like this. We don't know what this is going to be, but we know from the Wheel of Ages that there'll be this age and then there'll be this age. And we don't know what the picture will be, but we know thematically what should be happening there and yada, yada, yada. So these are kind of the two main metaphors, is A and B, is the weaving of some fabric or pattern of life, and then this wheel that keeps on turning through ages, and we have prophecies to explain the ages. These are like the two main concepts, and I think it's interesting. Anywho, I've been ranting about this for quite some time. The company I was interning at was Amazon. They worked on some pretty advanced streaming stuff for football. Hopefully they could take some of that tech to use in Twitch. I doubt it, but hopefully. I think the book being better than shows/movies is a rule with most media because you get more details in a book and create the world in your head. I actually don't agree. I think it has to do with the audience member more than anything else. I don't think books are inherently better, but I think book people have a better life. So if you're a book person and you can actually read and stay attentive for like the whole book, whatever, yeah, you're going to get more because a book can fit more information, like you said, right? But if you're like kind of like a person who like, I don't know, you can't focus very well and whatever, or you just don't have a lot of time, then the shows are always going to be better because you can get more out of them. Like the book is useless if you like drop it because you can't finish it or something like that. So I don't know. I think it depends more on the audience segment than it does, you know, like the material itself. I don't think books are like inherently better or anything. I think like for instance, I don't think the book of A Song of Ice and Fire is better than the show. I think the show is better, and I've read 3 of those books. The books are shitty. Yeah, they have a bunch more information, but it's delivered in a shitty way. It's not as entertaining, right? And I'm a book person, so like that's coming from me. I would much rather, like, if I got to snap one or the other out of existence, sorry book people, your book is gone. The show is a lot better than the book, and I will leave it at that without explaining it further. But yeah, if you're super married to the show and whatever, or the characters and whatever, yeah, you might generally like the book more. But I don't think that this is like a set in stone thing. I think it really depends on the audience member. Like with me, I was a B person who happened to think that this was a lot better per unit of like my time spent than this was, right? Because the book is written really boringly. Same with Lord of the Rings. I'm be honest with you, Lord of the Rings people, I think that the movies are a lot better than the books because the book, it take me too long. The Hobbit came close to like being better, but again, that it's just too much fucking time per unit of like what I'm getting out of it. The fun per unit of time is just like not good. And most of the time that's the case. I would say that like your fun per unit of time is actually probably going to be better with A most of the time than it is going to be B. Yeah. And especially the gamble of like not knowing if you're going to like it. I think it's always better to start with the TV show or the movie or whatever and see if you like the idea and then go into B. Yeah, that's my 2 cents. I don't know if that's going to be a hot take, but I was the one who couldn't focus on Wheel of Time because of how detailed the author was. Your audiobook suggestion seems to have worked. I'm enjoying it now. Yeah, people say he's like super detailed and whatever. I really don't feel like he is. Like, when we look at A Song of Ice and Fire... Looks like rain! Which is...
The Raw streams are super fun.
Thanks. If we look at A Song of Ice and Fire, which is the Game of Thrones book, he's way more detailed. He explains the clothes of every single person for, I shit you not, like multiple... It feels sometimes like multiple pages. Like... God forbid this guy walks into a fucking a party that's going on, because holy shit, he has to describe every single person in there and what they're wearing and their belts and their buckles and their eyes and blah blah blah. Like, I get that like they do that too in this book, but it feels to me like it takes a lot less time than it does in A Song of Ice and Fire, because A Song of Ice and Fire has like 80 times more characters, which I actually find is the most confusing thing for me. Like when I started reading here, I'll add it in here, Wheel of Time. When I started reading Wheel of Time, I hated that Lamb, Rand, and Tam all sound the fucking same. Like, especially when you're going at like 1.5x. All of these sound the same. So why you would name characters that'll be named super frequently the exact same sounding thing is like beyond me. But with A Song of Ice and Fire, it's this times like a gazillion. There's like Grovo and Milvo and Cadalvo and fucking, I don't know who's important or who matters or who doesn't, and I can't know, and they're all treated exactly the same in terms of like description time and stuff. Whereas in Wheel of Time, you'll constantly get repeating descriptions of the same person over and over again. So we'll hear what Lamb looks like today, and what he looks like this day, and what he looks like this day, and what he looks like this day. And there's importance to this because it changes over time, and the change is the reason why it has to be repeated. Whereas like Tam, he's explained once. So we can kind of get that Tam is only so important because he only is talked about one time. Whereas like Rand, again, main character, he's described all the time in different outfits and doing different things. And so obviously Rand is more important than Tam. So I don't have a lot of complaints actually about Wheel of Time describing people. A Song of Ice and Fire I feel like is a lot worse because there's just one too many characters. I would say there's like 3 times too many characters, but I have a hard time with characters. The Wheel of Time spins on forever, never stopping. Kind of like watching live streams on Twitch. There you go. It would be nice if someone lived through all these ages and could tell people about the previous age. I feel like you're hinting me at something. Don't spoil me on this book series, dude. This is the first time I'm watching you, and I can see why you currently... Okay, asshole. I mean, I'm doing what I want to do today. Fuck you guys. I hate you. Book, I love these Wheel of Time tangents. Completely incomprehensible to me since I've never read the series, but okay, whatever, guys. I hate you all. All right, we're done with this. We're done with this. And you've killed my mood. I think we're done with the stream for today. That's what I think. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'll do one more explanation or drawing thing while we're doing boring stuff. I know that boring stuff gets me less viewers. Let's talk about that. I only watch the show, don't worry. Okay, sick. So I could choose to do like boring streams that are boring to like the viewers and to get me less people watching, like maybe 40 to like 200. All right, and I know that. I don't like so there's this, and then there's like also the money is much less, like maybe 20 to 40 or something like this. Then there is things that are topical, okay, and those could get me a lot more, maybe between like 600 and nowadays like 13 or 1200. And the money could be anywhere from like 100 to as much as like $700 or something like that. And then what else is there? There's kind of we'll just compare these two things. So yeah, there's always the option between column A and column B. I've been choosing column A a lot more because I am depressed. I'm just not feeling super great about life. So I'd rather do things that I find interesting, even if you guys find it boring. Because the flip side of this is I find this fun. Okay. And I don't find this fun. This hurts my soul. And I really don't enjoy doing it. And sometimes I have like, a lot of points that I can spend on dealing with the boring, right? We talked before about, this kind of, you're reaching to this source, this kind of power, whatever. There's a taint of boring, okay? There's always that taint of boring that I have to like endure when I, reach into this part of things. And I do tend to deal with it, and then I get out the benefit that I get from it, right? Because there's the money and the viewers, which will kind of just make this color, right? It's filled with this color. It's got a lot of money and viewers and whatever, but man, I get tired and I can't, like right now, with my brain the way it is, when I'm like this, I have too much of the taint. Okay. And it's not just from stream, it's from like a bunch of stuff. But when I have all this, it's tough to reach into here just to get more of the yellow or the green or whatever, just to get more of the taint. Like I can't do it, or I will go crazy. But when I'm sane and I don't have a lot of that, then it's fine and it's manageable, right? It's okay to have some of the brain cancer that I get. So that's all right. And then I can get a bunch of money. But and this is the rough part, is like, because I can't touch this and get this, I only have this, and that is a feedback loop and whatever. But it would also be a feedback loop if I did this and then slowly got sad because more and more of my brain is taken over by this taint, right? So, you know, you have to make a trade-off at some point, and I'm willing to make this trade-off. What originally set you down this content path if you find it boring? You don't impact change. So it doesn't change anybody. I would have liked to like make this content. Boop, boop, boop. I make the content. And even if it's on something I don't like, because here's the thing, I've never liked it. I've never like enjoyed watching debate and stuff. I enjoy when it goes super well, but it's so not often that it goes super well. So sometimes I'll get tainted. That's okay. And I'll put this out, and then it leads to some kind of like good happening. Right? And people change, and then it's cool. And then I can take that and use that to kind of combat and erase some of this taint in my head. And it forms a good version of cancer. I don't know. It leaves a good impact on me, but I can't delude myself into thinking it changes anything anymore. So now if the whole purpose is only money and only views, there's nothing really that comes back to deal with the taint anymore. Instead, I just like, I get more like money in my hand, and that doesn't really do it for me. Like I'm basically, I'm valuing how much is taint worth to me. Like how much of this taint is worth like $1. And I don't like having this trade-off that I'm doing all the time, but that's kind of where I'm at. So it was always like this before. It's just I thought that there was some good or some change or whatever, and there still is sometimes. Like I like the viewer messages and stuff, but it's just not quite enough to deal with this. And these two things combined are just they're not at the level where it makes it okay anymore. Because I've just always been working a deficit. It's always been that you're gonna have more taint than you are positive. Like it always comes out that you're gonna get more taint, and just over unit of time, I've just had it happen more and more and more that you know, I've kind of just gotten more taint over time. It started like this, and it's like, wow, this is really bearable. That's totally fine. And then it got like this, and I was like, well, you know, sure, there's taint, but there's also money and whatever. And now it's kind of getting like this, where it's like, okay, this is not bearable, and I constantly need breaks and stuff. So maybe this isn't for me. I've held on for a long time, but yeah, I feel more like this, and it's like the money looks fine when the taint that is affecting you is only like this big. When it's this big, you're kind of like, you know, maybe that's worth it. But when it gets this big, it's kind of like, oh, okay, no, never mind. That's actually kind of fucked. I don't enjoy this anymore. So, yeah. Thanks. That's a huge one.
I was being serious when I said I like the tangents, whatever. Take my money.
There you go. Thank you. I do appreciate that. You know, like, when I do the other kind of streams that don't come with taint, it slowly kind of helps me over time. Like when I work really hard on something that like I know isn't gonna get me the views and whatever, even if it only gets me like a little bit of money, I think I can get better and better at this, and just like slowly make better and better videos that are going to get me, you know, more and more of this. And it's going to take a ton more work and whatever, because you can't cheat and, you know, just cover shit that people want and yada yada. But yeah, that's the way I want to go. I'll get more and more advanced with it. and I'll make more advanced content, and it'll do better. But yeah, if I could devise a way to do this without the taint, that would be cool. Because the taint is kind of killer. I do appreciate that. Thank you, Shabnak. I will try to do more of these. And here's the other thing: is there's a ratio of all this. So part of what I want to do with my current guy that I want to talk to about like organizing the content on YouTube is I want to make a content calendar. So that means that we have like a month, right? Boop, boop, boop. And we say that, hey, on this day, sorry, Booksmarts, you're going to have to get some taint in the face. And whatever, that's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to get face tainted, and that's whatever. And on this day, you're going to have to get face tainted again, because you know what? We need money. And that amount of money may not make up for all the taint that you're getting, but hey, that's how it goes. You're not, the most popular girl on the block, so you're going to get a lot more taint than you are money, and that's whatever, and that's chill. And then I could do things that make me happy, right? More happy stream. And maybe the happy stream makes, less money, but that's okay. That'll get bigger and bigger over time, right? It'll get bigger and bigger. But just having more of these, and making sure that I get more and more of that over time, even if it only makes like itty bitty bit, right? Like, because some are going to do better than others, right? Like maybe if instead of choosing to do, and this is a very real comparison, if I draw and watch, this gets me like maybe like if this is like 100% taint, here, let's actually draw this out. Live react, and then so if the prep line by line is like 100% cancer, the live react is probably like 80% cancer. At 90 probably is closer to what it feels like. And then this drawing and watching thing is probably closer to like 40%. There's a huge difference between these two. Like if I'm just able to draw and fuck around and not pay attention, it affects me a lot less. And drawing is something that I like to do. So like I get this 30% boost because I get to draw. And over here, I do get like 20% boost because I do like doing line by line. The tough thing is I absolutely don't like doing live react. So let's make this 10 so it makes more sense. When I do this, we could do the algebra and we could wind up at like, it's only 10% bad to do drawing and watching, which is why you've been seeing me do more of that lately. Here, it's still 90% because there's nothing to counterbalance it. Like what Rally does, I just could not do. I feel like it has like so little like value that I'm adding to it, like relative to what I could be doing with like prepping and stuff. It makes me feel really, really bad. Like the taint
reduction fund.
The taint is pretty solid here. Thank you for the taint reduction fund. I do appreciate that. Maybe I should make that a thing. Maybe I should make that a thing. Maybe we should have a taint reduction fund. I think this is my to-do list layer, right? No. I like the idea of having that as like a dono goal on the streams that are blue. That's actually a nice little idea. A taint reduction fund. And we'll have this on the streams that are blue. And I'll tell you guys, hey, this content is so that I could recover. This is for the taint reduction fund. Anywho, where were we? Yeah, so I really, there's no like blue category to the live react thing. That's why it's like, it's an in-between that kind of really sucks because it doesn't ever get balanced out. But I mean, this hurts too. And I'm more invested. So there's like also this multiplier of like over time. Like how much does it hurt? This is like only 5% because I just didn't care and it doesn't stay in my memory. This stuff does, because when you spend 6 to 8 hours of your life like focused on something, and especially when like your clips and stuff from this because you went crazy like catch on, it's kind of rough. And the taint over time for this is like doubled because I feel very invested because I've done the line by line in my opinions. And so if somebody chooses to like make fun of me or make fun of my opinions or attack me for them, I feel a lot more compelled to respond when I do a line by line. And so it makes it harder to like ignore negative criticism and stuff. Whereas like if you had negative criticism about a take I had when I'm literally like drawing porn while I'm watching something, like I could give a fuck less. Like I gave you like an offhanded opinion. Like I wouldn't care about even just changing on the spot and lying to you to make you like shut the fuck up. Like that's how little I care about this like drawing and watching opinion. But when I spent like 8 hours out of stream prepping it, and then I spent another like 8 hours going through it on stream, and I'm like this deep, then I actually do start to care. So yeah, there's this like overtime multiplier. Is worth considering as well. Anywho, I've been talking a lot. Do you think streamers are kind of like prostitutes? I think they're more like chatterbait than prostitutes, but I would prefer if I was a prostitute, honestly. I really like when people just pay me to do this for them. Like maybe I need to set aside more days to be a prostitute because I actually really like it. Like I would say that like in terms of good per hour, it's comparable to when I do my blue stuff, and the taint is, or it's comparable to when I do whatever this color is, orange, red, I'm not sure, but it's a lot less taint. Like it's maybe this much taint, and I'm kind of indifferent to it. So let's just like make this green or something. Maybe this is like commissions. When I do commissioned work, I really don't mind it. And I think like that's the prostitute thing in this scenario. Like when I do commissioned work, I like it. The person is motivated. They paid money, so they want to get advice on what they can improve. We get the change that I talked about here. Like it impacts change in people because they're paying for this to do better and whatever. And I like seeing the result at the end. Like helping Doomer with his thing is great. I don't even care if people in Vash's community were upset by it or whatever, were upset at my involvement. You know what? Fuck you. It was a fulfilling thing to work on. It's much better than covering some Vash drama on stream. Like if I always had the option between one or the other, I would probably do the commission thing way more often. When I started, I didn't think that at all. So, young whippersnapper book smarts with glossy eyes who thought he could like fix the world and whatever, or he could impact change on these streamer people. Young book smarts thought, oh, okay, I'm going to make these videos. I'm going to have this change and I'm going to affect people and whatever. And if I do it in front of lots of people, so if I do it on a stage in front of like a whole audience, and I say the things I'm going to say up here in front of people, then that's a force multiplier. And like Dr. K says, I'm going to have an AoE effect. But young Booksmarts didn't know about the taint. Okay, he was untainted, so he didn't really realize that the amount of change you're making is still super duper small, and it's probably fading in people. Whereas like if it's just me and like one other person, and we're just talking about it like one-on-one, that's a lot better because the amount of change I impact in them is like pretty high versus like the one person in here that might be like changed by it, or the two people in here or three people in here that are changed by it. I don't know. It's tough because the taint doesn't really come with this thing here as much, right? If this is like a 5% taint and this is like, what did we say? Fucking 90 to 100, like that 90 to 100 is not worth each unit of like blue that we're getting here. If this is like 3 and this is 1, like the ratio here is just way off. So young Booksmarts didn't know that because he didn't know about the taint, which is fine. Maybe more like a stripper where they're screaming insults. I don't know. Sure, yeah, maybe like that. Sounds like you're gonna get a surgery. Yeah, maybe. Or a taint overlay that slowly encroaches but gets pushed back by donos. Ooh, that's a fun one. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Let's go back to a layer where that thing exists. Probably layer 2. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we could have like a we could have a whatchamacallit, a taint overlay that encroaches but is pushed back. Okay, how am I going to write that? Probably simpler than how you've written it here. We had a similar idea before on the channel where it was like an angry meter or something like that. I like the idea that it moves back with donations though. That's kind of funny. Actually, I'm going to make this yellow because I don't know if I'm really going to do this one, but it's there. It's on the books. I kind of like that. That's a fun idea. Oops. Now my guy's getting blued. Say it taint so. Embrace the taint, become one with it? Nah, because then I'll end up like Steven. Honestly, I feel myself like as the taint level increases. So let's draw this out. As the taint level, and we're just goofing around this stream. I don't care if this isn't particularly interesting to anybody. I'm just talking and I'm explaining what I want to explain. And then there is like the mean level. Okay. I value being nice. I don't value being mean. I can be mean. I think I do a good job at being mean. I used to be a lot meaner, but like, I don't really enjoy that. I think that like part of developing as like a human being is being less mean. At least that's the way I've thought about it in my own life. So as your taint level increases and you become completely overcome with the taint, okay? Or you become driven by the taint. Like I think Steven is like this a lot of the time. He gets like driven almost entirely by the taint. Your meanness level like increases like pretty quickly. Like you have some spikes where like you were like, oh, I didn't know why that happened. Oh, okay. I'm kind of getting mad, and I'm getting mad like really often, and fuck it, dude, I'm mad all the time, and that's my default mode, and whatever, and fuck you guys, and I hate chat, and blah blah blah. You know, like this meanness level, sometimes it comes in like fits and starts, but by the time you start losing yourself and who you are, or at least for me, who I am, this blue part, as long as like this starts to go away, you start to lose like your sense of who you are, and you start to become a lot meaner. And I don't really like that. I don't like doing that because it affects not only you guys or my content, it goes into my real life, and I don't like that. I don't like being like a mean dude, and if this stuff makes me mean, like I don't know, I don't want that. Like if I'm being real with you guys, part of the reason that I get mean is because like when I'm like trying to fight back the taint, and like the taint is causing me to get mean. Let's say this. Part of the way that I fight the mean back, it's like trying to like escape me in every direction, right? It's trying to grow out from the taint and touch other people and make them feel more tainted too, right? It's trying to escape. I have to like spend a lot of energy on keeping it inside. So I'm like meditating and like trying to put up a force field that's like catching it. And I'm like trying to catch the taint in the meanness and keep it inside. But the problem is then it just attacks me back and causes more taint, and I'm just like mean to myself and whatever. And eventually this leads to me kind of just being bummed out on life and like just not super into stuff anymore, because I don't know, it's just like I think about how little I like the work that I'm doing or whatever, and like if I just direct that meanness inwards a ton and I don't let it go out, I kind of just hurt me a lot more, and it ends up clouding the space with just like a lot of evil and meanness, and yeah, it sucks. But it doesn't get out, you know. Occasionally a few will, you know, and they hit somebody that I like, and that's never fun. So Have you seen Arcane? I've seen the first 3 episodes, but not past that. This sounds horrifying. I mean, it's not entirely fun. Just join to see you say taint levels increase. Gotta love this nonsense. Yeah. Destiny explained it a few years back with social points. Interesting. I've come too late for this metaphor. Well, if you were on YouTube instead of Twitch, you could rewind and figure it all out. I'm basically saying that sometimes, or all the time, like, there's 2 options here, right? I can make boring content and get this many viewers and this much money and whatever and have it be fun, or I could choose something topical that I really dislike and it's boring to me and harmful, but it makes me a lot of money and whatever. And we talked about this metaphor of the power, okay? And the power is this thing from Wheel of Time, and it's this flow, this stream of energy that you could tap into, energy in this case being viewers and dollars. But every time you reach into that, it has this film of oil on the surface of evil, which we call the taint. And the taint accumulates in you. It stays with you for a long time, right? And you can start out sane and have your money and have some of your taint, but if you keep doing that over time, the taint will become too much, right? And then to get out of it sucks, because once you're tainted and then you have to pick the fun stuff, it's like, you know, whatever. And I talked about how I need to be more intentional with like the ratio of not fun stuff to fun stuff, and maybe setting aside some time for commissions and whatever, set aside full days for that so that I feel good about myself, and then have this occasional pill of awful that I have to swallow and do, and have somebody else hold me to that. So it's like a job. And I could just have faith that as long as we have more good than we do evil, I will probably be feeling better in the future. Because right now, and I haven't really explained this part of it, every day is like its own thing for me. And I can't see what's going to happen past each day. Okay? I can't see that far ahead. So when I am sitting here and I have to decide, what color do I make this? Do I want to like have the taint or not? Well, if I'm all tainted already, I'm like today, I'm going to look at the possibility of doing debate reviews and be like, no, I'm just going to make today a blue day because I have way too much going on. And I will keep making that decision over and over and over because I'm only looking at one day ahead of in time, and I'm only looking at my current state, and eventually I will not have money anymore and it will not be good. So instead, I'd like to have somebody who is omnipotent, who is seeing everything, and who is making a decision about that. Okay, and they'll decide, well, you're going to have 3 blue days, and then you're going to have this orange day or whatever. And today is one of those orange days. You don't know it, but there's going to be a bunch of blue ones in the future, I promise. You're going to have to do this today so that you make money, and it won't happen again for a while, you know, and just have them keep an eye on that, because I'm not trustable because I'm tainted by the taint. Okay. And if it was up to me being tainted by the taint, I would pick blue every single day, or I would snap one day and I would make all of these taint. And we talked before about why you don't want all of them to be taint, because with the taint level, the meanness level increases, and I don't want to be mean. And at some point, if you're just fully over encumbered by the taint, and the blue part that is you disappears completely, you just become driven by spite. And that's not where you want to be. You don't want to be at this point where you're just completely driven by spite and this part doesn't exist anymore, and you only do this for money and you're a shithead. So, you know, and I can only contain this meanness that wants to reach out from me and reach out from the infected taint parts and hurt other people. I can only control it for like so long, and I need this blue level to control it. If the blue level wasn't there, and I just like let loose, and there was no longer any blue to stop it, right? And only an inkling of like what I used to be is there, and it's not protecting me anymore, then this meanness just goes full out. And that's not good for anybody, because it's not fun.
Taint.
Thanks, dude. I'd be interested to hear Destiny's explanation for this, but yeah, if I don't protect everybody from it, and I don't know, that feels bad, man. I don't want to become that, so I have to keep it all under control. But yeah, we've explained so much stuff. Responsibilities call. I'll check the VOD later. All right, bye. I don't think you came too late. I feel like I explained that well in a TLDR. Just joined to see you say taint levels increase. Gotta love this nonsense. Okay, bro. Yeah, but that's where I'm at with things. I know it's not particularly interesting to you guys, and you know, every time I think about that, it makes me a little bit sad. But I have to realize that I'm at this part, and it'll take a while to get back to where I was before here. And once I'm there, I need to be more responsible with not having the taint anymore. Like I have to sit on like a hilltop here. It's interesting to me. Oh, I'm happy you think it's interesting. Like, it's just so hard, you know, because like if I was in a better mood, then I could see the view count, 80 viewers or whatever. I can be like, well, that's okay. You know, the 80 people are interested. That's pretty good and whatever, blah, 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 blah. But when you're tainted, it's tough. And this number could be a lot higher and I would still be upset, right? So when you're tainted, everything is tainted and you can't interpret very well. So it's rough because the taint like warps your vision as well, and it makes it more difficult to see straight or think straight. And that's why you have to go over time, and every day you have to just pick the blue and heal yourself with it, you know. That's supposed to be a cross, but didn't really end up that way. You'll heal yourself like every day, and then over time, one day I'll wake up and I'll be like, you know, I'm feeling okay, and I only have like so much taint, and it's manageable, and I'm at the point where I can face this other stuff and be okay. But I have to get back there, and it fucking sucks. Depending on the taint, that's very true. I've seen some gnarly taints. I enjoy chilling like this. You should do it more often. Well, that's the plan, Stan. Like I said, I want there to be a lot more of this than there is of that, but I still need to do that stuff to like make money and pay the bills. You know what I mean? Like I'm pretty blessed in that I can make this exchange, right? Because there's some people, and maybe if you've watched Wheel of Time, it could be your capacity for the power or whatever, right? Some people are able to pull a lot more, you know, good stuff out of here than other people, right? Some people are able to pull, you know, this much. Obama. Thanks. I appreciate it. Whereas other people are able to pull a fuck ton. Right? So, you know, some people are able to pull a lot more, you know, money and viewership and whatever. And I realize I'm more of this. Like I'm 80% of this and probably only 20% of this. You know, like I could pull this stuff out of making this exchange. My capacity to pull from the power is like pretty great compared to like my peers and stuff, I feel personally. So hype train. Let me be a good streamer and check what has been going on. Thank you to Tornadre for your sub, for your prime. Thank you for the 3 months, Jama. I do appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you to Not Safe Word Jamie Vardy for your 20 months. It's been a long time. That's a name that has been grained into my mind for sure. Not Safe for Work Jamie Vardy. I actually thought that you also were on YouTube. Are you not also a YouTube chatter? I don't know. But yeah, thanks for the hype train. I don't know how we got a hype train though. The math is not adding up on that one. Is it that you don't enjoy debate reviews, or is it the negatives are only cumulative? Is it that you don't enjoy debate reviews, or is it that the negatives are only cumulative? Why are these mutually exclusive? I guess is where I'm confused. So let me start a new page because I'm kind of running out of space here, and I'll just start by drawing small this time around. So yeah, because I'm confused by what you're saying. I don't really get it. They don't have to be. Yeah, because like that's where I'm confused with the question. I mean, I can handle both of them separately. I definitely don't enjoy. I do when the people get something out of it, but the people that get something out of it tend to be small. Like, it tends to be that the smaller people actually get something out of the debate reviews, and the smaller people I don't get the money benefit out of. So it really fucking sucks, dude. It's so paradoxical. This fucking the power in the taint.
Gonna at least finish the LVL 1 seems good 100.
Thanks, dude. Thank you. Gonna at least finish the level 1. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for bringing us up to level 1. If you would like to continue, if you have a Twitch Prime sub, I'm trying not to shill or to like push stuff because today's just a fun stream and you know whatever. But yeah, if you had a Twitch Prime and you haven't used it, or you would like to subscribe or renew yours for the month, or donate or anything else, now would be the time. There's a hype train going, and it'll keep going if more people pay stuff into it. So yeah, when I help small people, I think small people get something out of it that big people don't. So not really much to draw on that one. Thank you for that. Who is it this time? Let's see here. Rake in Space. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it, Rake in Space. And it's your first month, I think. Welcome. And thank you for the host. Rake in Space. Good to have you, dude. Let me get back to my chat here. Yeah, so like helping small people, they definitely get something out of it, but I would rather for small people that they pay me to do it. This sounds really shitty, but like I don't want to have to touch, like, can I call this what it is? I wish I could call this side R. Because that's what keeps popping in my head. This kind of like you're trading the taint for whatever. I would really rather not have to touch side R to like do that for people. So when small people ask me to like review their stuff on stream, I think I'm gonna start saying this, even if it makes me seem like an asshole. I'm gonna have to start telling them to just like commission it, because I don't want to make this trade-off anymore. And if they really, really want help, they should pay for it. Because if they just trade me this thing for the benefit that they get out of it, so just 1-to-1, this for this, I'm okay with not investing the energy into here and playing with this to get what I want out of it. How about you just give me what I want and then I give you back what you want, right? I would rather it work like this. So maybe at this point I start transitioning a lot of my review content to just be private commission stuff more than like public stuff, because I don't like constantly touching the taint anymore. I don't enjoy it anymore. It's a Faustian bargain or whatever that I'm not having fun with as much. And if I do it, I need to make sure I get the most out of it as possible. Like, yeah, I'm going to reach for like the fattest part of it and just grab as much as I could possibly hold and pull that out with me. Then, yeah. That doesn't make you sound like an asshole at all. It feels like an asshole when the only context you have is the conversation between you and this other person. Like when they're like, hey, you know, I would really, really like your review on this thing and whatever. And then you have to be like, oh, well, yeah, if you have a lot of money, like $50 to $100 an hour, sure. This sounds really shitty. Like 50 to 100 per hour. No, you're too small to like do it on stream. Then this person's kind of like, oh, I don't have money, and I'm sorry that I don't have viewers or whatever. But you know, maybe in the future you'll do it or something like that. Like this hurts me. This hurts my soul every single time. Because like they are the person I want to help too. There is good there. There is like a benefit that I get out of it. It's just it's not worth the taint, and they don't know about the taint, and so that's the hard part. It's obscured behind me. They don't see that there's the taint going on. They don't understand all the taint and whatever. So from their perspective, it just looks like I'm like being an asshole, I think. I don't know. I picked the wrong time to join. What the fuck are you on about? I would suggest you just go on YouTube and rewatch the VOD. I mean, we've covered a lot of stuff, and I just gave a TLDR, and I'm not going to do it again. Sorry, dude. I thought everybody knew about the Taint. No, you know, some people don't know about all the holes. So, you know, doesn't surprise me. Some people don't know about the Taint. But yeah, this just kind of feels bad. And I've actually had numerous creators that are kind of upset that I don't cover their stuff, and that hurts too. Like, why don't you respond to my DM about covering this thing? Or, you know, like, hey, we've been friends for a while and we talk a lot, but you never ever cover any of my debates or whatever. And it's like, bro, because I don't want to touch Sidar all the time. I don't want to touch the stream all the time unless like I get a decent amount of return from it. And I'm sorry, but you're not worth like the mental anguish I have to go through to like do your thing or to like bring back some benefit for you as well. Like, I'm not reaching in there to like help other people. It's like self-serving. I only reach to the power to like get stuff for me and whatever. Because there's often not enough to like bring back stuff for other people, but whatever. Choo choo. Yeah, choo choo. And by the time it's worth your while to do it for free, it comes with more Taint. By the time it's worth your while to do it for free, it comes with more Taint. I don't know what this means, really. I don't really understand. Like, this person's maxed out. It's probably good to talk about ceilings and stuff. So, and if you're just joining us, we're changing topics. So don't worry if you don't know what the fuck's going on. Let's say that there is this amount of volume, right? Inside of a container. Let's actually make this not bulbous. Let's make this much easier to understand. Let's make this like a cube of some sort. Okay, and you only have so much volume in this cube, right? The amount of volume that is for like this person is maybe like, we'll call that 1, right? But the amount of volume for like Twitch politics and whatever, like the amount of people that could be touched by something is whatever the view count is, right? It's like 2,000 or something like that, right? Granted, it only ever really fills up to like here, right? But this 1 is like a corner of like one part of this. Like, really, if anything, it's selfish to ask me to like do this for you, to do it privately. But even when you're asking me to do it publicly, like, you're lowering the ceiling for what could come out of this. So the volume for you alone is like this. The volume for you on stream is probably only like the cube of that. If nobody knows who you are and stuff, like, if I stream it, it only goes up to like 4. Here, let's add some numbers to this. Right? Whereas the volume for like a popular thing is what, we'll put this at like 2,000 maybe. So, you know, it never ever makes sense to do anything in this territory. Like, the amount of good that comes out of it will kind of never ever make sense. And that's setting aside like my personal feelings. Like, my personal feelings, yeah, maybe this is a lot higher. Maybe it's like a 5. And if I stream it, it really goes down. So unfortunately, that doesn't even make any sense. And it's 0 here because I just don't care about the thing, really. If I get DMs after, maybe it could be like a 3 to a 5, but it's just not a lot. It's just not a lot. If I did something like this and it got a bunch, then that makes it more worth it to me, because something like this, like, I enjoy explaining what I think about things, how I'm feeling about things, and whatever. So these kinds of streams are fine. To be honest, they're basically telling you, why don't you do what I tell you to do for free? They aren't entitled to your services. Sure, but that's not at all how they feel about it. That's the problem. They don't feel that way. Like, that may be the truth of this in some regard, but that's not how they feel. So it's kind of irrelevant, right? Because then if I explain to them what you just told me, like, hey, you're not entitled and blah, 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 and I can't do this, and Sidar is this way, and I say all this, like that doesn't come across well to them. It doesn't change their
Oh,
mind
hey,
on it.
9 months sub anniversary.
Nice. Congrats on 9 months. Wow. That's longer than a pregnancy, dude. You know, I wanted to make a Gus Johnson joke, but I'll avoid it. But yeah, I don't think saying all this stuff impacts them at all. So you know, I get that the objective truth is that, but it's mostly their feeling that I feel bad about, because then they think poorly of me moving forward, and it's like, rip. Nothing I could really do about that. But yeah, so that's taking commissions and volumes and all that nonsense. Let me see. What was this thing? Oh, Zap.exe. I'm surprised it's only 9 months. I feel like you've been with us for a long time, because you're another name that like has stuck with me since I was like small. I don't know. Like some names I know they've been around since I was like tiny. I remember in some of our first streams, there was this like whiteboard that I had and I like wrote the names of people on the whiteboard, and I picked people every week that were like the best chatter, the best like sub, the best. I think we had like different categories for stuff or whatever. And I had like names of people. We did this maybe like once or twice. That was one of those things where it's like, again, early Booksmarts thought it would be worth it, and he thought it would be cool to do. But you know, Booksmarts nowadays certainly would not do this. It would take forever without help. And I don't get the benefit out of it. Yeah. Wow. The novelty of Twitch really impacted early Booksmarts, and it's just not there anymore. Yeah. There used to be this novelty of like, hey, there's like 3, or I don't know, maybe there's like 3 or 4 people here. And of those people, maybe like half of them will be on this list, and they'll be like, hey, that's me. And the others will be like, hey, I could be on that list one day. Oh, that's cool. But not anymore. Yeah, I used to do something like this, but not so much. Anywho, this stream is making me feel bad. It's just it's somewhat therapeutic to explain this stuff, because I don't know. Sometimes I'll talk with friends about it, especially friends in the space, and I don't know. Everybody's experience is very different. Like Irrelevant, and I'll leak this stuff. I don't care. I don't think Irrelevant cares either. Relly, when he wakes up in bed, okay, when he wakes up in bed, he's happy, and what he wants to do is stream. He's like, I can't wait to like go in front of a camera and be on my video games or my videos and watch them with my chat and whatever. He really wants to do this, right? And if he can't do that, he's sad. I'm not that way. Like, if this is Relly, I think Relly has glasses. I don't work this way. I don't look forward to it. I used to. I really did. But I can't tell how much of it is the taint, or how much of it is like genuinely not liking the stuff that I have to cover and whatever. But I don't really enjoy this as much anymore. It could be that this changes too. Like, probably worth telling you guys. This could change. This could change in like a month. In a month, I could be like, oh, that was just Booksmarts with a bunch of taint. That's why he didn't like this. There's actually something enjoyable to this, but yeah, just definitely, I don't feel like this at all. What actually happens is I'll be on my phone or something, or like listening to an audiobook, and I'll be like, oh, this is a cool idea, and I wish that I could share this with stream, but I'm not going to get any money for it, and people won't view it, and some chatters might say some like mean things about it or make fun of me, and I'm being vulnerable, and that's going to hurt me. You know, and this is true. This does happen. Even people today have done that to me, and it sticks with me. You know, it's tough to turn that off, especially when I have the taint. So, you know, yeah, there'll be times where I do this, and in the past I used to just make a list. of all the ideas and all the cool things that like pop up. And then I would go through those with you guys or incorporate them like slowly. And that's what I'm getting back to doing. So now, because I'm enjoying more of the stuff that I'm doing, I am keeping like a bunch of lists of cool things. And another thing that I'm doing, super secret, okay? Super secret strat, is I am screenshotting like Reddit posts and like modern things and like Reddit comments and things on like popular posts. And I will shuffle them back to the front so that they're not fresh in people's minds and talk about them. So if something is like a month old, like let's say this is from like 11/7/21 or whatever. If I bring it up now, then it's going to be fresh and way fewer people may have like caught it. So this is another thing I'm working on, is like a backlog of these ideas and whatever, and then incorporating them into the gnarly streams. Where is our layer for that? So we talked about how maybe 1 or 2 days a month we're going to do these like debate review streams and what you guys want and whatever. I could incorporate some of those ideas in there as like something before or after the stream or whatever. Another thing that I hope this content guy is going to help me do is to take this day and to break the stream up by like, a bearable part in between, like maybe viewer check-ins or whatever. Like, help me think on how I can make these streams a little bit more enjoyable for me and whatever, while still getting the benefit that I need out of them, right? Like if this is getting me this benefit, this might only get me this, but that's fine, whatever. Yeah. So there's like a few goals. We want less of this, we want more of this, and we want more of this. Okay, that's the idea. Stick Figure Rally has a dope setup. Yeah, it's probably better than Real Rally's setup, if I'm being honest. I've been actually like casually, quaintly surprised by like everybody's setup so far. Every streamer that I've met, like Supreme, WickedSupreme setup is like kick ass. Like he has a big desk in front of him and a nice chair and a gazillion like doodads, and he's got a big ass box light and a camera here and 3 fucking monitors and 2 computers and a gazillion like audio control things and whatever. Like he's got a hella complicated setup. I was surprised. It's like a room. Like if we were looking at it from above, it's like this is all the streaming space. But man, he's got so much shit on the walls. He's got all these like awards and whatever and yada yada yada. Who else can I talk about meeting in person? Two Mads is super simple from what I've seen. So not much to say there. Oh, Cherries. Cherry is in a huge fucking room. Cherry's setup is like this. And this is the room. Cherry's got a lot of space. I thought for sure that it would be like she's on like a couch and then she's got like her desk and then like I don't know, there's like room for a door here. That's what I thought it would be. But she's got like a big ass room. So that was cool. Yeah, like most people's setups are like surprisingly interesting or like different than what I expected them to be. So that's kind of cool to see everywhere that I go. And I'll probably see more people's setups as I move on. But like at work, this is the setup that I had at the office and whatever. Like I think the office is like there's no wall here. Because I don't think I've ever shown you guys the office. There's no wall here. Over here we have a restroom. So if you hear me pee, that's why. We have a desk right here. We have the bookshelf behind me. We have another desk here. We have a shelf here. There's this like itty bitty crawl space that you can't use when I put the camera and the lights up. And then usually there's shit on the floor here. But yeah, so this is where I sit. Then I have the 3 monitors, my computer, and the fridge. and that's that setup. But yeah, when I put the camera stuff up, I can't walk this way, so it's a bit rough. If I go back to California, I probably need to get a new office because this just doesn't work. It's way too small. Can't fault yourself for being ambitious, though, I guess. Well, don't let this become a Taint stream if it makes you feel bad. Yeah, I don't think it doesn't make me feel bad in that way. It's more of like a reflective thing. Like, there's just a sadness at looking how much the Taint is taken over, but I don't feel like it's the same thing as like something I actively know is contributing to it, if that makes any sense at all. Like, the evaluation of it makes me feel sad, but it's not the same as like the everlasting negativity that comes from like doing those streams that I don't like. Another thing you have to realize is in the before days, here comes some lore. In the before days, so when I was 15, when Booksmarts was 15, I had a job as a dispatcher for a restaurant delivery service, okay? So at 15, I was a dispatcher. Now, this job kind of sucked. It made me like $8 an hour. It was whatever. Before that, I was 10. I made $10 a day, working all day at this, like, I swept up hair at a barber shop, like an old-timey barber shop, okay? So when I think this was like 10 to 13, somewhere in that range. It definitely couldn't have been 10. It was probably something more like 12 to 13. I did this. So I did this, and then I also, in between here, I sold sodas. And selling sodas was dope because I got to do my own work the way that I wanted to, and it made me extra money. Like, it would make me between like, on a bad day, it would only make me $5, but on a good day, I might make like 50 to 60, right? So that was really cool. And then when I did dispatcher stuff, I started to do tutoring right after. So maybe tutoring here, which was awesome because this is where the good feelings started, right? And then we have like a little kid here. Okay. Tutoring was cool because I could make, what was I charging at the time? I think it was between $12 and like $15 per hour when I started. And I got to like teach people, and I got to feel that there was something good that can come from work, right? Like, sometimes I would help people when I'm a dispatcher and I got like a little bit of it. I never got it doing the jobs before, but in tutoring, I really started to get that, and I liked that. And it didn't have any taint to it. And then I did essays, which was another main job. And for typing out essays, it was rad because this would make me anywhere on the low end to like 75 to maybe 125 to like 150 an hour. Because I got really fast at writing papers, and I already knew all the answers and I had all the sources. And so essays become very, very easy. That means I got to work less hours. So it did come with some taint. This is where the taint started. There was a little bit of taint, but there was a lot of good. Like, because I got to test my mettle, and I got to, feel like I was smart, and I got to help people that were in a pinch, and it made me feel good about myself. And I got all this money. So what started as like a mere taste of like money here, and an even bigger taste for it here, as well as like freedom. Let's make freedom a different color, because freedom is a pretty constant dimension in my life. There was a lot of freedom with doing the coke and stuff. There was no freedom here, but there was more money. And here there was like okay money, and there was this, and there was freedom. So tutoring has always felt really good because I get a lot of benefit out of it. I get okay money, whatever. And then essays, just there was like total and complete freedom because there was a ton of money. Okay. And because there was a ton of money, there got to be a ton of freedom. And that was really, really cool. And then I started streaming. Doing coke equals freedom. Yeah, maybe, dude. A room with a lot of space can feel so luxurious. Yeah, for sure. Then there was streaming. which at first didn't make a lot of money, but I guess we could look at it the way it is today. We need a red dot. And streaming on, I would say it makes between, if I'm doing like the side R streams where I'm dipping into the power, maybe $50 to $200 an hour. I think that 200 is like really, really pushing it. Maybe like 120 is probably way more honest. So, you know, it makes okay money. It's definitely not what, you know, my old gig used to be, but there's a lot more potential. The potential here was kind of locked, but the potential here is like infinite, right? I could make infinite amounts. So that's something to consider. The freedom is like pretty high. But we start getting the taint. A lot of the taint. Which sucks. There's just so much taint with streaming. I made YouTube videos as well, which took a lot of time, so I don't have a lot of freedom, and it doesn't make a lot of money, but I feel good about the stuff that I'm making. And the taint is like pretty little. And again, the room for growth is like pretty big here, but yeah. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah. So I don't know. Here's the lore. When I did essays, I think this was pog as fuck. Essays and tutoring are pog as fuck. And I think that doing commissioned work will be kind of like tutoring. So I think equivalent to this is also commissioned help. And it makes more money by a lot, so. And makes me feel good relatively similarly. And it also has like a large amount of freedom to it, if that was my main gig, you know. So there's commissioned help. Man, it's $75 an hour. If you can manage even 20 hours a week, that's like $50K a year. For doing what part? For doing essays? Yeah, for sure. Granted, there's a bunch of work to make sure that you're getting this, right? There's marketing work and a lot of things are up to chance. Like my entire business fell apart with the pandemic, right? So like there's a lot more risk and that's not pictured here, right? So yeah, I mean, it's cool when you can get it running and stuff, but you have to get enough work to like make this make sense. And it's in the process of getting enough work that kind of is rough. In a similar way, streaming's like that, right? Like the hard part about essays is marketing. And dealing with clients. Because, man, there's something about, like, bitching about essays when you're somebody who's paying for essays. I don't know. It's like bitching to a hitman when you're paying for somebody to get killed. It's kind of like, I don't know. So the marketing and the clients is annoying. Here it's getting viewers. Here, I won't put viewers. I'll put getting. Actually, you know what? I think viewers is a good way of putting it. Getting you guys and dealing with you guys is rough. So the viewers are definitely, and you can see why when I said before that like Relly wakes up and is looking forward to do this every day, I can't, because the key component, the viewers in this, I actually really dislike, because I can't really turn you guys on or off. You guys are the whole reason I do the thing, and so it's like I can't, you know. Whereas YouTube, you can just put the thing out and like look at the numbers, and if the numbers are good, they're good. If they're bad, they're bad, and I don't really care what the comments say. But that's not really how streaming works. So yeah, the viewers are just where a lot of this comes from. I imagine that streaming also requires way more consistency. Not in my experience, but that's what everybody tells me. Like, I don't know. I'm able to stream randomly and be okay, but I suppose that the theory goes that you need to be consistent for sure. Now, if you're talking about consistency in terms of the quality of the content, then for sure. Like, if all of my line by lines started sucking really bad and my takeaways were pretty fucking stupid, then yeah, it would all fall apart. In that regard, I guess consistency is important. Streaming Eagle's getting the bag. Not even, though. Like, the problem is I'm tainted because I've seen this. Right. I've seen an alternative that like does better. So it's not really just getting the bag, because I don't think that's like a huge bag, at least in the places I'm living and stuff. And this is at like debating review hours, right? This is not like what we're doing today. What we're doing today, I would be surprised if it's more than 8. Right? Which is taking me back to like being a dispatcher. But like, if you give like past me the option of like, would you rather stream right now and get paid the same? Of course. Even if it's just stuff that I want to do, like I'm doing right now, like, yeah, it's worth it. But yeah. Did the Doomer politics controversy and subsequent debates have an impact on your enthusiasm for commissioned work? Yes. For sure. I had expected that maybe there would be some like fallout, but I didn't expect it to be what it was. Like, I was treated as if I had written everything. Like, I guess I had more of a, more faith that people would understand what like my contribution to that was, and they didn't. And that was rough. So in that way, yes, like people thought like I wrote the whole thing or I wrote the whole script or something. And it's like, no, I mean, I feel bad about that because Doomer spent a lot of like time and energy and money on writing that script and making the video what it was and editing it and whatever. So it feels bad that you're taking credit away from him. B, you're assigning way more credit to me than is acceptable. Like, I gave him comments and stuff on a giant Word doc and like research document. Like, I didn't write the thing. I barely commented on like the wording of stuff. Really, it was more or less telling him like what sections made sense to keep in and what sections made sense to take out, right? Because at some points it felt like there were like 3 videos wrapped into one, and it's like, well, if video number 1 is like the idea that you want to put forward, don't put these other 2 things in there because they're going to take away from that. Right. Yeah, so, you know, it was a lot of that. And, that's what made it feel bad is like, I think people took credit away from Doomer because of my involvement with it. And they assigned way too much like involvement to me when that wasn't really the case. Turns out the audio was just Books doing a really good Doomer impression. Yeah, like I don't know. I didn't make that video. And the views in it weren't mine either, which I thought would be the one thing that people would understand. And it was the one thing that they didn't. So that was actually probably the biggest surprise is like, the views in here are not necessarily mine. Like, I might agree with Doomer on like a ton of the points. Do I think Vosh is like unironically evil? No, not really. I think few people are like unironically evil or whatever, but yeah, like, yeah. And then people wanting to debate with me on Doomer's points afterwards was like cringe as fuck. Like, it'd be like if I edited like a book for somebody about like white nationalism and then everybody wanted to like debate me on white nationalism. Like, bro, it was a job. Like, it's not even like my personal belief or anything. I don't know. I thought people would understand how editing and like being an editor works a little bit more, and they didn't. But that's because I'm coming from like the ghostwriting world, and I know like what an editor's involvement is in like the book writing process for the most part. And I don't know. I just I had different expectations for what people would think. I think people are eager to sort people onto binary sides and don't do well with accepting nuanced positions. Perhaps. I don't know. And so you're the one that told him to cut the horsecock section. That must have been somebody upstream from me. There was no horsecock section when I was in there. That would go against what he should have had in there anyways. It would make Vosh look based. You're saying this like people in chat have jobs. I don't think you have to have jobs to understand what an editor does. Like, I learned what an editor did when I was like a weeb and I liked anime. Like, I don't know. I feel like you learn this information through other places. Like, I don't think you have to have a job to like understand these things. You can understand people wanting to explore your actual opinion. Yeah, if they wanted to, they didn't. They didn't, though. They weren't interested in my opinion because my opinion wasn't interesting. Like, that's the thing. I think the President's Sunday conversation is a good representation of a lot of the conversations I had in private. Because I had several Discord calls in private where I talk with people about, like, their problems with stuff. And they were like, they gave up in, like, 5 or 10 minutes because they were just disinterested. Because I was like, oh, like, yeah, this specific problem you have with Doomer? Okay. I don't believe in that. So, yeah. Or they would be like, there was a lot of like Doomer's appearances on interviews and stuff afterwards, I think made him look bad. And this is like a common thing for YouTubers. They develop a different skill. Prepping a whole document in like a script and spending months on it and presenting those arguments is always going to come off better than defending them in real time. And I think Doomer is somebody who is definitely a victim of that. But yeah, a lot of people brought up like his subsequent interviews and they're like, you're telling me you really are siding with the guy that believes this? He said this, Booksmarts. Like, okay, that sounds pretty stupid. Well, if it's stupid, then why did you help him? Well, this isn't what we talked about when I helped him, nor is it what's in the video. So like, that's why. And even if this is what he believed, like part of my job, if I took it as an editor, would be to make sure that doesn't make it in the final product. Same as a bunch of other stuff that I advised him to take out, stuff about his political opinions about different things. I advised that he take out and they got taken out. So, you know, like, yeah, those conversations just went nowhere and people gave up like really quick because they weren't interested in what I believed, because what I believed wasn't helpful to like continue to have a disagreement with me. So, you know, yeah, they kind of just wanted to proxy argue against Doomer. Yeah, that's what the case was with Sunday for sure. Maybe these other people too, but like, and that's what I told all of them is like, Doomer's a pretty open dude. Like, I know you don't like him because he said some shit that you disagree with, but like, if you just DM Doomer, I'm sure he would talk with you about this. Like, he's not opposed to that. He spent a lot of time on this project and it means something to him, you know, like, but it's not very smart to go after me. You know, I think that's a waste of my time and yours. It's like debating the editor of a movie about how bad a deleted scene is. Yeah, or like the director's commentary after, like, well, did you see in the director's commentary where he said blah, blah, blah? Like, what? Did you see what the director said on Twitter? Like, bro, are you going to ask me about my job or are you going to ask me about my boss? Like, I don't know. Like, you can dislike my boss all you'd like, you know? Maybe I agree with you on a bunch of this stuff, but, you know, don't attack me like I'm the boss. I don't know. And I think Vosh doesn't want to talk with me anymore after that. I get the sentiment. I get feeling like feeling bad about the dude who helped with like what you consider to be a hit piece or whatever. I do think that everything said in the video was like pretty fair though. And whatever isn't fair, if you have evidence to support it and you like presented it to me, I think a couple of people did with a couple of points in private, then I concede. I'm not married to it, but like, I think that he had pretty solid messages throughout, and like a lot of his main bullet points, even if you disagreed with one of the examples he used in the video. Here is the other thing. Holy shit. There was so many parts of those conversations where we would go to his research document. I would be like, okay, so you disagree with the use of this clip to make this idea. Okay. What about these 4 or 5 other clips? Oh, I didn't know there was 4 or 5 other clips. Okay, but he made, like, in my mind, as the editor, a huge part of what was published was the document. The document, in my opinion, if you're an argumentative person and you want to debate somebody, is going to be more interesting to you than the video. Because the video is meant to be entertaining. You can only pick so many examples, yada, yada, yada. the research document is well outlined, and it's just a constant stream of examples of each of the points he's talking about in order. So we would go to the document and I would be like, okay, what about this clip and this clip and this clip? And they would tell me things like, well, I'll have to look into that because I don't think Vosh believes that. Like, okay, but Vosh is right here saying it. What do you mean? Like, and why is your first instinct when I show you something counter to what you believe in to go and like disprove why it's a counter when it's immediately apparent to you that it works? Like, I don't know. That seems like a bad instinct to have. But yeah, and then I think 2 of those people said that they would contact me back after looking at the research document. They never did. So, you know, it's like, I don't know, like a lot of the points that Doomer made, they're not just supported by what's in the video. There's a whole research document with like every single other clip that he used to support that, or every other video. So I think people just want to argue, dude. They don't really care. I think there's a slightly unforgiving interpretation on a couple of Vosh's philosophical positions. Yes, but that's for good reason, because his philosophical positions inform a lot of his other positions, and you see that over time. But that's a point of the video that maybe goes over people's heads. I, an American, had an Italian try to argue with me about Trump when I visited Rome. Like I was somehow responsible for Trump personally, or agreed with him. Yeah. Don't know why people do this. I think some people just like arguing a lot, and if his only relation to you is Trump, good to have I'm Really Important in the community. Thank you for
Imagine
the sub.
being evil.
Yeah, imagine being evil. Dude, I Hey, I don't know how long you've been watching the stream for today, but we talked about a lot of the stuff that's kind of bumming me out about Twitch and whatever. And I think I put it in a better way than I could explaining it to you guys, my friends and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I'm tempted to tell you that if you're interested, you could watch it, but I don't want to make you watch a bunch of stuff. You want to chat about it? We could. Do you want to chat? Are you free? That might be interesting. I could like TLDR this stuff since it's all like written and drawn in front of me, and maybe talked with you about it. I don't know if we'd reach any kind of solution, but it would be content. I'm free if you want, no pressure. Well, 2022 is the year of collaborating with people. I'd be down. You suck? Thanks, D-Boy. You're part of the problem. Thanks, D-Boy. You're part of the evil, dude. Congrats. But in a good way. Oh, okay. Like I'm a good suck. I gotcha. I'm happy to be a good suck. That sounds good. I'm proud. Okay, I guess call me whenever audio. Okay, sounds good. I'll call you. Oh, 1 sec. I don't think it's coming out the right end. Okay, hello? Ooh, your mic isn't working this time. Now I feel like the professional streamer. I missed what bummed out books. I'm guessing he was...
Can you hear me?
Now I can, yeah.
Oh, man, my Discord's been weird. It didn't connect for a moment, and then like it didn't light up green when I was talking, so I don't know. I didn't change anything.
Oh, weird. You were having that light up problem on the Stardust panel too, right?
Yeah, and I talked to BPF earlier, and I had it too. It just kind of right when I connect. I don't know.
That does sound strange. I wish I could help, but I have no idea. The Discord is a mystery to me.
Same. I like trying to figure out permissions for channels and stuff is so confusing.
Yeah, and if you do it wrong when you first start, by the time you have like 25 channels or whatever, to make everything correct again is like, oh man, you're telling me I have to go through every single one and change everything? Like, fuck that.
Yeah. Did you see Cherry got hate rated last night and they took over her Discord? Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, there's some Groiper crew. I think because she was watching Destiny debate, some right-wing people.
Jesus.
But they came into her Discord and they just spammed like all this Nazi stuff in all the channels. But they all joined the voice channel. There was like 40 of them in this channel just saying the N-word as fast as they could. And so I went in there and I was like, we did it. We conquered. We destroyed lads today. You boys became men. Little dipshits.
Jesus Christ. Whose community were they from, probably? Do we know?
She was watching some debate. I think it was Destiny and Vosh versus a guy named Eric Stryker, something like that.
Eric Stryker would make sense. That dude's kind of toxic. But that's an old
They were hitting
debate.
they were raiding a bunch of people. I guess Loner Box got hit by them too, so I don't know.
Eek.
Bored young men on the internet.
Yeah. You can't let them get too bored or they start getting up to mischief.
Troublemakers.
Yeah.
She took it. She laughed it off. She thought it was funny. So
that's good.
So what are you out here? I don't know this position you have of being blackpilled on Twitch politics or Twitch in general. So what's the elevator pitch version of it?
Yeah. So the analogy that I'm using. Oh boy, should I even? Oh, fuck it, dude. I'll do it. So all the language is the same. No, I won't actually. Let me think of a different way of wording this, because I use some complicated like analogy that related to like the book that I'm reading, and I think it would get confusing kind of quick. Although I could try, maybe you'll understand that one. Do you want to try that one?
Maybe.
Okay.
I saw like 30 seconds of Wheel of Time after you talked about it. Wasn't for me, but I tried.
So, if you meditate and you go into that black space in your mind and you just imagine that there was like a stream of light in there, and we're going to call that light like the power. In this book, women can reach out to that stream of power and touch it and nothing goes wrong. But men, the book describes their being like a film on the top of it, like oil on top of water. And to reach in and touch that power, you're always going to dirty yourself in that film because it rests on the outside. And I said that like the viewership and the money that you get on Twitch by doing things that you know are popular is like touching that tainted power. Like there's always this taint of like feeling bad or having awful chatters in your chat or constantly being pushed to continue doing that kind of content. All of that happens when you reach in and you touch that. But some people are really gifted. Some people, like I would include myself there, can reach in on those topics and pull out like decent viewership, decent money and whatever. And it makes it very tempting to keep doing it over and over. But for me, I find that taint that's resting on the surface, like starts to really dirty me over like a period of time. Like it starts to build up. I start to get like really bummed out on the whole idea of streaming in general. And it makes it less and less appetizing to not touch it, to stream and not do something that is like drama related or that is a debate review. And it sucks because then it takes a long time to like work through that mentally and make all that taint go away. And the less and less that I touch it, the less and less money and relevance and whatever I can have. And so to go through this therapy of getting rid of all of it, like takes a while and kind of takes a lot out of me and hurts my like standing on the website and stuff like that. And I don't like constantly going through this cycle of like accumulating all that taint, then having to work in private to get rid of all of it, and then going through that whole cycle again where like, and now we're back to debate reviews for as long as I could possibly do it, because that window of time of doing debate reviews is getting smaller and smaller over the time that I've been streaming. Does that make sense? Does the analogy and everything make sense?
Yeah, I definitely think it makes sense. My first question is, what makes the taint go away for you?
Engaging in all the stuff I love in private, and like going to the anime place with you was like great. It felt fun and whatever, but you probably noticed that the moment I had to turn my stream on and like do something, it's like, oh God, there's the taint again. And it's not even on like a thick part of the stream. It's not even at like the debate end. It's on this like, oh boy, now I have to like be entertaining and like talk to a chat that I'm not tracking very well. And all that anxiety and stuff comes up. So like doing fun stuff, listening to audiobooks, listening to podcasts, writing about things for fun, that kind of stuff. But none of it contributes to like my financial well-being and whatever.
Do you not enjoy sharing your interests with the public? Like those things that you just described? Do you like not sharing your passion for audiobooks or enjoying audiobooks or whatever? Like, is that just so personal that you couldn't enjoy that publicly as well, some way?
I definitely could. And that's what I want to start doing more, is just only sharing the enjoyable stuff. But when I have this like taint on me, like when I'm depressed and stuff because of all the other the lows of that hit me harder. Like seeing what the viewership is hits me harder. Seeing that like this is not financially viable. I didn't make more than like $8 an hour doing this or whatever. All of that hits me and like spirals me because I'm already kind of depressed because of the rest of it.
Well, one thing that's helped me a lot is having a daily sub goal, because it's something for me to encourage people to support me on to a level that I'm like, you know what, no matter what happens today, as long as I hit that sub goal, like I'm feeling good, you know, because there are days where you don't get any money at all and it's like, you know, it's tough. So I don't know if something like that might help. I know you've been kind of averse to that. You used to be very I don't want to say solicitous, but like you were perfectly fine explaining what you're trying to do, get people to your Patreon and stuff. And you would give a pitch on that. So I kind of feel like that has taken a lot of pressure off me to do content that I know will get views. But I also think you have a little bit of the curse of quick success. And it didn't force you to go through some of the lower stages, you know, to building that base of exactly who you are and what you want to do. You're a little susceptible to what the audience wants.
Yeah. In my mind, I feel like, and maybe this is part of the problem, like the whole job is just doing what the audience wants.
Yeah, that's not what I do at all. Like, so I can at least tell you, not to brag, but it's like, it doesn't have to be like this.
Okay.
If I can watch boring ass C-SPAN and talk about some old ass dinosaurs talking politics, then you sure as hell can find a way to make your interest exciting, you know? And I feel like you used to do that with your debate reviews. I don't know what made you sour on debate reviews. It seems like you really did enjoy analyzing them for a long time.
I enjoyed like flexing the research muscle because I wasn't able to do that at work anymore because like essay writing fell through. So like the fun part was always like what's not on stream. And I was personally interested in like pointing out patterns that I didn't see other people pointing out. But after the first maybe half dozen or dozen of those, it's kind of like, oh, it's the same thing over and over. Oh, these people don't want to change. Oh, like that's just how some of these folks are. Or, oh, they're different in private than they are in public. Like there were a lot of like kind of reality shattering moments that made it to where like, I can't delude myself into thinking I'm making change with this or that I'm pointing out things that people don't see. And even if I did for some viewers, even if some viewers are like, hey, this is my first time watching and I've actually never noticed this pattern that you point out in every single debate review, the like joy I feel in my heart is like less and less. And I almost don't feel it anymore when like people tell me that. So it initially started out interesting, but it lost steam for sure because it was just repetitive.
It's interesting because it seems analogous to your tutoring in the private world, but you would actually see people progress with your tutoring, and that must be pretty frustrating to basically be tutoring here, and you're not seeing your student take it seriously or progress, but you're being paid to like still show up, you know what I mean, and try. It's kind of like the rich parents bringing in a tutor, and it's like hopeless.
Yeah.
I understand why that would bring you down. But like, is there a way to just enjoy the craft of rhetoric by maybe looking further, maybe going into like YouTube, some new characters, like picking on some YouTubers or something, and you know what I mean? Like, is there new territory you can touch?
I suppose I could try new people. Like we did think about like behind the scenes doing stuff for like Mizkif and these other people, but and here's the difficult thing, IRI, is like once I've like gotten that burnout, or like I've had like too much of this taint and I feel really depressed, I can't tell if I'm a good judge of like what will or won't be fun anymore. Like, because when I think about doing something for Mizkif or for these like other bigger streamers or different people, it's kind of like it feels like the exact same thing. It's just like with a different person. Like it doesn't feel like it would be fulfilling all of a sudden because it's something different. It feels like I would see the same thing again, and a lot of the time what I'm seeing as a problem is like what other people like about somebody. Like I don't like when Steven's an asshole. I like it when he like calmly explains what he means to say. Like there's always this ideal in my mind of how things could go, and it's just that ideal is not entertaining for people. It doesn't even make for like conversations I would enjoy watching necessarily, but I can't bring myself to advocate for like the practices people engage in to make the conversations interesting, because they lead to like nothing burgers and content that I just like don't like consuming.
Damn. Would you watch your own streams? Like, do you think they're entertaining? Like, are you what?
I watch them a lot. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, like, you think it's entertaining, you know, not that you're sitting there being entertained by yourself, but you're like, okay, yeah, this is a fun place to hang out and be. I only ask that because I feel like that's where you need to start with what you enjoy, what your passions are. You know, I happen to be into politics, you know, and I found a space where some other people are too. But if I was into hamsters or whatever the hell, I would find where those people are and be with them or try to bring them here, you know? So,
what happens when you have like revolving doors of like interest though? Doesn't that make it difficult?
Yeah, I mean, I have a few interests too, and I don't like share all of them. But this is tough, but I think my experience is the more open about my life that I am with my community, the better of an experience it is. So I don't know if that's a direction you need to explore, because you are pretty open about your life. And then I don't feel the pressure to like entertain. It's like, well, me just being here and being open with these people is enough. You know, I don't necessarily have to do some sort of strict content or something, you know? I don't know. Let me tell you, for me, what's entertaining about you as a viewer, if you want.
Sure.
Well, because I'm your friend, but I also enjoy your content. You know what I mean? Like, I think that you're just a lot of fun to be around, you know? And so I don't think you need any pressure to like do anything. I think you would just have fun turning on your stream and talking about what the hell you did, because people want to hear what you did, because you're a good storyteller and you do interesting things. You're just like traveling and stuff. You're like in a new place all the time. So I think sometimes that you think the audience expects more than you need to give. Like, I think these people just want to hang out with you. Like, they don't give a shit what you talk about. Like, yeah, more people come if you talk about Destiny or something, but I think you've got plenty of people that just like hanging out with you and seeing what the hell you're up to.
Maybe that is like a good point. Maybe I do kind of overthink what people are expecting out of it.
Yeah, like I kind of just turn on my stream and whatever I feel like talking about that day, I talk about. And obviously it's politics because I care about that and it's exciting. Yeah, it's not easy, man. These aren't easy things to figure out.
Yeah. And it feels like there's some sort of like soldiering through you have to do. Like there are going to be streams where they perform really poorly, even if it's something you're really interested in. Or like with you in politics, maybe there was a political story of the day that you're like, damn, this has got to be one of the most important things of like 2022. And then it just doesn't do well. And you're like, dang, of all the days, like this sucks. But I have a sneaking suspicion it's the depression and stuff that's probably pushing me to like not see clearly on some of this. Like, it would be better to just do what I think is interesting every single day, and there will be ups and downs.
Yes, totally. Whatever you're interested in. I definitely have those days where I end a stream and I'm like, I just don't feel good. Like, this didn't feel like I shouldn't have yelled at those people, or why did I talk about that? Like, I completely missed a big story or something. And what I've learned is you're going to wake up the next day and not care. So I just kind of ignore it. Nowadays, I also go for a walk after every stream. I make a point to take like a 10-15 minute walk just to kind of have some other things in my brain, because you see stuff when you go outside. If you sit in your apartment, you don't see shit. But you go outside, you see some weird stuff, even if you just walk for 10 minutes, a couple people walk by laughing, or, oh, I never noticed that bush there, or, oh my God, that's an ugly car, or whatever. It's just something else takes your mind off it. I don't know if that helps at all.
Actually, it's got me thinking about something I didn't even mention here that might be making the bad streams worse for me. Like, when I go and do timestamps, I rewatch the entire VOD at like 3 or 4x, and like then I check comments afterwards, or like I look myself up on like Reddit and Discord. And if I have like a popular stream, and the popular streams are often those debate ones that I don't really enjoy doing, I feel like I'm probably prolonging that negative experience for a lot longer than I need to. Like, I'm sitting with it for like way too long. It would probably be better to like have somebody else do timestamps and like detach from it for a few hours at least.
Yeah, exactly. It's good to recognize like what changes your mood or whatever, and like, okay, how do I avoid that? I think that's a big part of streaming too, is learning what works for you and what doesn't. And like me, you make a few mistakes and you're like, okay, I'm not doing that again, because I didn't like how I felt after that. So I think it is important to recognize when you don't feel good. I also don't have my viewer count on usually. I don't know if you just stare at your viewer count. I know it's a common thing, but I try turning your viewer count off for a week if you haven't ever done that.
I only check it when I feel like the stream is getting boring.
But what do you gauge that? Like, how do you gauge the stream is getting boring?
There's like a heart sinking feeling I get that like maybe you've been going on too long on this thing, or like chat hasn't been moving very much, or that sort of stuff. And if there's enough of those in a row and I'm already like feeling bad, that kind of leads to it. Yeah.
Interesting.
Or if somebody doesn't know what the fuck we're talking about.
Well, they seem interested. But I don't know. I think also it's like, what are your goals too? I think a lot of people don't think about like, what are my goals? Like numbers and actions and milestones. You know what I mean? I think it's important to have those fresh, short term and long term as well. And a lot of people put their goals in like, well, I want to get a website or whatever. It's like, okay, it's not really a goal, It's like you got to want to achieve something.
Yeah. We're working on that luckily behind the scenes to like figure out what are some metrics to hit like per quarter and stuff. So hopefully that'll help with that, because yeah, it's basically been a free fall with that. But to the frustration of that dude that helps me with marketing, like it also, that stuff doesn't really help me when I'm like depressed and whatever. Like he'll be like, well, look, I mean, look at your viewership compared to like this time last year, or look at the income on this compared to this. Like, yeah, it's like I'm numb. Like I don't feel any of that stuff, but it is good to have the goals and like put faith in like the idea of forward progress or something like that for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying if you're down in the dumps and somebody's trying to pull you out of that. It's like, dude, I'll get out of it when I get out of it. I'm sure they're just, their heart's in the right place, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually think your streams are a lot of fun. I think people like walk away no matter what happens, having fun and a good time, and that's enough of a gift, I guess. It's like it's nice to have someone that can distract you from your life You know what I mean? So I think you're providing quite a bit, you know. People will watch you do anything.
That's what some people say, but I don't know.
Oh, I know the numbers. Anytime you change your content, like the numbers go down because people aren't used to it, you know? It's always hard, even if it's a slight little change. But yeah.
That's what makes following what you like kind of scary.
Yeah. But, you know, the shine of like high viewership or whatever kind of wears off over time, and you humanize some of these heroes because you get to know them a little bit, and maybe they're not the perfect gods they once seemed like from behind the screen. But you got to do what you love and what makes you happy. I really think that's important. Like whatever you do offline is what you should be doing with your stream. Like, what are you going to do after this? You going to read an audiobook or listen to an audiobook or something while you putz around? What are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm probably going to read an audiobook. Maybe cook.
Cook. Okay. Well, I think just sharing that kind of stuff is a lot of fun. How is it in New Jersey anyways? Is it cold?
So my only experience with the cold has been like living in the van. So my idea of cold is it's this like inescapable thing. But like I never thought about this. People warm their houses here and they know how to deal with the weather. So like it's always like even warmer than it is like outside in California here. It feels like inside of the house, but like outside for sure it's a lot colder. But I think it's a lot more bearable because most of your time you're in the house and it's like warm. So it almost doesn't matter what it's like outside.
True, but I guess when I lived in New York City, I didn't live in the burbs or whatever, so I didn't have a car. So I guess I had to walk to the train and then stand in the train, and it's cold as fuck. So couldn't escape it. But yeah, I'm sure it's nice and toasty inside the house. Yeah, it's got your little fuzzy socks and everything, man. Enjoy.
Yeah, it's nice.
Can you walk anywhere? Like, can you go to a convenience store or anything on your own, or are you fully dependent on Cherry now? And she's gonna keep you like a prisoner in the movie Misery.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes she takes the chains off the door, and then I can go explore now. Today I wanted to walk across the street and go down to like the grocery store and stuff, but I think there's definitely stuff I could walk around and do. I just got to figure out locking up the house and stuff with them, and then I'll be good to go.
Hell yeah. Well, that's great. How far, can you go to New York City during the day or anything like that? Because I feel like you would have a ball just hanging out in New York City for a day or two.
Yeah, I could probably do all that stuff. I probably should do all that stuff for sure. It's just the COVID
That's
thing.
made for you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm excited for you. It's fun. Do you have like your own bathroom and stuff? Like what's the arrangement here?
Yeah. So this house is ginormous. Like it was the first thing that struck me when I walked in is like, this doesn't look huge from the outside, but like there's a lot of space in here. So like I have my own room. With a very, very nice, huge bed. And then I have this room, which is like an office. And then both of them each have their own offices. And then like, yeah, there's just like a lot of really big rooms in the house. So everybody has like tons and tons of space. There's one bathroom upstairs where all the offices are and stuff. So that's kind of like my bathroom. I think there's a bathroom downstairs, but I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm not wanting for space. There's definitely a lot of space here.
That's awesome. Your own office and bedroom.
Yeah. That's nice.
Very cool. I'm excited to see what you do with this stability, you know, and level of comfort that you don't have to worry about like other things. So I think it's exciting.
Yeah, perhaps. Although I think like what hurts me more than instability is probably like mental instability, which I hope I'll also work on here too. Like I have to like like every day, I think about like how I'm not shaved and how my hair looks like shit because there are two normal people that look like normal people. And I'm like, ugh, you know, it's a lot like living with my parents again. Like I feel the need to like keep up appearances and stuff like that. Or like today I woke up and I got out of the room at like 2 p.m. and I was like, I probably should have been out of the room sooner than that, and I should fix my sleep schedule and yada yada. So I think the social pressure will be like a very positive thing for me mentally, more so than like the space being, you know, in one spot. Because I think sometimes I blame like moving around a lot on instability stuff, but I'm really good at moving around and stuff. Like I pack and I'm gone in like a day, so it's not a huge inconvenience. Traveling kind of is, but not really like the instability stuff. I think it's mental instability that's probably the most harmful.
Doesn't Cherry like sleep all day anyways? Who's she to talk sleep schedules? Doesn't she wake up at like 9 p.m. or some shit?
I mean, to be clear, they don't harangue me about the sleep schedule or anything. And I have a feeling that Cherry probably sleeps in really late, but
I know. I'm just saying for you, like you shouldn't feel any pressure. She's got like a crazy sleep schedule. So it's like whenever you function, you know, I think it's cool. But I understand the pressure. You're like, oh, this is their house. Like, look, it's a new place and it's a new arrangement. But I think it's all out love and it's all going to be awesome. So I feel you.
Yeah. But I like feeling like a stable, well-to-do human being. So like, I don't know. I feel more like holding myself to the image of what I would like to be when I'm like around other people, if that makes any sense.
Do you think it's good to have a little pressure on you?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. Well, that's good. That's like why I go see a therapist every 2 weeks. Now it's like once a month, but because I'm accountable to this third person. I'm like, remember that stuff we talked about last time? Did you do anything? I'm like, nope.
Yeah, the accountability to other people is like a huge thing in life. Like that's the way I feel about all the people that like help me behind the scenes and stuff too. Like knowing that there's a meeting every Monday that I have to make it to, and I have to like look at a list of all the stuff we talked about before and really sort through what was done and what wasn't done makes me want to do it more. So yeah, if anybody's listening, those social safety nets are really important. And when I was younger, I didn't care for that at all. I wanted to be rid of all of those because I thought they made me less of who I am. Like, well, I'm not really me if I'm forming me around what other people want and whatever. And I want to be free of the mold and I want to, you know, embrace all my hedonistic tendencies and whatever. Like, I don't know. If that's the true you, that's sad. Like that is probably not good. There's a balance there. You probably want other people in your life to like balance you out. It's probably better for you.
Yeah, true. I agree. I think balance is good. I agree. Did you, somebody asked, did you get to chat with Eric yet?
Yeah, Eric's probably going to be a better influence on me than Cherry. We're being real. Eric is a normal human being. Eric, he manages his like nerdy habits and stuff and his nerdy interests with like being a very healthy person. Like he works out and whatever, like very regularly and eats healthy food and all this other stuff, and he's trying to be a good, whole, positive person. So
hell yeah.
Although
yeah, that's awesome.
I don't have a read on what Cherry's like because Cherry lives in the office, so I haven't seen Cherry a ton yet. So.
Wow, is her office off limits?
I don't think so. I don't go over there because it's, I don't know. It's their own space and whatever. But yeah, I hear that Cherry for breakfast eats nothing but like waffles.
He is a waffle aficionado. Yeah, it's not really a big part of her stream. It's just kind of funny, something quirky she does. She puts a fuck ton of cinnamon on her waffles for some reason.
Yeah, she really likes cinnamon. She has this like kind of coffee that's like cinnamon flavored coffee. She seems to really like cinnamon.
Wow. That sounds very basic, Cherry.
Yeah. I mean, I hope she's not too picky because I do kind of want to cook. And I hear that Lycan might be coming over, so that would be cool. I'll be able to cook with Lycan.
Hell yeah.
That'll be a check off the bucket list. That'll be cool.
Lycan is such a nice dude.
Yeah. Oh man. I think I need to pay more attention to like who are the people you surround yourself with and engage with regularly and really prune that down. Cause like if I only hung out with like a dozen Lycans in my life, I feel like life would be a lot better. Like I need more people like him, like just positive energy, cool dude people.
Yeah. I thought for a while Lycan was just kind of like hanging around Destiny to just to like be around like someone famous or something like that. Because he had his own fame for a while, I guess, when he was like a shoutcaster or something like that. So it's, you know, it's cool to be around that still. Yeah. But when I met him in person, I was like, no, these guys are like genuine friends, and he's like a super nice dude. So it was pretty cool. Yeah. And I felt kind of bad about that because I think probably a lot of people watching like, why are all these people hanging out with Destiny? Like he's trying to be his friend, you know, to get some attention or whatever. But those are genuinely his friends.
Yeah. And I don't think Steven would keep people around or close to him that aren't like that. You know, like he has genuine friendships with like Mooten and Dan and Molina and everybody else. Like I think he is rightfully selective of like who's in that group, you know?
Yeah, a lot of people have access to his little room, but you don't see a lot of people going in there because he has a natural way of who he allows in and keeping it to close friends. And I think that's cool. It's like pretty impressive, honestly.
Yeah. And Lycan is like a goofy ass, like complicated human being. Like he has like a bunch of weird, very particular things that he likes and that he's into and that he knows about. And yeah, like sometimes people are just like very vivid human beings. I don't know a good way of putting it. Like they have interests that like go very deeply and have been there for like a really long time and a lot of knowledge, and they're charismatic and whatever. Like you're definitely like that too. Supreme is like that. Like I like people like that like they know what they're about and they're living that. And it's like, all right, that's cool. Those people sound like dumb fucks. Of course Supreme would say that.
True. Yeah, I don't know. I do think it's good to surround yourself with positive people for sure. I think you're totally a product of your environment and the content you consume, everything from videos you watch on YouTube to the news channel, like everything, the audiobooks you listen to, all that stuff impacts you. Yeah. And you have a choice. Do I consume negative stuff that's just gross, or do I find balance? Do I do positive? On and on.
But man, when there's a trade-off there between like money and consuming it, that's such a interesting spot I don't think other human beings are put into. And that's where I think I've been making maybe the wrong decisions as of late. Because it's just so tempting.
If you had a certain baseline of income, would you care anymore at that point about any of that stuff?
Probably not. But where that baseline of income is, I don't know. And I think that might be part of the problem. That's why I'm trying to like figure that out.
Yeah, I think that's definitely worth thinking about. So you have a goal, and then yeah, I think you could hit it pretty easily. I agree. I mean, there's temptation to cover certain topics that get more attention. Like, for me, I've always described streaming. The hardest part about streaming is coming down from highs.
Yeah.
That tests a man. And so it's, the survivors are the ones that just keep going, keep pushing.
That is a good point. I never really thought about that, but that is some of the hardest stuff, like going from like a gazillion viewers to like very few, and then sticking with that very few for a while kind of blows. Yeah. I feel like that's what I'm going through now, but I don't know. Maybe this is cope, but like I feel like it's because I'm making a choice not to do the things that I know could like get me more viewers. Like when I look at all my past streams, they definitely have like a lot less viewership and whatever. But it's because I'm choosing to do stuff that like I'm interested in or that I'm feeling in lieu of the other stuff, even if it performs poorly. But because I feel like that'd be different than trying the stuff that you think would work and then having that fail. Like if I did like 3 review streams in a row and they all did like super poorly, I think that would be more like harmful. But I don't know. Is that normally what happens with people? Is they do the stuff they think would be popular and then fail, or do they try to do stuff they're into and then get disillusioned?
Oof, interesting. I think people fail as streamers because they're not streaming for the right reasons. And then they find a better solution maybe for that, whatever was bothering them, you know, that led them to stream, and then they move on. But I just think you have to think about like what you enjoy about it and really focus on that 100%. What brought you to it first? What made you go, you know what, I need to hit go live, you know what I mean? That kind of stuff.
I'm one of those people.
Stuff. A lot of people, I just want to say a lot of people struggle with this. A lot of people struggle. I think the vast majority of people struggle with this.
Because I want you to roast me here, because I think this is me, but I have a hard time in my brain changing this idea. Like, I think it is more healthy to focus on what makes you want to hit go live. And earlier in the stream, I was talking about how like when Relly says like, oh, I'm looking forward to like playing this game on stream with like my chat, or like, oh, I'm saving this video because I can't wait till I like get a look at it with my chat. Like that is the complete opposite from my experience. I feel like this is only like a thing that I have to do to like make ends meet or whatever. I don't ever like look forward to streams really. Yeah, so maybe I'm doing the streams for the wrong reasons. But I feel like the people bigger than us are doing it for those reasons. That's why I get confused with it. It feels like they do it to make money and as a business. So how would you respond to that?
Well, I think the money frees them up to do a lot of other things in life, and so they justify it with that it gives them opportunity in other ways, maybe. And it's limited too. Like you never know how long you're gonna have it at that level. So I think they're just putting money away so that like, you know, they can do whatever the hell they want with the rest of their life. They're just like, look, I'll do this for like 5-10 years or whatever, and I'll never have to work again. But you know, they have other things that we don't have, like thousands of people watching and keeping the conversation going and suggesting things. Hey, check this out. Or it's like they have their own curators who come by and like, hey, watch this great clip. Hey, did you see this funny thing? It's like there's no way they could ever keep up on any of that. But all of a sudden they have the greatest clips from all over the internet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know, they've got a bit of a cheat and a bit of an advantage. And I think a lot of them do like playing games, you know, like the one I'm curious about is the CuteBot. Have you seen her? You know who the CuteBot is, right?
Yeah.
She does speed dating, but she still does it. I mean, how many hours of speed dating can you, like, how many shitty dates can you go on in one night until you just lose your mind? So I'm curious what she pivots to.
Well, somebody in the chat says maybe they're doing it for attention. So maybe it doesn't matter what they have to do to get the attention. They're in it for the attention itself.
I think I was thinking about this earlier today, actually. I think 90% of streamers are here for people to stare at them and give them money. They just like the idea of people noticing and caring what the hell they have to say and getting money.
Is this like a MrGirl belief where like you think most people might be in denial about this being the thing they're going for, or like wouldn't be able to admit it? Or do you think they readily know that while they're doing it?
I think they readily know that they are offering nothing but just someone good looking to look at, or hang out with a hot person or whatever, like a fun person, you know. I don't know. I think they're pretty cognizant of what's going on. And they just don't, I don't know, they just don't care, I guess. I mean, I don't think they're harming anybody, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I wonder if they're, because I've never really dug deep into this with people, but I don't know if they're all in it for like attention, or like that percentage of people is in it just for like attention, or like to have people look at them or something, like, although that might be the case.
Well, they're all attention whores, you know, if there's no better way for me to put it. I've yet to really meet a shy streamer. But I think most of us would love to get attention, so it's kind of a normal human thing, you know?
Yeah.
But I don't kid myself that they care about their content or anything like that. I don't think the vast majority of them do. Like, if you watch Pokemon's streams, she's just kind of sitting there letting people talk at her for a couple hours, you know, and like checking her phone and stuff.
Because I don't know about for you, but like for me personally, the attention is like a means to an end. Like, I only care about like the viewers or the watch time or stuff for the purpose of like making more money, or for the purpose of like pursuing maybe sponsorship deals or things like that, or like for growing. But I don't find like intrinsic value in it. Like, if there was a button in front of me and on one button I have like 1,000 people watching making X amount of money, or like nobody watching and I just do it and it makes money, I would probably pick the nobody watches it thing. So it's interesting.
Nobody watches it, but it makes money.
Yeah.
That's what the option is? Interesting.
Because like getting their reactions is fun. Like having a chatter say something funny in response to something I'm doing is like fun, but not just like them watching me. I don't find that like intrinsically like alluring, but I suppose that could be the case for a lot of people. Maybe that's like what drives people to stream that I don't have a ton of.
Yeah, I do think a lot of people crave the attention, and for whatever reason, it's a lot of fun for them just for that. But I think it's more fun to pay your bills and you know, be able to live a life and have health insurance. So I agree that like the views don't really mean that much. It is fun to meet people from all over the world, though. I meet some characters, and now you would never bump into most of these people. And even if you did, you'd never be able to get in the detail of conversation that you do and sharing things with each other. And I do think that you really enjoy all these. I know I've seen you out there and you enjoy talking to people and just meeting new people and hearing stories. So I think that's a lot of fun for you in that regard.
Yeah. I guess just thinking about that as like attention is interesting to me. I don't know. I'm hung up on that because I've just never really thought about that. Like, maybe that's part of what's getting people like out of bed to do their thing.
Well, we live in a world where it's really easy to be forgotten or just feel like nobody cares. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah, but isn't that an amazing feeling? Like, I don't know, maybe I'm weird on this. I like the idea, like when I was in Thailand and stuff, where I'd walk out in the street and like nobody knows who I am. I'm like Jason Bourne. I'm a goddamn enigma. I could tell people I am whatever I want to tell them that I am, and they'll have no idea, you know, like there's something interesting about like being othered in that way, or like being nobody. But maybe that's strange.
I think it comes down to like what kind of household you grew up in. So like for me, my parents were like kind of in their own world, and my brother was annoying as fuck with some mental health issues. So I just wanted to be left the hell alone. So, but you know, and some people grow up in like just boisterous households where there's all the love in the world, and it's like they're not seeking that anywhere else. So they kind of like they're fine with just being left alone. I don't know. Not that you have to share any of that, but I think your upbringing probably plays a role in that. And so it's normal. I think it's totally fine.
Do you ever feel bad about like the content that you have to do? Like, do you ever wake up and get sick of politics and wish you didn't have to like stream politics?
Hell yeah. There's days where like everything goes bad in politics. I'm like, cool, I get to come on here and talk about huge failure. Great. Or Biden freaking put his foot in his mouth, and I'm like, yeah, no, he's totally functioning. I get to argue with people all day. Or Joe Manchin did something bad, and all of a sudden I got to hear about it. So sure, I definitely have days where I'm like, I don't even want to talk politics. I don't want to read the news. I don't want to. I know something will happen, and let's keep going. But I know people depend on me hitting go live, so they have a place to see their friends, their community members, because that's something I realized about my stream is a lot of people say hi to each other when they come in. I'm like, wow, you guys are like actually friends with each other and enjoy talking to one another. So I go live, and some days I just say, hey, I'm going to just talk about whatever else besides politics. That's kind of a fun thing I do sometimes. When something really bad happens in politics, I'm like, okay, we're going to talk about like this troop of monkeys where a female monkey took over for the first time in 70 years. Because sometimes your audience like wants a distraction too, you know?
True. For you, what are those things that like makes you want to hit go live and whatever? Like you talked about keeping in focus the thing that makes you want to stream as opposed to like do anything else. Like I'm hearing like community is part of that, but like what are those reasons for you?
Well, I feel that I can get people interested in politics, and I think that that's how I can have an impact, that I can show some of the drama, since I follow this stuff pretty closely and there's some fun stuff that people are missing. I feel that I can show people the good stuff and get them excited about politics, and in turn they'll perhaps fight for some things they believe in, whatever the hell it is, and maybe they won't get caught up in the headlines trying to bring them all down and stuff. So I feel that I can have a little impact on people in that regard, give them a little hopium too, right? Even if it's long odds, I can still, hey, look at this, this might happen, you never know. So that keeps me going. I also have some big goals. Like I want to be I want to be a huge stream, because I want to get Pokemon to watch C-SPAN with me and stuff. You know what I mean? Like that's what I want to do if I were to invest fully in streaming. So I just have like these big fun ideas, and then I have like a sub count. I want to reach 2,000 subs, and so I'm like, okay, like it's a challenge. Like let's show people that you can get 2,000 subs watching fucking C-SPAN, and that this stuff is fun and exciting. So I have some goals like that keep me going. I don't want to hit go live every day. Like anybody, some days I just don't feel good, or something happened with my business or in my personal life, like when my dog's super sick back in the day, I didn't want to come on stream and talk, But the community's bigger than you. There's like I said, there's friends, and people depend on that space as part of their life.
Yeah, if you're consistent and you consistently make that space.
Yeah, you're interesting with your schedule, kind of all over the place. I've always bugged you about your schedule, but I understand it's a challenge for you.
Yeah, because I feel like I have to do the debate stuff, or if I don't do the debate stuff, it feels like a waste of time or like a half measure. Like I don't like the idea of just streaming to like fill time. Like it feels like there has to be some like purpose, like something I really want to communicate, or lately it's just been like that I know I need to pay rent and stuff. But that's not a compelling reason that can keep me going for very long, it seems like, because there's other stuff I can do.
Yeah, like you could pay your rent a lot easier. You know what I mean? Like streaming makes money, but we all know it's like it's not that much money. Like there's way easier ways to pay your bills than streaming. It has the potential for being a huge windfall, But the chances of that happening are like really tough, and you have to work hard as hell. Like Steven's been streaming for 10 years. How many people stream for 10 years? Like, even if you told them you'd be in Steven's position, they'd be like, I can't do that. Dude, what? You're like, yeah, but you're gonna be like a millionaire, dude, and like not have to worry about anything. And like, nah, dude, that's like 10 years. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think
that's why I like the stability of where you're at now, because I think it does give you some options to be a little more stable.
Yeah, it definitely would. It definitely would. It's nice to have those bumpers. When I say it's to pay rent, I think more accurately, it's the idea that there's not a ceiling on the income. So when you talk about the potential there, I think that's the more alluring reason that I do it, is like the potential. And that's kind of why lately I've been kind of burnt out, is like, I don't know. Only so many people are going to like tune in to watch you watch something else. And that's why I thought like, oh, I'm going to move into like doing interviews and stuff. But then it's like, oh, but what do people want out of like an interview? Oh, they want shit that I don't want to do. Like, another thing that like, I don't want to do it the way that would be like the most successful. Like, I don't want to argue with people. I don't want to bring on people everybody disagrees with and like form arguments to like tear them apart bit by bit. Like, that's not fun. I want to like vibe with people about the stuff they're interested in. And I don't want to feel pressure to have conversations with people I'm not like intrinsically interested in either, because I feel like that sucks.
Well, you just said that you want to have interviews with people though, right? But you said the kind of content that people would want is not what you want to do. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, so like I want to do like one-on-ones with people, but because the potential to grow and whatever is much bigger if you are the one making the content that other people are reacting to. Because the whole purpose of everything is to like make something that the viewer wants that could be successful, because the whole purpose of transitioning to that content is to be more successful. The shortcut to get there, or like the path to get there, is not a fun way of doing it, but it's what the viewers want.
Yeah, I don't think with that the viewers in mind when I do my content. I just take what I think's interesting about it and just make them interested in that. So I don't know. I'd be curious why you want to do the one-on-one interviews, and just do them your way, and they'll get on board. They'll see it. They'll see what you're excited about, you know, and you could turn the whole ship of Twitch if you were to really be successful with it, you know.
But the whole purpose of choosing the one-on-ones is to like provide people with the thing that I think they want to like further my own success. It's not out of like interest. Like, I would be more interested talking to the chat by myself. Like, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm starting to think maybe my goals for doing things, or like my motivation, is the problem, but I feel like being motivated by it being a job is like okay. So I'm like having a tough time with that in my brain.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's not easy, but I think it's just about doing what you enjoy.
I wish.
I think you're fine. I think you're overthinking it, to be honest with you. But you do have to keep hitting go live. You do have to keep doing that, whether you feel like it or not, whether you got something great prepared or not. You do have to keep doing that, just to keep the ball afloat, so that when you are ready to jump head over heels back into it, because you do. I've seen you go up and down a few times before. You'll have it there and you'll be ready to go, because I feel like creativity strikes you like lightning. It just, you know, it's sporadic, but when it comes, it's great and it's a lot of fun for you. But, you know, you just have to fill that void between those strikes.
Yeah.
Like MrGirl. So, for example, you were kind of like, you were doing your own thing for a while. You weren't streaming as much. And then MrGirl came along and you're like, ooh, I want to talk to that guy, and I bet you I can bring something creative to that. And you did. So it was kind of like a lightning struck, you know?
But it wasn't like the creative lightning where I'm interested in it. It was like, well, in 2022, I know that I need to be talking with people more instead of just reacting to their thing. And so I'll talk to this guy. I liked some of his stuff, but I'm more so pushed to find the things that I like in his messaging and whatever, because I know that it is probably good to have a conversation with him rather than just like reacting to his stuff. Like, he's the flavor of the day, and instead of like sampling it from other people's conversations, I know that I need to have a conversation with him, and then I just picked some of the stuff that I thought was interesting. But that's not where the conversation went. We didn't focus on empathy. We didn't focus on improving optics or communicating things better to people. Those are like the worst parts of it. It was all focused on like disagreeing with him and him calling me a liar, and like those are the takeaways people have, and that's what's disappointing or like depressing to me, is like people aren't interested in the same thing I'm interested in. And I know that like focusing on that stuff is like to my own detriment, because people are looking for the opposite. They want the like fighting and whatever, and I don't like that.
Ooh, this is good. So it's like something I told Aiko, that you're never going to change the space. Like, you can't force people to change. Like, none of these fools are ever going to change anything they do. All you can do is grow and lead by example and just get bigger. That's all you can control, is you. Can't control any of these people, and they'll always disappoint and they'll never change. And so you just got to grow you and set the example that you want to see.
Yeah, and it's not so much that I expect change at this point, because I definitely don't. Like, I've learned that lesson that people don't change. But I think there could be like interesting conversations to be had about like why they won't. But that wasn't really the case with him. It was like an intentional dead end that I feel like he just hastily cobbled together, like a hasty defense as to like why he won't do something or entertain an idea. And that's disappointing. But I get what you mean. Yeah, people aren't going to change. I definitely don't go for that anymore, but people not being willing to have the conversation is kind of like, oh, okay, well, that's rough.
Well, I think that's them staying true to themselves. And, you know, a lot of people don't like being confronted with things and having to reflect on themselves and all that. They kind of like just being in their own world.
Yeah, but he seems like the type of dude that likes all that. That's why it was disappointing. Because, like, well, you think so deeply about all these other parts of yourself. I don't know. I wish
doesn't seem to like being challenged.
Yeah, I guess that is the case.
He likes people being weirded out by what he says, and he likes being in control like that, I guess. I haven't watched a lot of his content, so I don't know.
That was one thing I respected about you, is you saw this dude and you're like, nope, not interested. No, sir. Wait till the next thing comes around. Like, but you have other stuff you can
I don't
do.
know. Yeah. Some people rub me the wrong way, and he just kind of came off the wrong way. I don't know. He's just kind of weird, man. Like, some people weird me out, and I'm like, I'm going to let other people handle that. It's to my detriment too.
Yeah. That's the level I'd like to be at, though, to just say no, or be able to, or not have the call of doing it be so strong. Like, I know that you don't like it, so you're not going to do it, but how strong is the call to do that content in spite of yourself?
Honestly, it just feels childish for me to do it. And that's not to give anybody else grief, but I'm too old to be talking about that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I'm 42. I can't be sitting here like going over people's interpersonal drama, you know?
Okay.
It's just too like gossip. It just doesn't go over well. And my opinions suck anyways. Like, I'm a fucking boomer, dude. Like, what the fuck does it matter? It's like somebody's dad coming in and be like, well, it sounds like you guys got a problem here. Why don't you hug it out? Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, I don't know. I just, like, I've lived through all this. I've dealt with all this shit in my own way when I was younger. And I'm like, it's going to be all right. You guys will be fine. It's kind of part of being young. You just fucking everything blown out of proportion, and you cancel each other, and then you make up, and I'm never talking to that person ever again. And then like 2 months later, it's like, hey, what's up?
But you don't feel that pull to like cover that content in spite of yourself at all. It sounds like you're not like, oh, well, I think my opinion's boring on this. I think the topic is boring, but if I do this, it'll be really good for me. So I'm going to do this and just be boring and be dad energy because people will like that.
I honestly don't feel the need to do it. Like, I'm happy with what I have right now, and I just don't feel the need to jump up in numbers just for like a short thing, you know? I don't know. Sometimes I mess around and I bait people with my title or something, and I maybe talk a little bit about it, but I just try to play the meta a little bit. I just try not to scold other people for it. I don't want to be that guy who's like, dude, everybody sucks. You know, it's like, no, you guys want to be friends with him and talk to him. That's cool. You know, whatever. So I just try to like, just say that. But yeah, I don't feel the need. I mean, I don't know how high my numbers could get if I did drama, but I don't know. There's enough drama on Capitol Hill, man. Those people are crazy. I think they're wilder than what we see here.
Even there, like you don't choose to like do the thing that could get you more viewers, like attacking certain politicians or really pushing hard on stuff. Like you seem to go your own way about it, which is admirable.
Well, I mean, again, I think it's kind of an older person thing that like I'm halfway done with this ride and I'm trying to make sure I walk away from everything feeling pretty good. You know, I don't want to just mislead people or pretend to be angry about something to get like people's money or something. Like, I don't know. I feel like I could go anytime. Something bad could come along and it, you know, who knows? But yeah, I don't know. My content is what I'm interested in, and some of that like interpersonal stuff I don't care about either on Capitol Hill.
But even when you are like upset at one of the politicians or you think something was like a boneheaded move, maybe you'll allude to it like a little bit, but I can tell you're like forcing back like what I think would pop off more is the opinion, like being more angry or aggressive or whatever. Like you don't seem to feed into it, even when you do legitimately feel it there. Like, especially when you're watching C-SPAN, like sometimes these people just say some shit and I'm like, I know you think that's dumb as fuck. I know it, like, but it's not the way that you communicate it necessarily. Like, rather than take the opportunity to dunk on them, you take like a more nice approach. So,
well, I think part of that is like those are people's friends and neighbors and moms and dads. Like people have to deal with these kind of normies every single day. And not to toot my own horn, but I feel like I have like a pretty good grasp on what's happening way beyond other people. And it's not fair to like make fun of them when they're the majority, you know, like it's not their fault what they're saying. And so I don't want like people to laugh at them because I think that's a lot of people. So I don't know, maybe that's it. Those are my fellow Americans, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love them. I love their passion. I love their how real they are. It's fun.
You can love aspects about them, but you chose to focus on those aspects rather than the ones that you dislike, right?
Yeah. I try to focus on the positive instead of the negative. I know what you're saying though. Yeah. It is a fair point. Yeah, I need to have there's plenty of more opportunity to have fun for sure. I agree. I don't disagree. I don't want to take up your whole stream here.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you like giving me a bunch to think about. Like I'll probably listen back to this and like take better notes as somebody that doesn't have to like participate in the conversation anymore. But I felt like there was a lot of like helpful stuff. It just blows me away that some people don't think about the job the way that I do every single time. And I know I'm in the minority because everybody I talk to doesn't seem to think about it this way. But like, I do see just a bunch of shortcuts to like, okay, well, if our whole job is to like make money and get viewers to watch us do content. There's a lot of very simple ways of doing that. And if this is nothing but a job, then we should just keep going for that. But you guys are motivated by like, I get to do stuff that I like to do every day and this and that. Like I've never had that relationship with work really. It's always like incidental. It's like mortar in between the cracks, but like the brick is the main thing you focus on, like the building blocks that lead you to like better income or more interest to people or whatever is the metric of success in your field. Like you have to stomach a lot more than you get to enjoy. But I guess we're in a unique job where like you can make all your money and you can have fun. It's just like I'm not good at making the trade-off in the direction of fun, and I probably need to do that more.
Yeah, like when you play video games and stuff, I feel like you're having a lot of fun. So yeah, I you know, you've got a lot of successful friends, not, you know, to whatever degree. So it's kind of hard to not keep up with the Joneses too, to some degree. So you have a lot of pressure on you, and all I can say is that you just got to keep putting one foot in front of the other, and it'll work out. You know?
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you coming on and talking me through this stuff. I really do.
Heck yeah. All right, buddy. Have a good night.
You too. Bye. That was I'm Really Important, everybody. I'm Really Important. Twitch.tv/I'm Really Important. Can I take over your content now? If you want to. Do you feel like this is something you want to jump in on? I always feel bad dumping mopey book smarts on you, WickedSupreme, but if you feel like you could contribute something, then sure, why not, dude? I think maybe we've talked a little bit about this before, but maybe there's more to it. Let's see. Hey, buddy.
You always talk about this apologetically, and like it's supposed to bother me or something like that. But this is the shit that I'm interested in talking about, because I spend almost all my time just thinking about this shit, introspecting, thinking about my own life and what I'm achieving and like what the value is to me and that sort of shit. So it's really valuable for you to come to me and ask for me about this sort of stuff. And I'm really interested to hear about IRI's thoughts about this as well. I mean, he and I talk about this quite a bit, so like much of it is really, really familiar. But you know, it doesn't bother me. And you know what? Now I'm here to talk about it in front of an audience because you're fucking selfish, dude. You're selfish. You always get these talks to yourself. Like when I took that week off and you were like, I fucking get you whenever I want you. I can DM you and you're going to respond to me. Well, you know, it's time to share these thoughts with the audience. Okay? And I'm doing it on your stream.
Yeah. I just hate them because I feel like they make me look really bad, but yeah, we could do it.
What, these talks make you look really bad?
I think so. With you in particular, because IRI is very careful about like wrapping it in a very nice bow that's very open-ended, whereas I feel like you dive in and you're like, well, if you think this, it will be this way and whatever, but that makes it fun. So let's do it.
Well, you know, fucking, I actually really like facing hard questions about myself and, you know, and like bringing that to other people, digging deep into like my own ugliness and the things that I'm uncertain about, the things that I'm insecure about, and, you know, diving really deep and then bringing that up and offering to people and saying, is this true for you as it is for me? So I don't know. We've talked about this before. And when you say things like, I really don't get anything out of this. If it were between me pressing a button and getting whatever money I'm getting from streaming right now and no audience and no camera and no lights and doing the camera and the lights in the audience, I would press that button. It's hard for me to understand that. And it's what leads me to like, I guess I should just like, full disclosure, I have basically told you that you should stop streaming. So if you do stop
Yes.
streaming, all of Booksmart's audience, you have me to blame, okay? I'm like, how do you feel about that advice? I can recall the answer that you always give me, but I want you to like think about it and give it to me again, or a different answer if it's different this time.
I believe this is the same as what I've told you before, but it feels like if this is nothing but a job, the potential for income and influence with this job is just a lot higher than like other jobs. So of the other endeavors I could work on, it seems like this is worthwhile because it has a much higher ceiling for like what the income or influence or power or whatever the position could be. So it seems like a more worthwhile thing to put the time at growing and developing.
So you are treating this like any other job. Like it's no different than walking Balboa Park at night and smoking joints as security or whatever. The only difference is that there's no lottery ticket consideration with the security job gig.
Yeah.
But there is one for this one. So you're just like, this is the same to me. My interactions are symbolically the exact same with this job as it is in that job. I'm literally just doing this as a means to an end. However, there's this like lotto ticket consideration with this gig.
Yeah.
That may be the relationship that you've cultivated with your chat. And like, if you're looking for me to kick you off the fence onto the side where you say that you love streaming and that you actually really want to do it, then I think there are steps you can take to try to make that happen if it's not true for you right now. You came into the space being like a rhetorician like critiquing people's rhetoric. And I remember from the very beginning, you had a lot of difficulty with people arguing with you or being overly charitable to whoever they were succumbing to the halo effect to or whatever, their streamer of choice. And that really, really bothered you.
Yeah.
Does it still, if you gave the same sort of like rhetoric critique stream or drama commentary stream or something like that, would it bother you to like have to fight people all day?
It does, but not as much anymore because I've like shut that down as like part of me that's not conducive to doing the work. Like feeling bad about like calling the police on homeless people is like a good parallel to like being in security. Like that was a part of me that I had to like put away and realize that that's not conducive to like doing the job, and I need to find other reasons to believe in the opposite of that thing. And it's the same way with this. Like I have to just accept that people are going to pick the creator that they want and whatever. And my job is not necessarily to change their mind. It's to like make content, and I have to accept that and like move past it and not get butthurt about it.
So it seems like what you came to this platform for was to just speak your mind and hopefully make some money doing it.
Kind of. Like I wouldn't care if it was speaking my mind necessarily, but yeah, to come here and turn on live and make money.
Okay. Well, it does seem like there's more than that because there is passion. Like when you argue with chat and stuff over my interpretation of this versus your interpretation of this, there's passion there. You care about like people interpreting things the way that you interpret them, right?
Yeah, because it feels, in a lot of those cases, it's because I feel like they're half a step away from just understanding it. And it's like, Jesus, you're so close. Can you not see that like this is like this? Like this should be like readily apparent to you.
You're a teacher.
Sure, yeah.
And you are a teacher. You're a tutor, right? That's like one of your gigs.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy that, or is that just means to an end?
No, I definitely enjoy that. Like earlier in stream, we were talking about like there's a separate like personal joy I get out of work. And I discovered that when I started tutoring, and I still got some of that when I did essay writing, and I get some of that now too. Like that's a nice thing, but it's not the reason I do the work. It's like incidental.
Do you think you were more excited about this when you started? And do you think you enjoyed this more when you started than now?
Yeah.
I would predict that you would say that one of the contributing factors of that would be the fact that you have worked with like other entertainers and streamers on their rhetoric and like hope to see progress and then never saw it. Was that part of it? Do you think that's part of the reason why?
One of many. Yeah, that was one of the first bummers.
What are some of the other ones?
Oh, geez. Knowing that if I take certain positions on certain topics or reviews or whatever, nobody's going to listen to me about anything. So I have to like avoid that. Or knowing that like big streams mean I can't really interact with the chat the way I want to anymore. Like there's this paradox between like the fun thing, which is interacting with the chat, kind of goes away once the chat is large, or if we're covering a topic that I'm meant to cover, because every second that I spend responding to a chatter is another second that everybody else is mad that we like paused the movie that was going on.
So there's a catch-22.
Yeah.
Once you start realizing one of the pursuits, which is making the money, then the other pursuits kind of become inaccessible.
Yeah.
I can only parlay my experience and what it's like for me, and why I am really, really excited to fire. Why I know that you and I talked about like the survivors are the ones that stick around, and what it's like to, Destiny's been around for 10 years. How many streamers would, if you told them they had to be in it for 10 years before they hit it big, how many would stick around? Like, that is my ideal outcome. I know that I know that I am a streamer. I know that I'm going to be a streamer for 10 years because, like, you've probably heard me talk about it on my stream. To me, there's nothing more like the combination of being able to hear the perspectives of people from all over the world in real time on like the topic du jour, on literally any topic that I find interest in on that day, topics that people can like help like encourage me to be interested in, can sort of like stir up interest in me over a topic I never knew I could be interested in, vice versa. That to me is the most exciting thing I can think of. That to me is like nirvana. Do you get that at all? Like, is any of that exciting to you?
Like the thrill of having people listen to me? Am I understanding that right?
No, you probably would have heard what I said if you weren't typing in your fucking chat. I swear you've been talked to about this. You should know better by now.
Yeah, there were two things happening at once, and that's like more than I can handle.
Okay. Fucking. Okay. I was saying, like, it's like being plugged into the Matrix, dude. It's like nirvana to me. It's like the most efficient way to be like hearing the different perspectives of people that can be as different as possible that I could possibly access on a daily basis. People from all over the world, from all walks of life, that have all sorts of different interests that they can share with me. They can stimulate interest in me, and I can stimulate and share interest with them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the fucking ultimate sublimation of the human experience in real time in a way that I cannot fathom getting any other way. Does none of that like excite you? Does the framing of that not rustle your jimmies a little bit?
It's cool and all, but it's not what makes you money doing streaming, which is, I guess, again,
it can be.
I worry that maybe that's the problem I'm having, is that I view this as a job and whatever, but
it can be the way that makes you money. It's the way that makes me money. It's not a lot of money, but there are a lot of things that I don't do that you're aware of that I could be doing to maximize that. It just really depends on your brand. And the thing is, I feel like the elephant in the room, it's not really the elephant. Well, it is the elephant in the room because people don't say it explicitly. I feel like all of us are more or less eating on the trough that Destiny has spent his entire career filling. I feel like all of us in this space, we have this one thing in common, is like the remnants, or it's either the remnants of like a bygone era of the Raj and Trainwreck's podcast, people that stuck around with Destiny after the fact, and supplemented with his new viewership that he brings in through the content that he does. That doesn't mean it's the only way to do it. It just means like it just means we're limited to that audience because we're not reaching out and trying to build our own audiences in other places or something.
Yeah.
And like, I'll tell you a thing that a friend told me a couple of years ago. Now, whatever you're interested in, if you want to make content like about it, now is the best time to be discovered making that content. Now is the best. There is a lot of competition, but now is the best time. If there's a thing that you want to make content doing and you think there are prospects for it to be a successful like entertainment product that can make money, now is the best time. It's the most accessible, I think like IRI has viewership that's bigger than mine, and he fucking watches C-SPAN because he spent time cultivating that and taking active steps to do it. Yeah. Like, can you ever imagine, even if you thought that like sitting around watching C-SPAN and talking about electoral politics and Congress and stuff all day, that would have the audience on Twitch that IRI has? It's a miracle.
Yeah.
But he made it happen, right?
Yes.
So what do you want to do? What are some topics that would excite you to come to stream and share with people and try to find like-minded people?
See, I feel like that's ephemeral for me. I feel like that changes all the time, like almost week to week, right? Like
me too.
But that makes it so hard to build a brand or something around it. Like it conflicts so much with the business part of it that I feel like I have to pick one or the other, basically.
Not if that is your brand. I'm a fucking curious dude. I'm here to like enjoy all there is to enjoy about life. My interests change. Let's jump in and fucking learn a little bit about everything. Variety is the spice of life, baby. I need some people who love spice. I feel like I do that in my content. I don't know. Like, I feel like that is a big part of my content. Now, I think there are things, you're right. Like, from a business perspective, the things that really help are like rituals and mantras and, you know, like consistent branding, having like catchphrases or sort of like fallback phrases and sayings. But even those become stale over time and people lose interest in you because they're sick of hearing the same shit for too long.
Yeah. But like, don't you feel like there's always some proportion of like going for the things that, you know, are popular or that are topics that are popular and inserting the things that you like? Like there's always some proportion of like covering what you know is topical that could be the thing that everybody can latch onto and understand versus like the things that you personally enjoy. Like,
there is, but I personally don't really succumb to that a whole lot. Like the only big drama items that I cover are the ones that I'm genuinely interested in, or that I genuinely feel like I've got a perspective on this that I don't see being delivered that I think is important to be delivered, or something like that. It's funny because when you do the meme where you're like, you guys pay me $30 and I'll watch another 15 minutes of this shit, like people don't understand how real and how authentic that is. Like that is fucking pure Booksmarts extract. When you're like, I really don't want to watch this. I hate this. I don't think it's interesting. But if you motherfuckers want to watch me watch it, you have to pay me.
I don't think they believe me. After talking with MrGirl, I realized that a lot of people just don't believe that that's true. They think I'm like memeing or something. Like I really don't enjoy that shit. As like a side note.
It's funny because like you not enjoying it is kind of part of the product too. But obviously I see why that doesn't like nourish your sense of gratification or whatever with streaming.
And we've talked about that before. It's the same with the gaming thing, that people like that I get angry, but it's like, no, I'm legitimately angry. Like I get pissed at this. Like,
yeah, we know. And the more you can convince us that's true, the more we like it. But it's a horrible fate to wish on anyone. And it's, you know, it is counterproductive to your fucking like happiness and your soul and all that shit.
Yeah. But I feel like in two realities, one where like I get over it and learn how to suck it up and get past that mental block, and the other one where like I change because it's something that upsets me. I feel like it's better to get past the mental block and continue doing it though.
You 100% should not be doing content that is torturous to you, I think.
But it does so well, Supreme. That's the problem, is that seems to be what people want.
Then limit yourself. Like, don't do it all the fucking time, or like try to garner some perspective and be like, okay, this can be a way that I challenge myself. You know, like this can be a way I can try to promote some growth in myself. You know, if I get upset, like, I don't know, I feel like those are really excellent moments of self-reflection that I never forget, is when I have those moments where I like embarrass myself in front of a large group of people. Those are the moments I never forget. And you know how I feel about like the concept of, you know, the Buddhist concept of like balance and swinging back and forth between happiness and, you know, depression and that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I'll tell you what, I went to the ER because I had a migraine last week. I was at the dentist, and like when they started, you know, just the culmination of I already had a headache starting, and when they were like poking my teeth and stuff, I think the pain just like amounted to, is the worst migraine I've ever had. It was terrible. I went to the ER, and when I was in the ER, I started like freaking out. I don't know why, but I was having like major anxiety. They were pumping me full of shit. I was in this bed that was too small in a hallway. You know, like the Omicron shit was happening. All I could think is like, I fucking want to go home, but I know that I'm stuck here for the next like hour, at least, if not 4 or 5 hours. You never know, you know, with an ER visit. Yeah. And like I was able to challenge whenever I come up, you know, with these situations where I'm like, I really feel like I'm all fucked up over it. I'm like, okay, this is suffering. Like this is going to be what helps me enjoy life a little more when I get out of this. It's like, it's really, really hard to realize that and conceptualize it and like grab a hold of it in a tangible way in the moment. But that is one way you could treat these like video game streams or whatever. It's like, okay, I'm going to fucking suffer. I'm going to do something that is going to cause me to cringe at myself and fucking, you know, like be embarrassed with myself. But it's going to give me something to reflect on. It's going to stimulate some growth within me, and it's going to help me enjoy the good times more.
I guess that's kind of how I view it now, except there's no growth element to it. Like, I don't feel like I grow by like watching a Destiny debate video as I pull my hair out. Like I just don't see like where the room for growth there is for me. Like where is that? Or like if I get mad at Doom for like the 100th time that I've died, like where exactly is the growth there?
Well, I mean, I can actually help, I can help you with that. Like if you're actually asking me, I can walk you through where the growth can be or where it should be or whatever, because I've got a history of, accepting my failures through fighting games or whatever and having to like deal with that. But maybe that's a discussion for another time. Or unless you're really asking me, we can talk about it.
Oh, if you had an answer for the debate one, that would be particularly interesting. Like I could see like some self-improvement thing about being better at a video game, but like if I could find growth or something in doing these debate reviews and stomaching them, that would be cool. I can't, using my imagination, come up with like where that would be besides like being patient.
Okay. I can think of a couple of things. Number one, okay, let's talk about it like this. What is it about failing the 100th time at Doom that's like really torturous to you?
The fact that I could be doing something else right now.
Okay, so it's just the fact that you feel locked into an activity that you don't want to do.
Yeah. Oh,
it's not.
One sec. Hi, Raiders. I'm talking to WickedSupreme because I'm bummed out about streaming. Welcome. Thank you, Rhizome. Sorry, go ahead.
Is there any element of like frustration, like exhibiting your frustrations in front of an audience and how that's sort of compromising to your ego?
No. Like I'm not embarrassed by it or anything.
Not at all? Not even a little bit?
No, not really. I mean, there's some like thing deep down that it's like, damn, is this how I'm going to make all my money, is by being upset and tortured? That's kind of lame, but that's not like on the surface or anything. It's mostly like my whole life I've taught myself that if you're not enjoying something, you go somewhere else with your brain or you do something else. And like I have that option in front of me and I'm not taking it, and that feels very counterintuitive.
Okay, I think that's an excellent mentality, but to a degree. But I understand that. Like, I understand that, and I share that feeling with you. Whenever you're doing content that like people love, but you're like, this makes me feel like a fucking clown in a circus, and I feel like I could be doing more. It doesn't really nourish my fucking spirit or anything like that. How about with the debate stuff? I wonder if I can help you with that. There are objectives that I can come up with that might excite you to do it more, or like present you with some challenges when doing that sort of stuff. Like, for example, how do you think IRI would compare? Like, imagine IRI was doing a debate review instead of you, and his chat was arguing with him. How do you think his response to that would compare to your response?
I think he would just be dismissive and like let it go. But
is that a quality you want to have or that you admire? Or would you like elements of that?
I feel like it makes for not as good content though. So no.
Yeah, don't worry about the content. Is that like a
I
facet
only
of...
worry about the content.
Was that okay? Well, let it go. Let it go. Listen, worrying about the content in a superficial way, I feel like, especially in this space, especially like when you're trying to promote some like intellectual product or something like that, like people in DGG and shit and fucking people that have been around the sphere for a little while are some perceptive motherfuckers. They know exactly, like they're empaths, okay? They can read minds and they don't care what you think about it. Fucking, they are perceptive people. They know when you're just doing something for a buck. I feel like people in this space can often see right through you. So I feel like being respectable is a thing that will draw people in its own way, and not being somebody that's just like cashing in on something for a quick buck.
Okay.
I don't know. That's my read. On, and I feel like there are a lot of people out there that are looking for a product of somebody. I feel like people get sick of the smarm of like predictable influencer behavior, and they can identify it really fucking quickly.
Yeah. The like fakiness, for sure.
So I think, like focusing on not like, if you take your focus off of, haha, what's going to bring the most content, or what's going to bring them the highest viewers and the most money, and like worrying about, okay, my job is actually just to share my life in front of people, and the number of people that come and go, depending on what I'm sharing about my life or whatever the fuck, it's going to change depending on what I'm doing. If I start doing a race to the bottom, and like metagaming every moment of my life to try to keep that number as high as possible, I'm going to go nuts. And the people I'm going to bring in, my community is going to be loaded with people that I don't respect.
Yeah, that's for sure. But I feel like where I'm bending the knee is in what is the topic that we're covering. Like, the response to that and whatever, I feel like is still within my control. Like, I still do the prep and I do all the stuff that I want to do. That's not necessarily the good thing to do. I don't feel like the subject is ever like really my life or like what I think or whatever. I feel like the subject is always whatever the topic of the day is.
You know what? It's funny because your viewers are about to feel like so fucking ripped off right now, because I feel like the stuff that you do in your private time would make excellent stream content, like react content. I know that you watch like podcasts about history and like engineering and all these sorts of like intellectual shows and shit like that. Have you ever thought about like reacting to that, or like listening to that stuff on stream, or dealing, like talking to those people?
If I went as far as to like cover that stuff as topics, I probably wouldn't do the react, because I don't think like it's good for the format that we're doing on Twitch. Like, I don't think it would make good react to like listen to like an NPR episode. But I could cover those topics, sure.
It might. Yeah. Why don't you think that? Why don't you think it would make good content?
Because as somebody that enjoys that content, I think it would be far less enjoyable with some schmuck talking over it.
Yeah, but people come here to watch some schmuck talk over content. That's why they're here.
I don't like that they like that. Like, I feel like if I went as far as to like cover stuff I wanted to cover, I would want to do it in like a different way than this. I don't think this React stuff is like a very good way of doing things. Like, I think it would be better if you're a good communicator to like take what you experienced in the medium that you experienced in and then deliver it in the best way for your medium. Sometimes the best way for your medium could be like watching the video again and commenting on it live, like with some of these debates. But if it's like an NPR or like a Planet Money episode, I don't think it works good on this medium to like listen to it and comment on it. I think it would make a lot more sense to like synthesize the information.
Yeah, and that is a concern, because there's a reason that people are coming here and not going to NPR to watch that shit by themselves and like really focus on the information and think deeply about it and synthesize. But I feel like one of the reasons they would come here to experience that content through you is your ability to like break things down in simple terms, or stop to field questions, or stop to entertain somebody else's perspective or input that you may be interested, and like conversations that come out of it. Like, when it comes to the React stuff, I typically refer to this stuff as drivers for content. How do you feel about that framing?
Yeah, sure.
And you're just not interested in interacting that way, or you hate it?
No, I mean, I think sometimes it works good as a driver or like a focusing thing, but I think other times it doesn't. Like, when you're covering, like I said before, when you're covering a conversation on here, I feel like it's best to have the conversation in front of you, because otherwise people disagree about what was even said because they're personally invested in the words of the other person. And you run into a bunch of problems if you're not playing it live. Like, if you're just recollecting it, it goes poorly. But with something like the NPR thing or whatever, I feel like I would do a better job of like keeping a Twitch audience interested in the topic than NPR does. Because they're different. They're very different audience segments.
Okay. So, I mean, does that not sound like something you could maybe try, or something you'd be interested in exploring? Or
yeah, maybe there's a part of me that worries that if I did that and people really didn't like it, I would just quit this. Like, I would be really bummed out.
Okay. Well, I mean, it sounds like you're fucking trying to think of a reason not to anyway. Like, it sounds like that's what you've been doing for the past 2 hours. Like, please help me stay on this fence.
That's fair. I won't argue against that.
It sounds to me like your dilemma is, I don't like what I'm doing, but I don't want to quit. And when I asked you the question earlier about the reason that you don't want to quit, and I didn't want to like say it for you, I wanted you to say it for yourself. You did give a different answer than you usually get. You usually give me some just like sunken cost fallacy, bro. Like you just say that. Like you're like, then what was all this worth?
Yeah, like I already put a bunch of time into this, and it's already like doing pretty well, and it's clear that like it could continue to do well as long as I just keep at it. So but I mean, like, that big picture is just that idea that there's not a ceiling or a cap to like the income we can make on this, and it's like pretty high up there. Yeah, the not wanting to quit is definitely in part because I've spent more time on this. But I think more than the time, because you always focus on the time, but it's not just the time. It's the time has been tests that show that like I can continue doing it. And I think it's the I can continue doing this that is the bigger thing.
I'm leaving something on the table.
Well, like I have an opportunity that other people simply do not have. Like other people
and
can
work
try
their
this.
asses off for.
Yeah, exactly.
You feel like it's the starving kids in Africa. I don't want to like throw my food away.
Yeah.
Okay, I think this is one instance where you should not really worry about that. I think it's a fine perspective to appreciate that you do have an opportunity that many people work for, but I don't think that should obligate you to like continue down a path. I don't want you to fucking look back in 10 years to look back and be like, I can't believe I did this thing that I hate for so long simply because I obligated myself to do it because I had achieved a certain level of proficiency or success that many people work hard for but never achieve. Doesn't it sound ridiculous when I put it that way?
No, I mean that's what essay writing was too.
Okay.
Because it's a job. Like, of course, it's going to be like the not enjoyable part of what you do. Like, the job is where you make all like the compromises and stuff, and you just do shit you don't like. At least that's the way I view it. Like,
to some extent, that's true, of course. But I guess, I think that perspective sort of comes baked in with the idea that any job you ever do will never be gratifying, or like that there's not like an ultimate dream job that you're chasing or that you can chase that you'll enjoy more than this. And like I think you need to confront the idea that by doing this you are precluding yourself from doing other things. And then we have to start asking questions. If you didn't stream, like what would you be pursuing? Or what's your dream job? Or fucking, you know. My God, me and IRI said that at the exact same time.
Said what?
What's your dream job?
Oh, yeah. Something that doesn't involve money, honestly. I feel like money poisons everything, dude.
It's the money that makes it feel like an obligation. It makes it feel like a chore.
Yeah.
So if there were no money involved in streaming, you would never fire it up.
Yeah. I wouldn't at all.
I don't know, man. Like a lot of the stuff just comes to me as clear signs that you just shouldn't, I don't know. You just shouldn't be a streamer. You just shouldn't stream. If your heart's not in this, you shouldn't do it.
Yeah, but my heart's not in essay writing. My heart is kind of in tutoring, but not really. Like, I don't know. I don't have any jobs that like my heart's in. I feel like you have to put your heart away when you like accept doing a job. And then every time it like squeezes out, you have to like push it back and like put a new barrier there because it's not the way it's supposed to work.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's fucking stupid. I don't know. I've spent this is my third time like chasing a passion and it making me really, really happy and doing a thing for a job that I fucking love and can't wait to do the next time. Like when the day is over, I cannot wait to go in the next day and do it. And you know, even the time spent, like, dude, even right now, I feel like my perspective on where I am with streaming is I'm still in the hyperbaric time chamber training for the big fight against motherfucking Cell or whatever. When I was learning Chinese, that was years of like training. And that was years of me being excited to train to be proficient at the job I would eventually do, consistent interest in a thing. And then when I'm doing the thing, I'm like, yes, this is what I want to do. I I know that this is what I want to do. I'm secure in my interest in this thing. If you can't think about a thing that you feel that way about, then I think that's where like your consideration needs to be going for a little while.
Huh. And your job has to be that thing? Like, I don't know.
It can be. It's not that it has to, it's that it can be.
Yeah, but all the jobs that are super fun tend to be kind of shit at pay and stuff.
Yeah.
So
sometimes.
Why don't you just like stomach it and get a better job and then do other stuff and have free time?
Do you find yourself doing that?
I think that's how I've lived my life up to this point, yeah.
Just like making a bunch of money so that you can enjoy your off time?
Mm-hmm.
You don't think there's a better way of going about that than streaming?
I think maybe between the conversations with you and with IRI, I think maybe the step forward is to like start only doing streams about stuff that I want to do streams about.
Maybe not only.
Okay.
But to be less afraid of losing viewers over pursuing your own interests and refining and like outlining your own brand or what like your own unique content that matches, that aligns with your interests better.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So like setting up more streams that are about what I like and what I think would be enjoyable to stream about, and then to see if I end up liking streaming at the end of that.
Yeah. How about this conversation that you had with me and IRI? Is this something that you enjoy more than drawing or doing debate review or whatever?
Yes.
Well, look at your viewership, dude.
What is that?
It has increased by 200 since I opened the stream.
Well, that's good.
Just got to coordinate this stuff, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I can't argue against that. Yeah, it's more enjoyable to do this stuff. Yeah, I think maybe I just have to stop looking at it as, I need to stop like min-maxing it in the direction of like making it financially good.
Or not every stream has to be that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's healthier to think of it on a month-by-month basis.
Yeah. Before you started watching today, we were talking about how like in the background, that's what I'm having some people do for me, is like we're going to make a content calendar and pick out maybe like 2 days a month or something that has to be that agonizing fucking debate review shit, and then the rest of it's going to be enjoyable stuff or commissioned work instead. Because otherwise I will blow my brains out in a video game. Not in a video game, but in a video game for TOS.
Mm-hmm. You'll paint Cherry's walls. I'll
paint Cherry's walls red, yeah.
I think she's listening to this right now. You're probably worrying her. Especially after your how she considered you picking you up from the airport yesterday.
Yeah, for sure.
How you feeling today?
I feel like I am shy when I first meet people, though. Like, I know I was high and stuff, but I feel like I do take a little while to like unravel or whatever with people.
I think it was the part where you're like, "Oh, there's snow in the car," and then you try to get in the back seat and shit. I don't know.
Well, because like I thought she was gonna come with Eric. I didn't get to explain this on Stardust panel because I didn't want to go into it. I thought she was gonna come with Eric, and then I was just like gonna get in the back and whatever. So when she came by herself, it threw off my entire like thinking of how it was gonna go. So then I was like, well, like, damn, this chick's like 2'2". She's like super duper tiny. I don't want to scare her. Like,
I knew it.
I don't like, do you want me to sit in the back? Would that be more comfortable or like whatever? Like, I don't know. I want to like pull out all the stops to not like scare the fuck out of her or something. I don't know.
Okay. How are you feeling today? Is there still leftover substances in your system that you're still working out? You feel a little... dude, yesterday, I gotta be honest, yesterday You were still like balls fucking high, weren't you, during the Stardust panel?
I was still feeling it. I had like the haze over me.
I wish you could have seen your face at the beginning of the panel. You just had this grin on your face that was like this. You look like this frightened like lab rat, just like glancing around. You look so paranoid and like you look like you were trying to fucking smile for the camera or something. You know, like I hope nobody knows how fucked up I am right now.
I don't think that's from being fucked up so much as it is like, I don't know. I don't mean any disrespect to Stardust or panel people, but that's often how panels are for me. Like I feel like it's weird because like if I talk, I can make myself smile and make myself like fun and whatever. But when I'm not talking and I'm like listening to people, like I don't want to like be skulking and they think I don't like them or like whatever. I don't know who in the audience is like looking at me in particular at that second and will catch me like doing something I shouldn't be doing or whatever. So my brain struggles with like how to act in that situation.
You feel like you're just keeping up appearances and your entire existence on the panel is completely obligatory.
No, it just feels like when you focus on your hands, you don't know what to do with your hands, except it's my face and I'm in front of like a gazillion people. Like I don't know what to do when I'm not talking. Like I write notes and stuff, but you can only write so many notes when the questions are like, how big was your dad's dick or something, you know, like I don't know what to do in the in-between.
I got a move that you can try. Okay. Try this. Take your hand, point your finger upwards, your index finger, and then point your thumb like towards your, outwards. So you form like a right angle with like you're making an L. And then you just go ahead and cradle your chin on that bad boy and lean on it. And you've got this like pensive, no, not quite. Other way around. Like keep your thumb pointed towards your chin and then your index finger kind of goes straight up your cheek. And then like sort of hook your chin over. Yeah, there you go.
What Destiny does.
Yeah. What Destiny does. Listen, I'm tired of the comparisons, okay? I do that shit. This feels natural and comfortable to me.
You're literally stealing Destiny's thing.
Okay. Destiny invented hands. Back to the trough. Yep, Tommy's got it.
Yeah.
We all eat from the trough. I've got another one you might like. Okay. Again with the pointer finger, but instead of going out, you take your pointer finger and you go across. Okay. And you put it across like your lips and then your higher. That's the one right there. That's the one. A little lower. Kind of where you were at the second position. There you go. Yeah, finger gun across the mouth. That's the one. Straighter finger.
Huh? I gotta like bring up OBS. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I guess that's better than trying to smile, probably.
I'm thinking about shit. That's an I'm thinking about shit face.
Yeah. I just think I'm not going to do as many panels anymore. If we're talking about doing things I actually like doing and things I don't like doing, I probably won't do panels much anymore.
Those Stardust panels are real treats. They're the most fun panels for streamers, but yeah, like it's not dumb people yelling at each other, so viewers probably don't like it that much.
Yeah, that one also had nothing but bangers on it. Like I liked everybody on that panel, so it was like, oh, this is an easy yes. Like, are you kidding me? These are all the people that I like.
Yeah, I was just talking to A4 Andre about this on his stream where he was like, I went to bed thinking about how much I love you, WickedSupreme, but I was going to text you, but I know you already know. I was like, yep, I do. But we both agreed. It was like, that was so much fun because it was an entire panel of just being surrounded by my friends.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
So it's hard to pass up on those. But there is still the like, oh, I'm on a stream and I have to, man, I feel like everything is poison because this is a job, Supreme. I really do. I feel like there's this constant like pressure to like do shit a particular way for the viewers.
I feel like that can be self-defeating in the long run. I think it's fine to have some considerations about how to make your content more entertaining, like how to be more entertaining. but I feel like tailoring all your content around what is going to bring me the most viewers can be kind of self-defeating and counterproductive, because people know when you're not being genuine, and people know when you're trying to pander and cater to them and shit. I think it's fine to do once in a while, like on a monthly basis, just to, you know, to keep the interest high or keep people, you know, spike the numbers. I think the number spiking is more, maybe not as, I think people have this idea where if they have like 200 viewer streams every day in a row and then they have a 50 viewer stream, they feel like it's over. They feel like they have to retire. In reality, I think it can go the other way and be perfectly fine. You have one fucking big stream a month and all your other streams are cozy or whatever, and it's probably still the same amount of money. I don't know.
But to be clear, that's kind of how it is now for me. Like all my streams are not like catered to the audience and stuff. I feel the need to entertain them when they're here, and I turn off the stream after like 2 or 3 hours because I feel like I can't anymore. But like we only do like one debate review or 2 a month, and that's pretty much it. Like,
and is it better? Is it more bearable? Is it more fun now for you?
It is, but I feel like I have this debt that has accumulated in my psyche of like all the other times, and I never like fully heal that wound. And so it feels like every time I open myself up to do that again, I'm like busting it open, and I'm feeling all the negativity from like the last like 8 times I did it. And it feels like
it is easier said than done. Yeah.
And it impacts like the streams that are supposed to be fun. I mean, I don't try to as hard as I did at the beginning to do stuff that I want to do, so I'm going to focus more on that to try and like counterbalance this. But every time I start the stream and I know I'm not going to do a review or something, there's this like thing gnawing at me that's like, oh, so you're not going to do what people want today. Like you're just going to fuck around. Well, then why even go live? Why don't you just wait until you could do like a debate review or something? Like, that's sometimes why I take like a week or 2 off, is it's like every day I tell myself like, well, I'm not ready to do a debate review, and I don't want to like take a half measure with some like random ass stream. So I guess I'm not going to stream today, and I'm going to like focus on me and see if like I can heal that thing and come back better. But it's going to take too much time, I feel like.
Maybe that is the right choice too. Like maybe you are doing that is like the best strategy for you, just to balance your happiness and content that people care about, and that people know that every time you're going to go live, it's going to be like high value content that they know they care about.
Yeah. And what's triggering me, and I keep seeing this in the fucking chat, is this like when people tell you that they're here for the content and not, or when they shit on you for thinking that their audience is there for the content, not for you. That's what gets you guys through the doors. Like I feel like nobody understands this better than like Chud Logic, and the way he puts it is so succinct and like well done. But I'll give my best shot at it. Like you guys have to realize that we as streamers know that when we put particular people in the title and then we watch their shit and whatever, you guys do. There are a ton more of you that show up and stay when we do that stuff. There are a ton more Euler people that show up and make huge donations, etc., etc. It is a like undeniable fact. So we have to like accept that and move past that to like have these conversations. And some of you guys are not accepting that. Like, sure, you may have like Rally, Booksmarts, and Supreme all covering the same thing, and then the choices between like which person you like more. But the reality is that a lot of the time you guys see in the title, oh, blah, 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 you know, Destiny drama. And all of a sudden it's not about the person. It's about like, oh, what happened with Destiny, right? Like, and that's how it is more for more of you than it is, you know, for the people that pick us just because it's us, you know, like.
I don't think people who say that are lying, but I think the people who say that represent a very small group of people who will come to your stream. Right now, your viewership says 220 people. There are probably 10, 15, maybe 20 people in chat. So maybe, yeah, like you gotta, I don't know. Isn't that the shittiest dichotomy? Like the fact that you've got people interacting with you and like they are taking the time and effort to interact with you and like creating value in your stream that way, but they don't represent really the thing that your brain cares about,
yes,
which is the number.
And that feels bad. And it's tough to argue with them because, like you said, they are telling the truth. That is the case for them. That is why they're in a stream like the one that we are having today. But they're not what we're talking about. Like, they're here listening to this conversation, but they are not the subject of it. The subject of it is the other viewers that like come and go based on whatever the topic is.
Depending, I don't know. I've been like reaching out and experiencing a lot of streamers that don't really exist in this space, and it's really interesting to see like how many other streamers have viewership that's similar to ours, but they're much more chatter oriented. Like they literally just spend their entire stream just talking to chat.
Yeah. Although I feel like there's a threshold at which that's not like possible anymore, right? Like somewhere between 500 and 1,000.
I'm not sure if that's true because our Relevant fucking does it still. Like he'll interact with his chat. He'll pick up on, especially if someone says something dumb, that dude's got motherfucking laser X-ray vision.
Yeah, I guess he's particularly good at like choosing the right people to read and stuff. That, yeah, now that I think about it, that is probably just a skill thing, like something to work on. Because like I have to read everything out loud, and I feel like that drags me down.
And between YouTube and Twitch, like you've got a bunch of people that want to hear from you. They want to know what you think about their thoughts. That's like the value of you as a streamer, as someone who provides commentary on shit. So maybe it's not as simple as saying just care about the chat and don't care about the number, bro, because you're right. Like it does have some monetary impact in your life to do the things that you don't necessarily want to do, but that make the number go higher and brings the donos in and all that shit. But maybe, you gotta, I'm curious how much that number changes if you do 10 big drama streams in a row versus like 5 with 5 personal streams in between.
I would like to think that number goes way up if I do 10 drama streams in a row, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Like, because maybe, and this might be a flaw in my thinking, I think our main growth comes from those big streams, like growth that stays in the long term. Like some people in the audience were talking about, the audience that's here now is probably the one we want to grow. Like, sure, but the only way we grow you guys is by getting more people in the door.
What the fuck? Sam, what is that?
So, why did your alert play again? Did you sub again?
You just got gifted 5.
Oh, okay. Damn, and you caught one of them. Nice.
I sure did. Anywho, my advice is the same. Fucking quit streaming. Go get a nice government job that can allow you to retire and gives you tons of benefits and vacation days. Yeah, I don't know. If you're looking for, every time we have this conversation, it feels like you're begging me, please help me like streaming, make me want to be a streamer, please. I've told you everything I can now.
Well, yeah, because who wouldn't want that, right? That's of course what I want. I want the secret thing that I can work on or do to like make it happen. I feel like with IRI just now, I kind of, and with you too, of course, like I see at least a new thing I can work on to make it more enjoyable. I just look at this like therapy, and I have a disorder, and my disorder is like, I don't like this job and I would like to like it more. And there are things you guys give me that I do as exercises to like work on and then come back and see what works. So like, yeah, I'm always looking for that because I want to work on that and like try that out and then see if the results are different, right? Like,
yeah. Well, I'll tell you something that you told me that really helped me, which is the fucking drama and debate rhetoric shit or whatever. Like, it is the case that your input is going to be more valuable than 99% of people on Twitch that weigh in on this shit, especially the largest streamers. Holy fuck. And so if that's what brings the most people in and that's how you get to have your biggest influence, then you get to have your biggest influence being really valuable to people in a way that they're not going to really find much value elsewhere on the platform. You're a smart guy. your fucking, you know, like your relationship with relationships and emotions and psychology and stuff is like really fucking mature and developed. Those are tough qualities to come by in this platform. You didn't say all this shit to me. I'm saying a lot of stuff that's I think you kind of meant, but you know, whenever you feel like you're selling out and you're just fucking like you're the bear on the ball in the circus, you're a lot more than that to a lot of people probably.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
No, probably not.
All right. Go draw some tiger butts and watch Gordon Ramsay, you fuck.
Okay. I'll talk to you later. I'll go do that.
I love you.
Bye. Dad, I love you shit's gay as fuck. I don't know why he started doing that. That's some gay ass shit, dude. Good God. At Booksmarts, you should focus on your bread and butter, which is debate reviews. Yeah, that's the takeaway, dude. This apple juice popping guy just showed up right at the end. And he's like, yo, personally, I think you should do more debate reviews. Yo, where are the debate reviews at? What's up with that? We have this long ass conversation. This dude jumps in at the end. Hey, bro, where are the debate reviews at, though? What the fuck's up with that? Jesus Christ. Thank you for the kind messages, guys. I do appreciate it. It is tough because I think Supreme pointed out something at the end there that I do find paradoxical, like a lot of things in streaming. Like when I'm bitching about when I'm talking about the increased viewership and whatever for those particular kinds of like drama streams or whatever, that doesn't include you guys because you guys showed up for this nonsense, right? So like anytime I bitch about that stuff and I say chat, I don't mean you guys here presently. And when you say, oh, but I think this, it's like, well, you're not the person I'm talking about, right? Like, or you've been converted, right? Maybe you were that person. You still are that person for other streamers. It's just I've roped you in and I've wooed you, right? Like, I think that's the thing. Chat is not a monolith. Sure, yeah, chat is not a monolith. Supreme is just trying to thin the herd by getting streamers to quit and follow their dreams. Yeah, that's all it is, dude. The second I quit, he'll be doing line by line debate reviews. He's like, don't worry, Booksmarts, I'll do it this week. Don't worry about it, bro. What do you think your best stream was? I've said before it was Richard Wolf because I'm counting this audience impact thing. But if I'm being honest, like what stream I felt was the best, it would probably be one of the early ones about note taking and about perspective theory. One of those two, which nobody probably remembers or even knows about, right? Because that was a long, long time ago. That was back when I was still doing essay writing as like a gig. So, you know, those were some old ones, but that's because I felt those ideas were important and I've communicated them a gazillion times. And like, I know the message hits because I've tried it in tutoring and like, it felt good to deliver it, but I could not come on this stream every single week because I don't have enough cum in me. I could not come on this stream every single week and give that same message over and over and over again. That would drive me nuts. In that way, like I envy Steven because Steven does that. He'll say the same fucking thing 10 different times over and over and over again. And I can't. Repeating myself, that bugs the fuck out of me. Which is unfortunate, but then maybe that's yet another thing I need to get over. Or quit, as WickedSupreme said. Maybe quitting is a viable option. What if you did debate reviews together with someone else? I could. It might be more tolerable if you change it up. Why not? I'll add that to the list. Duo debate reviews. Have Dylan Burns on to take a look at Hippy Dippy to make that shit palatable to me. That's really weird. I'm sorry, Dylan. You know I love you as a person, but holy shit, I cannot stand your panels. That might be a good thing to do, dude. Holy shit. That'd be fun. Maybe it'd be fun to have somebody that's actually in the thing. like to watch a Mr. Girl conversation with Mr. Girl, or to like what, I don't know. Yeah, maybe something like that. Duo exchange might be actually more entertaining. That too. It might actually be more entertaining for you guys. It might bring more people in the door for sure. I look forward to the streams. I incorporate some of what Book says about speaking at work. Like when we talked about the little bit of blue, the little bit of like good I get out of streaming, it's literally that. I like it when people tell me that they're using this stuff outside of here. But even then I try to push that back. I don't know. I'm beginning to think maybe the way I look at work is a little bit toxic. Cause like, as I'm seeing the pictures in my head of the way that I handle these things, I go, yeah, that doesn't seem right. And then I see the question that the other person asked me, and I'm like, well, I have to give them the answer. It's this thing. Like, I'm beginning to realize as I wheel out some of my takes on work that I think I may just view work in like a really toxic way that I actually have to like address quite seriously. So I'll work on that. Do what you want, Booksmarts. Your joy should be priority in your life. Yeah, but I always cordon off hours of like torment. In those hours of torment, they could be level 100, they could be level 10. The main thing is you shut the door behind you, you lock it, and whatever happens, happens, and you don't get a bitch about it. And then the door opens after a set amount of time, and you go back to enjoying life in the world, right? That's normally how I view work. Work is this room you lock yourself into that is unfun to some extent or another, and you don't get to complain about it. And it's what society demands of you. And then you go back to living after the door unlocks. What do you want, Booksmarts? Your joy should be priority. I don't think so. Do a review of Cherry in person would be sick. Yeah, we could work that out. Maybe looking at her conversation with Mr. Girl would be good, because I haven't done that like on stream yet. Rank them like Audit the Audit. Yeah, I mean, people have said I should rank the debate people, so maybe ranking people. I'll sponsor you. I've been paying college for an ungrateful kid in Georgia, and I'll just cut him off and sponsor you. You could if you want to. I can guarantee you that if you sponsored me with some non-insignificant amount of money, I'll take a month of just doing fucking, what I want to do. I think actually like there's some dedicated stuff. Shit, dude, I see work the same way. Maybe we're both toxic, brother. Anna went live again. Who cares, dude? If there's anything I've learned by the end of this conversation, it's to not fucking give a fucking inch of talking about that stupid fucking Anna stuff, dude. Of all the fucking drama, dude, the one that I can't even stomach fucking going live with. I swear to God. Why do people care so much? Because you guys are fucking monsters. You guys are goddamn gremlins. I swear to God. And by you guys, of course, this is again the paradox of like the people here probably aren't the people I'm talking about, but holy shit. Man, the masses, I swear to God. Would be funny to see you do Cutebots show. Maybe. I'm super shy and stuff. I probably couldn't do it. I'll be honest with you. I probably couldn't do it. Yeah, I probably couldn't. I don't know. Like, even today, I went grocery shopping with Eric, Cherry's husband, and I felt like I was not horribly entertaining for the guy. And I don't know, my brain shuts down when I'm with new people. Like, it takes a while of like learning about the other person and stuff to like feel like I can be like a human being and have like real like back and forths and like say interesting things. Because up till that point, I feel like I'm in like sponge stage and I need to like absorb and like whatever. And I don't know. I feel like I know I'm awkward and whatever, but I take a while to like warm up. Can't talk about diagnosing someone, but it's like waiting for a car crash. Yikes. I don't know. I don't want to talk about Anna's stuff. Destiny usually plays a game, which is something he likes, while doing a thing he doesn't. Isn't it possible for you to draw something while you review stuff? That's what I've been trying. That's what I've been doing. But the spike in viewership is is such that like the trade-off isn't there, right? So like if I only get, for instance, let's use completely hypothetical numbers, right? Let's say I get 100 people that'll watch if I just draw, and then I can get 150 if I draw while having a debate on. That 50 is not worth ruining my drawing time with this nonsense in my ear, right? I actually think that something I've learned from this conversation moving forward is to do something I like and draw at the same time. So maybe I could listen to NPR, and instead of listening to it in my private time, I'll just listen to it live on stream while I'm drawing. I actually think, and this is coming more so from the I'm Really Important part of the today's stream, like I think I just need to do more of what I like. And if that means doubling up on stuff I like, then it means doubling up on stuff that I like. So yeah, I would watch that. Yeah, there you go. Cause you guys just listen anyways. And then if people want to watch for the art, they can watch for the art. If people want to listen, they can listen, you know, like sounds like a win-win. Yeah. So that's something I'm thinking of. Yep. I did that. I had a news roundup on Saturday based on around NPR's thing. Yeah. When is the next Q&A? A lot of you really seem to like the Q&A. It's a community favorite, but it's definitely not something I can turn into a YouTube video the way that we turned it into, because it was one of, if not, I think the worst performing YouTube video in the last like dozen uploads we've done. It was tremendously bad as a YouTube video, which I feel bad about because I think Mr. Hen or Mr. Thick and my editor Tack worked hard to like get timestamps for all the people and edit it like whatever. You thought that YouTube was hilarious. Well, there you go. But I like it performed really, really poorly. Very few people watching it, lots of clicks off. So yeah, Q&A usually does bad everywhere. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't mind doing it as a stream thing. I think, oh man, I'm going to have to really rethink the way I'm looking at this. So what I wanted to say just now is like, maybe it could be like a Patreon or like a subscriber perk. That's what I want to do, and only have those people have access to the room and then field them and whatever. And that way it would make monetary sense to do it still. But maybe I need to stop thinking about everything needing to make monetary sense. So I don't know. I like that is probably fine. That's a fine idea, but I'm noticing like a pattern of thoughts that I probably need to like reevaluate and rewire a little bit. How much return do big streams get? I like your takes on things. I've been getting into motorcycles and really enjoyed going back and listening to. Cool. The big streams get really good return. Like we get hundreds of dollars in donations, tons of subs, lots of audience interaction and engagement and chatting and follows and Twitter follows afterwards and Discord joins and every single metric. Like when we do big streams and we do debate reviews and stuff, it pushes every single thing that needs to be pushed. That's why it's like something that I should do. And I do them, no offense, everybody else, I do them better than you. I'm just going to say it. I do better debate reviews, I think. I really do. I think like they're better for people to watch. I think they're better for their brains. I think they're entertaining. Like, and you're humble? No, I'm not humble. No, I'm shooting you straight. Like I enjoy them when I watch them back. That's why I don't just like always skip around to the VOD. I'll catch myself watching it for like a long time. You can call me what you want by that, you know. I know that's weird. I know other people can't even stand like the sound of their voice, but I think it's funny. Like I enjoy the content. I don't know. Like that's one of the things that's kept me going is like I can watch my stuff and I enjoy it. I like what I make. I just don't like the process of making it a lot of the time. You're really good at debate reviews. That's true. You just have to find a way to make them more engaging for yourself. True. Yeah. Make them more enjoyable and stuff. That stuff could also go on another YouTube channel so it doesn't screw your main YouTube content. Yeah, I'm very close to just starting a second channel and putting out a bunch of shit all the time. And maybe even getting into the editing software and editing some of my own videos as well. Because there's some stuff I want to do that would be difficult to have Tack do for me that I think I just want to edit on my own. Like vlogs and stuff. I kind of, as a fun project, there's so many fun projects, but I always say, no, you can't do that, Booksmarts, because you're not going to make any money. I really want to do vlogs and stuff. I really want to edit those because I feel like I can make funny vlogs and like a monthly one at the very least to just talk about like even just the period of prepping for flights and stuff. I find to be hilarious as I'm like living it. Like when things don't work out, like I planned everything really, really close to the letter of like how it was going to work, that I was going to go to my dad's and then pick up my motorcycle, go to the office, record a time lapse of me packing my luggage. I had this whole plan drawn out. And the first thing bad that happens is I don't get any sleep the night before. The second bad thing that happens is I get to my dad's and the motorcycle battery is completely dead. So there's no way I can go anywhere. The third bad things just keep happening. And I think that it would be funny to do a vlog where I walk you through the very perfect plan of what I wanted to do. Kind of like in Shaun of the Dead when they talk about how they're going to like live through the zombie apocalypse and like make it to the bar and be okay. And then contrasting that with how it actually went down. But yeah, that kind of stuff is just like not viable. So we're getting a vlog in March. I don't know, dude. Don't hold me to that. It sounds like you kind of cuck yourself into hating your job. I wish I could argue against you, but kind of. That's part of the problem I'm seeing is I think I'm making it less enjoyable by the way I'm thinking about it. So that's a thing. Do you enjoy interviewing or having conversation with people one-on-one? If I know what I want to talk about, yes. When I don't know, no. They have to be prepped. When they're prepped, yes. Because the one thing that kills conversations with people is my anxiety. Like today when I went shopping. I feel like my anxiety makes things not enjoyable with other people. But once I'm past that, if I keep that under wraps, then yes. And one of the ways I keep it under wraps is like having prepped stuff, like having a gazillion questions. I just worry when I don't have a response to something or a question or like the next thing to talk about. That worries me. Better yet, you tell us the plan beforehand and then we get to react in real time how realistic it is. I don't think that's better. Unless you mean in the video, it just plays out and you see it slowly fall apart. That would be pretty funny. I think that's what you mean, right, David? If you're like me, it worries you because you think it worries them and not because you actually give a fuck. I actually don't know if I care that it worries them. I just feel like I should be able to do better. Like, come on, bro. You got more in you than that. Sucks how turning a passion into a career can spoil the passion. This wasn't a passion, though. Like, the only reason I ever did it was because people wanted to hear me talk about the Destiny stuff more. And so I did it because that's where the people were. And then I thought, I can make this into a job. I don't think there was ever like a real hint of passion. I mean, there was some passion while I was doing the job thing, but I feel like you have to lock that behind doors and stuff because it ruins the job. Kind of weird question, but does the gap in your front teeth make you insecure at all? I literally have the same gap and almost want to get veneers just to fix it. So I'm actually happy somebody mentions this. So, no, don't be mean to him. Don't be mean to him. Don't be mean to him. Because there's somebody with the same problem, right? They're not, they're not being mean. I always feel like it should, right? Because I met a lot of people that have the gap and they're very insecure about it. It doesn't, it impacted my speech. It used to be a lot worse. Then I got braces. Then I didn't do my retainer when I had braces. So it came back like this. It used to be a lot worse. I would say that the one thing that it made me insecure about it was the way that I spoke. So you might notice that my S's and my THs are not enunciated quite correctly, because I had to go through a lot of therapy to like try and fix the way I pronounce them. I was very stubborn as a child. For me, I didn't see a difference between TH and F, so I just thought, fuck it, dude. I'm just gonna say I want free. I want free fitty. You know, like I don't really care. I'm just gonna, you know, I was very stubborn. And people made fun of me a lot. Yeah, I got bullied a lot for having buck teeth, a lot, even by family. So yeah, I got made fun of a lot, but I learned to live with it. Here's what I'll tell you, because I was looking for like, what is the bit of advice that fixes all of this? It's this. Remember that you don't have to be your type. Okay? Like Twinkie Femboys? Yes, sir. Do I have to be a Twinkie Femboy? No, sir. Should I feel bad that I'm not a Twinkie Femboy? Why? I don't want to fuck myself, right? Like, I don't think you have to be attracted to you, and that's okay. You don't have to be your type. Don't be mad that you're tall and you dig short people, so you wish you were short because you think short is cuter. Divorce these two things. You are the way that you are. You can improve that or build upon that or whatever, but don't do it to be more attracted to yourself, because it's not really what you want to go for. Other people will be attracted to you at many different points for many different reasons. One chick might be attracted to you because you have buck teeth and she thinks it's cute. Then you get braces, you fix all of it, she doesn't find you attractive anymore. Now some other chick does because she likes straight teeth, right? Like, you don't have to be your type. Other people are going to be attracted to you for all sorts of features. There are people that like people because they are fat. There's people that like people because they speak with a lisp, or they have buck teeth, or they're balding, or, you know, people are attracted to all sorts of stuff, and people overlook all sorts of stuff for other parts of the person that they enjoy, right? So just, you know, you don't have to be attracted to you. If people aren't into that part of you, I don't think that means you have to go and change it. You know, they're just not the person you're looking for, right? Like, I don't know, that's where I'm at with it. I hope that helps to some extent. Man, we keep getting these annoying fucking scammers and whatever on YouTube today. But then people call me a chubby chaser. Fuck people, dude. What? I mean, what do other people like in other people? Well, I like their personality. I actually don't have anything physical that I'm a... Okay, personality chaser, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Right? Like, who cares? I don't care. Like, oh man, am I... like, if you're an Asian chaser, if you're a chubby chaser, if you're a trans chaser, if you're a bucktooth chaser, if you're a fucking ass chaser, I don't care, dude. I don't think you guys should care either, really. Honestly. Don't let other people police the kind of shit that you're into. I think that's all fucking annoying. And look, see, Darius says, ew, ass, right? Like, everybody's in their different stuff. Don't let somebody else's, like, lack of taste impact your own, right? Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, you have to live with your own decisions. So just, you like what you like, dude. I had a broken tooth that helped filtered out shitty people. Yeah, exactly. Like, one person that comes to mind, I don't mean to roast you, dude, but is like Fancy Sloth. I think he feels really, really bad about his teeth and stuff, but like, I don't care. Like, I think Fancy is cute, even like with the teeth and stuff. If anything, that adds to the cuteness factor, right? So like, I know that when you live in your head a long time, and especially when you have other people giving you feedback that they dislike certain parts of you, it can be easy to start to hate them. But like, especially when it's stuff you don't have like immediate control over, let it go, dude. It's okay. You don't have to be like attracted to yourself and whatever. Even when these beauty people tell you the like, love you and whatever, like, I kind of feel like that's misguided, because then if you don't love you, you kind of feel bad, and you're always trying to like fall in love with something that you're not really attracted to. That's fine. I go the opposite direction. You don't have to love you. That's totally fine. You know, I think you can like your personality, your decisions, and try to change those and whatever. A lot of internal things. when it comes to your fucking teeth or your hair or your facial hair or the size of your penis or your feet or your hands or the way that your nails look or the way that you walk or these other things, I don't know. I don't feel like you should focus on them too much, dude. There'll be a person for you out there. I hate the term because I then get accused of being a fetishizer. Yeah, like I see why people have those problems and whatever, and they go to like you're fetishizing and yada yada. Make fun of me for fetishizing. Don't make fun of me for chasing. I don't know. Like there's a line there, and I online people don't really get it. So you know. Wait. I fuck myself all the time. Oh, okay. Not good. This is actually super solid advice. Thanks. No problem, dude. You're saying not to be attracted to myself. If you are attracted to yourself, that's great. Because you have an example image in front of you can compare to everybody else, and then you'll find your mate really, really fast, right? But yeah, I don't think you have to be attracted to yourself, and that's totally fine. You could be a bear that is attracted to twinks, and you go fuck your twinks. You know, you could be a twink who's really attracted to dad bods. You go after the dad bods. The twink does not need to become a dad, and the dad bod dude does not need to become a twin. Like these things don't have to happen. Like these are separate things entirely, and the more separate you keep them in your mind, I think the better off you'll be. Good luck with the recalibration of your thinking about your job. The gap is a bonus aesthetically. Good night, Check. Good night, dude. You like the things you like? How outrageous. Yeah, I don't know, dude. There's also nothing wrong with having fetishes. Makes you more interesting. Sure. There's nothing wrong with having fetishes, but there is a problem with fetishizing other people on the whole. So like, oh man, this is such a complicated topic. I'm going to say things, I'm going to get in trouble and be ignorant and wrong, but I'm going to say things because I'm a streamer, okay? I think it is totally fine. For instance, let's pick the big one. Let's pick Asians, okay? You can have an Asian fetish, and I think that's okay. You can fetishize individual Asian people, and I think that's okay. What you shouldn't do is fetishize the Asian race, okay? That's not good, right? To project a bunch of qualities that are the reason why you like Asian people in your brain or why you're attracted to them, and to project that onto the entire, every single person that is Asian is the problem, right? The expectation that people in your life that are Asian should adopt those things, and if they don't, it makes them unattractive and unappealing, and focusing on that or communicating that to other people, I think is a problem as well, right? If you're in a relationship and with an Asian person and you're like, hey, babe, it would be really fucking hot if you wore a kimono and put up your hair and had a fan and put white makeup on your face. Like, I actually don't think there's a problem with that personally. If they get butthurt about that, I understand. Okay, I really do. But I think it's okay to ask, you know? It's okay to ask. The same way it's okay to ask if somebody has a fat ass that they learn how to twerk or, you know, whatever. I don't really have a problem with that. That's also why, like, yesterday when we talked about race play on, like, the panel, like, I mean, you can ask. I don't see a problem with asking. Like with Dre and that chick that wanted to pee on him. If she wants to pee on you, bro, is her right to ask. She can ask. It's better than just dumping it on you, right? Like, you can ask. Don't get butthurt when they say no, if they say no, right? But, you know, I feel like the problem only comes there. Fetishization leads to objectification. All else is fair play. If the other person wants to be objectified or is okay with it, I think it's okay. Throw me on a cross. I wouldn't even go as far as to say the objectification, whatever, is bad. I don't think it is. As long as the other person is chill with it, I think it's chill, right? As long as they're chill with it and they don't have some like deeply rooted psychological negative reason for believing that you're aware of, right? Like, that's chill. That's whatever. I don't think that really matters. I don't think we should be policing like individual people's relationships or whatever, really. But yeah, if you objectify people that you're not in a relationship with or randomly or people on the street, yeah, it's a problem, right? It's a problem because you're applying it to like random people all the time and whatever. You can't help what you're attracted to and stuff. And if the defining characteristic of somebody is that you're attracted to them, I don't think that's a problem either. I don't. There's going to be plenty of people in your life who your only relation to them, or the only thing that you focus on about them, is that you are attracted to them. It's going to happen. It's going to happen a lot because there's lots and lots of people and you do not have the time to get to know everybody, and it'll happen. Okay, it'll happen. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's a completely normal thing. I don't know how women work. I haven't lived as a woman, admittedly, at least in any of my past lives that I remember. I don't know if you guys treat men differently, but that seems to be the way my brain was wired. And when I talk to other dudes, it seems to be the way their brains are wired. So like, I think that's okay. I think it's okay. You know, but then if you project that onto other people and that's your expectation of everybody, and you treat people that you find attractive as only being worth anything because they're attractive, then it's a problem. But that's because you are putting out there things, right? Experiencing it in your brain, I don't really care about. It's you putting it on to other people that is a problem, and it's a problem because of the effect you're having on other people. But internally, I just could not care less, dude, honestly. And I know I may be wrong on that, or I may not have the right debate position on that, but I really do not give a fuck. That's how I view the world. I don't know. I'm open to changing on it, but race play is based same as sadism. Sure, I don't have a problem with either of them. I don't think race play has to be sadistic, though, to be clear. I think you're drawing a line there. It doesn't need to be there, but yeah. The problem is forcing people to limit themselves to your fetish rather than finding people that embody what you desire. Forcing is the problem in this entire sentence, right? Forcing is the huge trigger here. Right? Because if we swap that out with asking, it's not a problem, right? So yeah, I think forcing people to do all sorts of things is bad, but it's the forcing that's the problem. I'll say this, people with fetishes almost always think they're so woke and above vanilla folk. Yeah. One thing to keep in mind is human beings, and we used to talk about this a lot more on stream, are always going to compare other people and their experiences and whatever to their internal experience. Imagine from that person's perspective for a moment, a before and after, the moment that they realized they had a fetish that could be acted upon. Imagine the before and after. The before would be them being vanilla, right? And that person they would consider to be asleep to maybe some very very important things, or missing out on a certain aspect of life, or not living enough, right? And then from that point onwards, they would say that person has maybe awoken to something. Maybe that person is aware of something that the other person wasn't, and it's objectively better and subjectively better and yada, yada, yada. So then they project that onto other people. Well, if you're vanilla, it simply means you are like me before I discovered that I like Asians. And you're just missing out. And that's how it is, right? I think you have to correct that early on. Like, I honestly think it's the parent's job to correct that out of a child, like pretty early, to make the child realize that other people have vastly different experiences of the world, and there are fundamental differences in like even how people experience or think about things because of the way that they're raised, or their brain, or genetics, or whatever the reason is. Different people are different. It's not you repeated a gazillion times, right? And I think you have to iron that out of kids. If you don't, it's kind of like what you see with MrGirl, right? I experienced it this way. I'm really confident about this. So I think everybody experiences it this, like, you don't want to do that. It becomes troublesome. Been having a rough time lately, but the stream really helped. Thanks for allowing yourself to be open on the stream. I'm happy it helped. Yeah. I am always afraid bringing Supreme on for these topics, because Supreme, yeah, like he said, he's very much on the like booksmarts should quit train, and I don't like that. He also is able to like show me a loop that like I'm wrong about and stuff, and it's very challenging. But beyond all that, I just don't like burdening him with that stuff, because if we find a loop where like I'm doing something that is dumb, like I think the biggest loop there was like, I am asking with the intent of having somebody tell me something that will make me like streaming. That's what I'm looking for. I'm on a fence. I know what side I want to land on, and I'm listening for something that will push me onto that side so that I can work on enjoying that side and being on that side more. And I am averse to the other side, which is quitting. So, it's important to be aware of that, and to live with it and accept it. And if it's a problem, then you work through it, right? This is a hard convo because it's trying to moralize everyone's preferences. Yeah, I don't think we should moralize people's preferences personally, but yeah. You can moralize your own preferences all you want. Again, it's the projecting it on other people thing, right? Like, same problem, different situation. You were saying people don't have to be attracted to themselves. The issue around fetishes sounds like one person is valuing things about others that those people don't highly value in themselves, and therefore feel like they're not being engaged with as a person. Is valuing things about the other. I feel like the last part of your sentence here, and therefore feel like they're not being engaged with as a person. Here's another, I know it might be a bad take. I have a feeling it is. I feel like the person in the wrong here is the person who got butt hurt. Like, if somebody, like, especially the way you've worded this, if one person values things about another person that other person doesn't value in themselves, that other person shouldn't then feel like they're not being engaged with as a person. There's a huge leap here that I don't think should be happening. When all of your interactions with somebody only have to do with the feature that they like about you, then maybe it would really depend on the feature. If it's about your Asianness, probably not good. It's okay to feel bad about that. But if it's like they think you're funny, or they think that you're smart, or any of these other things, probably fine. I think usually most interactions are more nuanced than this. It's not just the fetish thing. They try to get to know you as a person and this and that and the other thing. If they're doing this, that, and the other thing and everything else, I think it's a bit on you to jump to this, you're not being engaged with as a person. Unless that's actually happening, I think it's a bit annoying. Like, the reason I say this is because I have friends in real life who have expressed this to me after going out with somebody, and I've heard like, oh, the date was really nice, whatever, and this, that, and the other thing. But at some point it becomes apparent to them that like the other person has dated a bunch of Asian people or dated a bunch of black people. And then they're like, and I really didn't like that. And all of a sudden they flipped a switch in their head like, oh, this person must be faking everything else, that they're only after me because of this one thing. Like, bitch, you're fucking crazy. You said you had a fun time all the way up until that point. Like, I don't know. That is a you problem. That is baggage that you have because racist people exist in the world and whatever else is the problem, or somebody else did this to you, and that is your baggage. Like, if you had a fine date with that person, they were fine and everything else, I don't know, dude. Yeah. Oh, Derry. I see your message, dude. I don't know, bro. I don't, you sound like you already know something. So why don't you just DM me whatever it is that you think is different between then and now? Which conditions would need to be met for you to quit streaming? Having something else ready to go that is preferable, that has more room for growth as a career. Probably that's what I would say. In short, you're saying fetishizing leading to harmful stereotyping. Is this at somebody else? I think if your fetishization is harmfully stereotyping people, then that's a problem. That's not good. Which I think is what I was saying at the beginning of this. Food for thought. You're trying to find reasons to continue streaming, but what would it take for you to quit? Yeah, like I just said, I would need a better option in terms of a career. What if they're only attracted to Asians? Do they have a choice? Again, I don't even care if they do have a choice, right? So I don't care about that, right? If they're only attracted to Asians, then it's even more sad that people shit on them once they learn that they have an attraction to Asian people. So I don't see a problem with this, right? Some people are only attracted to women or only attracted to men. Do you see me shitting on them? Oh, you're men phobic because you don't like men. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't apply this to anything else. Oh, you're a small booty hater, dude, because you fucking like big asses. I don't know, bro. I'm just trying to express what people might find problematic about fetishizing. Sure. I guess I can go back and read your thing, but I didn't see a problem with the, like, again, I just think that last part is completely on the other person, not on the person we're talking about here. Like you worded in a way that's just very, very kind to the fetishizer. I think you could have reworded this in a way that like makes the fetishizer bad, because you kind of failed to do that here. Like this wording is so soft. One person is valuing things about others that those people don't highly value in themselves. Like, that doesn't sound bad at all. Like, that doesn't sound bad at all. That just makes the other person sound like they're deranged. I don't know. Why are we talking about what's reasonably okay or not okay? I don't know, dude. How about you rewind the VOD, dumbass? But yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it's whatever. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Maybe you are referencing somebody specific or asking me. Who are you talking to, bro? Went on a in a TikTok comment section because of this really popular commie girl defending "I hate men" as a statement to say. And see, like, I feel like the opposite of really liking and fetishizing a race or whatever, or a feature, the opposite of that's probably bad. Like, I would be more quick to jump to, okay, that's probably not good, right? Like, if instead of saying, like, I love men, penises are just like, oh my God, all to die for. If instead you were like, I hate men, dude, fucking penis wielding motherfuckers. Like, you know, and I know some men don't have penises. Chill out. What the fuck? But, you know, who is he talking to? That's a good question. I'm talking to the people in my walls, bro. I'm just going to scroll past that comment, not engage with it anymore. Why don't we tell my ex-girlfriend that she is the problem, not me? We could. Do you want to call her up and get her in a Discord call? We'll all talk about it. This chat room is dum-dums. Well, you shouldn't be responding to people, bro. It's one of the rules. And here Jedi Porkchop is a veteran, still breaking the rules. Why say I hate men when you can say if he dies, he dies? I guess you could say that. Oh my God, I'm blessed to have Silly Serious in here. Silly Serious, you're somebody that knows a lot about what's good and what's bad about liking people and disliking people. I don't know if you caught the take. I'd be interested to hear. Am I off base? I don't feel like it's bad to like fetishize certain races or features of people. I feel like it's like, I don't even think it's bad to ask that somebody plays into your fetish once you are in a relationship with them. I feel like it's bad to like project the qualities that make you fetishize that race or that quality onto other people and expect it of them all the time. So if you like Asian men because you think they're effeminate, and poetic and stoic or whatever and quiet, and you try to project that onto like every Asian man, and you're like, why don't you talk a little less? You know, you would look so cute if you would just like wear eyeliner. Oh my God, have you seen Kyojung from my fucking my K-pop? You would look so cute if you did your hair like Kyojung. Kyojung and this fucking idol group is like the best thing in the world. Like, I think that's fucked, right? But if you were to ask your boyfriend, like, if he's like, hey babe, I'm going to go get my haircut, what do you think? And she was like, personally, since you asked, I would love it if you dressed up like Kyojung. I would love it if you did your hair like this and whatever. I can go with you to like, and then if he's like, all right, chill, whatever. Like, I don't think that's a problem. So there's the whole take. I'm curious. I'm okay with being wrong here. I'm kind of interested in knowing if like I'm off base, but, I lived in Cherry's walls. Now I live in both Cherry and Bookfucker's walls. True. Yeah. Want me to link you the TikTok? No, I don't care about TikTok. Damn, what are you talking about now? Rewind, dumbass. You're on YouTube. You can just click back in the timeline and 2x it. What do you mean? I don't see anything wrong with what you just said, nor do I, obviously, but I have a sneaking suspicion I've got the wrong opinion because other woke people say the exact opposite. You can make some killer TikTok broskies. Yeah, maybe. again, I don't want to reveal too much about what I'm trying to do in the background, because if it follows through, I'm going to look like somebody that always says he's trying to do something and doesn't work out. I'm trying to get a TikTok started. I'm trying to bring somebody on board who can make TikToks or tell me what I need to do to record them. So I'm working on that. It's just it's a work in progress. The future is now, old man. TikTok is the dominant platform on the internet now. Sure, I mean, if I can make money. Right. Don't look at it like a job that you make money at. Okay. I'll work on that. It's just, if it doesn't make money, what's the point? I don't see the point. I don't want to be some social internet star for the sake of being a social internet star. I want to make money to support myself and the people that I love. That's it, dude. I can't believe other people just do this to be in front of people and have attention. That's so cringe. Sorry. I know that's probably a lot of the people I work with and stuff, but that just seems cringe to me. Like when IRI said that, I didn't know if that was like one of IRI's main things, so I didn't want to like push on it too much, but like it does seem cringy to me if that's your reason for doing this, that you just want to be in front of a bunch of people. That seems strange to me. The silly serious, like if you want to do something with it, that makes sense, but the attention in and of itself seems strange to go after. Okay, so Silly Serious responded. Let me read this. I think sex and intimacy is all about creating something together. And as long as both parties maintain creative control, I don't see anything wrong with two people, amen, doing what they want to do in the privacy of their own homes. Or in the car. Or in a park. Or in front of the Sears in Dublin. Or... I mean, I would expand that more, but yeah, okay. I'm not off kilter here. All right, sick. Thank you, Silly Serious. Very validating. It is weird to exclude dating partners based on race. Ooh. So do I want to comment on this? Because you even follow it up with a really good counter. If by weird we mean probably racist, sure. If by weird we mean always bad, no, I don't think so. A good example is exactly what you follow this up with. Super cringe to go on Grindr and see no Asians, no blacks, etc. In my experience, Grindr is an app to have sex with people. And you may have preferences with who you do and do not want to have sex with because of what you think will get you off and whatever. I don't personally see a problem with doing that. The same way I don't see a problem if you go to like a prostitute lineup and choose some prostitutes all the time and don't choose others. I don't think that's a problem. I think it's a preference. And you can have a problem with the root of the preference. The root of the preference may be some racism, and the racism is the problem. I don't really think the preference is a problem. I don't, like if I knew a friend that did that, I would be like, really, bruh? You couldn't see yourself being like sexually attracted to any black person? Really? I'm pretty sure I could throw some features into a blender along with dark skin and I'm going to get you to, get off to it. I don't see that. Same with Asians. Like, really? None? But on Grindr, you kind of want to have filters for what you're generally down for and what you're generally not down for, right? Like if you're put off because of racism or something else by Asian people or by black people or whatever, I'm not sure I would condemn you for putting that in your profile. It's probably better you do that than to have like racist interactions with people or to waste people's time. Just don't message me because I will not consider you. You are probably not going to be one of the 2% of this race that I'm okay with at this moment. So, Grindr is this immediate fulfillment of sex. And I kind of understand for immediate fulfillment of sex that you would have these preferences like worn on your sleeve. You could have a problem with where the preferences come from. I totally understand that. But I I kind of understand it. Anywhere you think you won't get arrested. Hey, there we go. Is there something wrong with someone wanting to be famous? For the sake of being famous? Yeah, I think. I mean, I guess there's nothing wrong with it. I just think it's cringe. It's strange to me. That's not the way I think. If you don't seek it, that's fine, but it's odd to judge others for it. I just think it's cringe. I think it's like a dog chasing the car. Like, how do you feel about that? A dog chasing the mailman's car. What do you think of it? Is it cute? Are you condescending towards the dog? Do you think it's cringe? Do you think that when the dog catches it, what the fuck is he going to do with the mail truck? Like, it's more or less that for me. It's like a want without a cause. Like, why do you want that? I guess it doesn't make sense to me that the thing in and of itself is like fulfilling. And if you're somebody that's fulfilled simply by fame itself, that seems empty to me. Maybe not bad. I mean, if it makes you happy, it makes you happy. I don't think it's like morally bad or some shit like that. It's just like, really? Okay. I guess God gave some people much easier tasks to get done with or something, I guess. Destiny, YouTube only recently made money. It hardly did before. Build your brand and consistency. Sure, I'm working on it. Usually it's the opposite for Asian people. Damn. Yeah, it is. This no Asians thing, I don't know if I've seen a ton of that, but now you're talking about throwing Asians in a grinder and making them hot for racists. Yeah, let's throw some Asians in a grinder with a couple of cute ears and eyes and abs, and then we'll have a racist fuck them to prove a point. I think the bigger issue is the commodification of people by the marketization of dating. Let me go ahead and word that in a way that isn't very silly seriously. So lumping all people together and equivocating all of them and pretending like they're all the same thing, the same way like you don't really judge a banana based on its girth. It's like all bananas are bananas. So commodifying of people by the marketization of dating based on how appealing they are to other people. Like, ooh, bunch of yellow bananas, or hey, bunch of Asians, and you know about Asians, you know, that kind of thing. If people feel reduced to their race, I understand why that feels bad, but that's less to do with preference and more to do with modern algorithm-driven dating. Yeah. And I understand why they feel reduced to their race. I also think, and this is like a broader problem, people take discrimination they receive on various platforms or by various people, and they project it onto situations that extend beyond the bounds of that discrimination. Like thinking you only didn't get a job because of your race, or thinking you only didn't get accepted into a school because of your race, with no information that should indicate that that is the case to you. When you have information that's the case, cool. When you don't, chill out. I think most of the time in most situations, you probably need to chill out. That's probably, you don't have enough reason to believe that, and you continuing to believe it is feeding something negative inside of yourself. Like you're giving more power to these people than they probably deserve, and that's probably against what you would want to do. So yeah, but that happens with lots of stuff. Like I don't want to go into like a bunch of examples, but I think you know what I'm talking about. I think the problem is that most people who fetishize race don't do it in the way you described, Booksmarts. That's probably why lots of people have a problem with it generally. Yeah. Hey, I know that somebody is probably listening to this who does fetishize. Do it the way that I said. It's going to be better for you. Do it the way that I said. Also, if you're one of the people who says, an Asian, never. Come on, bro. Come on. So here's a really bad Booksmarts thought. I'm tossing them all out today. I think that everybody is to some extent able to be attracted to like almost any kind of like person. Like I think that a lot of people who say that they're straight could in some reality find themselves romantically or sexually or whatever attracted to somebody of the same sex. I do. Now, it may be a vanishingly small number of like dimensions or timelines where that happens, and that's why you can define yourself as straight or whatever, because on the whole you just don't feel that. But I think most people could fall in love with a person of any kind of type, right? And maybe it's just because I read too many stories and cute Disney movies and whatever, but I think even with my knowledge of psychology and stuff, if you're in a particular situation with people and you form a connection with people, it can go really deep and deeper than you would initially imagine when you were at the beginning of it, right? I think people make too many judgments about all of the long-term possibilities that exist in the world based on a very ignorant perspective of the now. And I think that is what we see at play with this no Asians, no blacks thing. Like, really, I bet you if I was God, I could construct a black person that will woo you and that you'll marry and that you'll fuck 1,000 times. And I will do it just to spite you if given the opportunity. You know, like, it is possible. I could do it. Same if you're like, bro, I'm super straight. No way would I fuck a bro, dude. Fuck penises. That's gross, dude. The only good penis is a penis in a vagina. That's not the vagina of the woman that I own, you know? Like, you know, I don't think so. I think I could get you to try butt stuff if I put the right man in front of you for long enough and I created those situations. I'm pretty sure that I could. I'm pretty sure that God could make us attracted to all sorts of things. You know, that's... Nope. All right, David Chadman. Nope, not happening, dude. We'll see, David. You better hope I never become God, bro, or you'll be fucking stuffing some orifice, dude. Super straight screams gay to me. Yeah, a little bit. It's almost like they saw something they were very afraid of and now they're running away. It's like they had a picture in their head one time, or they watched one porno and they like looked at the dude and they got off to the dude and they were like, oh my God, what was that? Never again. This isn't me. And then they just fucking go hard in the pain against it all the time. Yeah, it always makes me kind of give a second glance, but I know that that's straight phobic or whatever. And that's the other thing though, silly serious, is like, I've learned to more or less keep this under wraps when I'm dealing with individual people, but be honest with it on the open platform that I have, because I think it's really condescending and phobic of whatever the person is, or like kind of detrimental to their personal identity to call this out in them, right? And that's a change that I made after starting streaming, is that I started to see that, like, that's actually really mean to say to people. And it comes off the same way like MrGirl telling somebody they're lying about possibly being attracted to children or whatever, right? Like, and that's why I conceded in that argument. God could probably put something in front of me that would make that happen. As awful as that sounds, because I have this belief about the straight thing and about whatever else, I think a lot of people would be susceptible to the kid thing. A lot less, and it would take a lot more different scenarios, I think, than like making a straight dude like another dude or something. But I think that's like possible as well. Like, I think I could fuck you up socially in your life, and I could, like, you know, wire everything perfectly and create the perfect situation and make you attracted to a kid. I'm pretty sure that I could do it. You give me God's power and I'm pretty sure it's possible, you know, like, and even if we set that aside as being a possibility or not, I personally believe that we're all kind of born into this like it was a video game and we're kind of stuck with wherever we're stuck at. I'm going to make a pondering hint that maybe we get to repeat this in different lives. That would be really cool. I personally have a feeling that that is what happens. You could have easily been born into a pedophile brain. You could have. And given that possibility, I don't think you should be too mean to people that you could have easily ended up being. Same with murder and stuff like that. Like, I think you could easily end up turning into a murderer, or you could have turned into a murderer. Like, we probably want to be chill with like people who have ended up in particular situations and have kindness and empathy equal to what we would expect if we were in that situation. So if you were in the situation of being a pedophile, you would probably wish that there was a bunch of things in place to help you and to help you not give in to that or whatever, or reform or yada yada, because society's not allowing it and whatever. That may change in the future, but that's the way it is now. So that's probably what you would wish for if you were in that situation. So, you know, whatever. And if in that situation you think you would wish that there were android women that worked at a brothel, like the hypothetical Mr. Girl proposed, then advocate for that. That's my level of empathy, is like, think about what you would be like in that situation and come up with a solution that person would probably be okay with happening to them. So, yeah. I agree 100%, but some of my friends view some people as irredeemable. If you ask that yes/no to people, most will say that, unfortunately. Well, here's the thing. When we say irredeemable, sometimes that can mean like not changeable per our liking. Okay? And not changeable per our liking, yeah, plenty of people are not changeable per our liking. Like, I think that there are definitely plenty of people who have murdered people who, even given the best treatment we have available to us right now in this reality, we will not be able to like fix them to an extent where we would be comfortable on the whole having them enter society. Yeah, that is probably the case for some people. I'm not of this opinion that we can fix everybody, but I am of the opinion, again, there's ignorance at the beginning of the timeline before you see what every future is. Don't get caught up in the ignorance at the beginning. You should try with everybody. You should try, because you can't predict that far in the future for everybody. You don't know what timeline you're on. It may seem very unlikely, but I think we're all owed trying, because if we want to realize the one future, the one timeline, if you want to think about it like from Marvel's cinematic universe, the one timeline where that actually happens, one of the first steps there is trying. It always starts with trying. So you have to give everybody at least the first step. You have to try. And yeah, you may try and they're irredeemable. It happens. You know, some people, we just don't have the care for them right now. We don't have the solutions for them right now, and that's fine. But you have to try. You can't make that decision so early on with people, you know? Rawls would be proud. I like Rawls. I think he's based. Let's not talk about philosophy, though. Let's not talk about philosophy. I purposefully word these things in a way where we do not have to talk about philosophers and stuff. So if you ever hear an idea that you're like, hey, that sounds like that guy. Shh. Shh. See, fucking Derry's in here now. See, you got to be quiet or this motherfucker will come in here. Hey, I read that. No. Read. We're watching Twitch. This gets back to what I talked with WickedSupreme about the NPR thing. I don't think listening to NPR is the best way of conveying what I liked about NPR. I think the best way is for me to re-explain what NPR is doing and maybe have some timestamp segments from that. That's why I can see myself doing YouTube videos a lot easier than I could see myself doing Twitch. Like if I got to edit like a YouTube video or two every single week where I took snippets from the NPR thing and I posted them and whatever, then that would be pog as fuck, but it would get copyrighted and wouldn't be executable. So it's whatever. But, you know, like with Rawls, I would rather explain what one of the ideas was that I liked in my own words with my own analogies than to reference a quote from the guy or tell people to go read them. And with the NPR thing, I think it would be more interesting if I got to tell the story in the way that I would tell it than if I put it on and we listen to it together. So yeah, I heard philosophy. God, Jay Chow's in here too. I swear to God, these motherfuckers come out of the woodwork when you start talking about boring shit like philosophy. All of a sudden, they start piling at philosophy. Ooh, pog. No, bruh. We're not doing philosophy. Oh, I shouldn't have read that chat, dude. But, yeah. A lot of, I'll be real with you. If you are ever somewhat interested in philosophy and you want to give a course a chance, I would highly recommend that you do political philosophy and read the things that are given to you in political philosophy and start with that. Don't start with intro. Don't start with logic. Don't start with philosophy of mathematics. That is the worst. just do political philosophy, because I find those philosophers are interesting and anybody can read them and like understand what it is that they're trying to say. Because we have analogs to all the things that they talk about in real life. It's not about what's going on in your brain. For a lot of people, what's going on in their brain is an amalgamation of ethereal compounds swirling in the dark mists of nothingness, right? It's very complicated, and a lot of people aren't thinking about what they're thinking about. So philosophy of the mind and stuff, or consciousness, can be fucking cancer to read. But if you read political philosophy, oh, I know what a government is. Oh, I know what laws are. Oh, I know what the court is. Oh, I know what like rights are. Like, even if you don't have the philosophical understanding of the concept, you have a stand-in that is real that you can use and you could swap in. Freedom. Yes, exactly. Freedom in a philosophical sense, especially in a political philosophy context, can mean a lot. That can be a very deep thing that a lot of people have different definitions and ideas of, but everybody has some vague idea of what the thing is in their head, and they can jump into it way easier than I think that you could other kinds of philosophy. So if you want to start with philosophy, I would highly recommend political philosophy, and just take that course, read some of the things they'll give you, and those will be much more interesting than philosophy of economics or math or anything else. But yeah, don't start with philosophy of mind. Yeah, definitely don't. Here's the problem with Silly Serious, and I don't know if you guys experienced this, but a lot of the people that want to get into philosophy feel like they're fucking five-head, and they want to start with shit like that. And then they get turned off, and then they think that philosophy is a bunch of nonsense and basically like what I say on stream, and it feels bad. That stuff probably is kind of nonsense. It's not made for us. It's not made for normal people, and because of its divorce from like the common group of everybody, I think it loses helpfulness the further and further it drifts from like everybody being able to understand it. That's my personal opinion. So yeah, the further philosophy gets from normal people, I think the less useful it becomes. But a lot of people like to start with that stuff because bigger authors like that stuff, and they reference the ideas of these people in their books, and then you go and read them and you're like, what the fuck is this? Because you're meant to have read a lot of other people before you read that. Like, if you go into a really good intro to philosophy, or you go into a course that's going to talk about philosophy of mind, they might give you some easier authors to start with, and they're going to word to you in a way that you can understand it, the difference between the authors and the way they're talking about these ideas. Because at a certain level, a lot of philosophy is that. It's just talking about, I believe this idea works differently or is different from these other things. And it's about definitional differences. And that's not to like, that sounds very like you're downplaying what they're doing to say it's just definitional differences, but like, it's very important that your definitions are different, because everything builds out from that starting point, right? If you believe in freedom and maximizing freedom, it's very important what freedom is, because maximizing it's going to be very important. And once you nail down what freedom is, what is maximizing freedom? Maximizing could look like a bunch of things. Do you really mean maximizing, or do you mean something else, right? Like, yeah. Start with r/philosophy. That's good memes. Ethics was really easy to get into for me. I like anything that's applied. So, for instance, my favorite ethics course was for nurses. I liked ethics in nursing. That was a fun course for me. Because it was interesting to think about, like, about all the ethical conundrums that come up as a nurse, and what are your responsibilities as a nurse. I like things to be couched in something real. So, like, you are a nurse. What are the ethical dilemmas you'll run into? Or in business, when you go into your MBA program, if you're able, and I'm pretty sure you have to, I don't know how the curriculum works across different universities, if everybody has to take the same classes at the master's level or whatever. I don't know that. I just wrote papers. Ethics in business at the master's level was really interesting to me as well. Like, there is this constant balance of like, what is your public image? What is the profit that you're getting back for your shareholders? What are the ethical decisions you can make as an employer? How do you design training materials for your employees to make sure they do things in an ethical way? And how can you manage people in a way that makes sure that they are being ethical without like being too encumbering on them. And like, I find it when things are applied, it makes a lot more sense to me, except for philosophy and mathematics. That is the one course that I have failed every single time I have tried to help somebody with it. I don't understand philosophy and mathematics. I don't know why people take that, honestly. It seems like a bunch of gobbledygook. Fuck that bullshit. Yeah, I don't even know. It was Venn diagrams and like, I don't know. I didn't understand it. I literally just bullshitted it both times and it didn't pass. So I'm doing a philosophy intro to logic right now. Funny thing is I took a CS course that basically covered all the same topics, but at a higher level. Yeah. Some intro to logic courses are really boring as well. Those universal healthcare in the States usually fundamentally disagree on what qualifies under human right. Why are you talking to people still, Peter? Stop adding back and forth with people. One important idea I realize is that there are some things you can't understand just by thinking hard enough. True. Yeah. A lot of experiential things are like that, right? Context and prerequisite knowledge are necessary. Sure. Plato was my favorite political sophist. Allegory of the memes? I don't understand. Is he a political sophist? Don't even bother with the philosophy department, to be honest. Theory students are cooler. I'm not getting involved in this. We've already talked too much about philosophy for my taste. People have misunderstanding of commerce, business degrees. We have to talk about ethics quite frequently, even in the undergrad. So I can't speak for you, but in the business degrees I've helped people with in the undergrad, that is not something that is frequently discussed. But maybe in your program it was. But as somebody who's worked with multiple people on their undergrad in business, which I don't know if it's different than commerce, but I know it's been business, that is not the case with the curriculum. So I don't have a lot of respect for people that get their undergrad in business, honestly. It's a very, very easy degree, and does not require a very high intelligence to get through. It's not covering topics that I think are terribly non-intuitive. Abject. It's not to say you're dumb or anything, or that you didn't study ethics. I'm sure that you did because you said so. But that is not my experience, and I have had multiple people to live through on the business degree side of the undergrad, and I don't encounter a ton of that. We took over the stream. Philosophers Trump again. Yeah. Philosophers and Trump. Name a more iconic duo. You ever touch political science? I've been touched by political science once. I don't want to talk about it. Please don't start and finish with logic. Please do some continental philosophy. Oh, shit. I did my undergrad in pure math, and we had almost no philosophy of mathematics material. Brief talks about axiom of choice, etc. But otherwise, I got the impression that philosophy of mathematics is mostly taken by philosophy majors and not math. I don't know. Honestly, I was so lost. I don't understand how it applies to anybody's degree. It's very rare that I read something like 4 or 5 times and still don't understand it. Very, very rare. Because I took a lot of classes for people. I wrote a lot of papers for people. I read a lot of books I had no business reading for people, and I understood them. I was able to, fake it till I make it and operate at a graduate level in multiple different degrees and areas of study and get essays that are passing as if I was the person taking the degree. And I could not understand, no matter how many times I read it or took notes or broke it down or chunked the text, I could not understand that philosophy of mathematics stuff. Like, I would look at practice tests and the answers, and I would memorize what the right response is to particular questions. But that's the extent of what I could do. I just could not wrap my brain around it. I would try and it would just give up. It would just let go. What was it that got you? Is Russell's paradox? I don't even know what that is, dude. It was literally anything. I just couldn't do any of it. I just didn't understand it. I remember the only thing that vividly stands out to me is we had 3 different circles of a Venn diagram. and you're talking about the relationship between these circles in the Venn diagram, but it doesn't work like a Venn diagram. It was like E is all inclusive of B something something. Like, I can only word it in ways that make sense to me. But when I looked at it and then I looked at the Venn diagrams, I'm like, that's not even what this is. E overlaps with F, but it doesn't overlap with G. So why does it say G is the sum of all things that don't overlap E and F if F has overlap with G? Like, it wouldn't make sense. Like, if E is here and F is here and G is here, F and G overlap. So why is all things that are the sum of E and F that which is not G? Like, it may have been diagrams made it even worse. It was a different set. Yeah, sets and shit, different portions of F apply to, but let's not get into it. Russell's paradox is about the set of all sets that don't contain them. Yes, I hate all that. No. I don't care about this. I'm having a nightmare. Wake up. There's no way they tricked you into talking about your least favorite kind of philosophy. Okay. I am finishing up a risk management and finance undergrad. You're going to make good amounts of money with that. That's not commerce. And we have a core curriculum of courses that we need to take, which have ethics. Yeah, no shit, because you're in risk management and finance. That's not... Oh, just chill out, Booksmarts. You've changed what the major is 3 different times on me. You said it was commerce, in parentheses business. We're talking about business. And now you're saying it's a risk management and finance undergrad. If I was taking a risk management and finance undergrad, I wouldn't say I'm a business undergrad. Because I wouldn't want to look like a fucking moron. That'd be like if I was taking a fucking class in like the fucking, what do you call it when you do rocket science? Let's say I was taking a rocket science degree and I'm like, yeah, you know, I do like, you know, I'm a physics major, or, you know, I'm a science major. Like, what? No, why would you say that? Just say what you are. If you're a risk management finance undergrad, that all of a sudden makes a lot more sense to me that you had to study a bunch about ethics. But if you're a business undergrad or a business management undergrad, they're different degree programs. Okay. Anywho, holy shit. Maybe I should call you a business undergrad, because you're starting to fit the bill. We have a commerce department, which is called the business department. Okay. I would not generalize like that. I would say what I specifically am. General tips for learning academic topics at a high level: learn how to read. Learn how to read, learn how to study. And somewhere in between those, you're going to have to learn how to take notes. That's what I would say. Those are the three legs of that milk stand or whatever. You're going to have to learn how to read. You're going to have to learn how to take notes. You're going to have to learn how to study. Those are the 3 things. Remember that reading should be a very involved process. You should be interacting with the text. And if you don't know what that means, think about it. Note-taking. Notes should have a purpose. And if you don't know what the purpose of your notes are, you're doing it wrong. Reviewing should be based on what you have read, what you need to accomplish, and what your notes are telling you. All these things should be synergistically working together to produce a particular result, whether that's a paper that you need to publish, or it is a test that you need to take, or it is a conversation that you need to have with a colleague in a adjacent field. You need to get good at reading, taking notes, and reviewing. And those are the 3 things. And by reviewing, I mean studying. Those are like interchangeable. So yeah, that's what I would say. And if you started your journey to learn everything TM, you need to pick a few things, because you will not learn everything. So I'm sorry to break it to you. Yeah. I'm starting a business in landscaping. What do you recommend I do to get the cheapest labor? Find people with a hunger to be in a better position and make sure that you are a better position. So if people that are in front of Home Depot are not digging being in front of Home Depot and they wish they had a job that was like regular every day so that it wasn't a toss-up whether or not they made money, you need to provide them money that they could make every day. You need to fulfill the wants and desires that they have. And yeah, that's what you should do. So that's what I recommend to get the cheapest labor is find people that you can give them something that they're looking for, and then they'll take that price hit or whatever. I laugh so hard when you roast chatters. Oh, good thing you are. I'm sure that the chatter isn't. Most business degrees will have some sort of ethics component. Sure. But this person was making it out to be that, like, you know, people would be surprised at how much ethics you have to study when you're a business major. Like, when you're risk management, yes, but not when you're just like. Anywho, I'm not gonna argue with you, Econoboi. You missed it. Okay, I don't care about you, Abject Pawn. You're in my block list on Restream. Congratulations. I don't want to see you for the rest of the day. I'm just kidding. But I won't read anything from you. Just put the baby to sleep and saw you're on. Great timing. Oh, hello. On this topic, is there an example of something in philosophy that hit you in a big way that applied in your own life? A lot in religious philosophy, but not a lot in regular philosophy. I find that the more abstract philosophy stuff kind of rings with me. I don't even know if I'm allowed to count this. The philosophers in chat can tell me. I have been more deeply impacted reading Camus than I have reading any other philosopher. I count Camus' books as like philosophical in nature because I think they're telling you a story that's meant to like bring you to some philosophical questions and conclusions and whatever. And I think that should be the whole point, not the documentation of the process, but sometimes the process itself and pushing you onto it or railroading you into it, I think is valuable. And you could do that through a narrative medium. And I think Camus does that. So I've actually have like the most philosophical impacts through like fictional philosophical works than I have like reading straight up philosophy. But that's probably not a very satisfying answer to your question. Did Booksmarts ever address him backstabbing MrGirl? It never happened. What is that quote from fucking whatchamacallit from Rick and Morty? Oops.
An unstoppable science fiction boy is attacking our nation's final line of defense. Will we all fall to his deadly touch?
But first, something silly.
What do you mean, but first? I already said up next. You always do this.
I don't always do shit. Don't gaslight me.
Gaslighting doesn't exist. You made it up because you're fucking crazy.
That didn't happen. Oh, shit. I love that line. Yeah, me too. It's fucking... That's gold. Can't believe I can't learn everything there is to learn. Sag. Yeah, Sag, dude. Camus? Counts? Okay, cool. I'm happy it counts. Pretty sure Camus is widely considered a philosopher and his books philosophy books. All right, sick. Yeah. Because I've been more impacted by that, I would say. Favorite Camus work? Oh. The Stranger. That was my first and my most impactful, I would say. I've never read anything like that before. Like, here's how impactful that was to me. I would describe reading The Stranger for the first time as akin to having an orgasm for the first time. Like, it was an experience that I couldn't really categorize as like anything else. It was almost frightening. Like, wait, what the fuck? What was happening this whole book? Why is it written this? Like, I was like, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know why it was being written this way. Then I was suddenly into it. Then I hated the guy. Then I was okay with him. Then I felt bad for him. Then I felt like I was him. And then I read it again. And I was like, okay. I don't know. Don't say the stranger feels weird, man. Whatever, dude. You know, there's a reason why normies like that is probably because it was an impactful work that could reach a lot of people. And I'm one of the many people that it reached, you know, like, I found The Stranger super boring, but I'm a weird. I found it boring at first as well. I honestly, even looking back on it, I wouldn't say it's not boring. It's boring. It's boring, but that's part of what delivers it for me. Like, I love it for that. It's boring, but the boringness, it helps it, right? Like a rice dish. Rice is boring. But you add eggs and some oil and veggies, and all of a sudden it's like something different. But you needed the rice in there. It needed to be that way. The Myth of Sisyphus is better, meaning I recommend the shit out of it. Sure. I'm just trying to recommend. I don't know if everybody has to read The Stranger. You have to read Myth of Sisyphus in school, at least in the best country in the whole world. So I don't really want to recommend something everybody has to read. Plus, I don't feel like Myth of Sisyphus had that big of an impact on me the way Camus did, The Stranger did. It's written in a very mundane tone, but I wouldn't call it boring. I would call it boring. You don't have to, because I'll do that. Any chance you've read any Haruki Murakami? Purple Sensei. Oh, this is going to sound really bad. I've never been able to get through more than a page or two. I don't know if I'm built for handling Murakami. Maybe I just picked the wrong book. Everybody at the bookstore I worked at really liked him, and they got all of his stuff. I couldn't get into it. I would take it off the shelf every so often when somebody would buy it, and I would like flip it open. I'd be like, I'm not digging it. Did you try Hard Boiled Wonderland? No fucking idea, dude. Hablas Español? Poco, where's your Enye? ¿Dónde está el Enye, bro? Español? No hablas. I mean, no hablo. ¿Qué es español? ¿Es verdad? I think you missed your Enye on that Español, brother. Have you read No Longer Human? Nope. Does Bookie see YouTube chat at all? Because I think he's mostly responding to Twitch chat. No, I don't even discriminate. I don't even look at your guys' icons. My school was the opposite. Stranger was required, but Sisyphus was skipped. What a waste. What a waste. I wouldn't. What a waste. I think everybody could get something out of Myth of Sisyphus. I feel like that should be required reading. That makes sense to me. Why you would make somebody read The Stranger in high school, I don't know. I'm not really digging that idea. It seems like a bad call. The Myth of Sisyphus is more straight up philosophy rather than the story with the philosophical meaning. Yeah. I like the open-endedness of The Stranger. It makes it feel like it was an experience that is uniquely yours. Kafka is more fun to read if you want some philosophy-adjacent fiction. That's another good one. Yeah, sure. Why are we still talking about philosophy, chat? My school had neither. Well, now you can experience it as an adult, so take it as a blessing. The Underdogs. YouTube chat always discriminated against. Yeah, maybe I should stop reading you guys. One stream, I should just choose to turn off my YouTube chat and just only read Twitch. Or no, we should do it the other way. Because Twitch would get a lot more triggered than YouTube is. YouTube is like the abused stepchild. They'll just kind of take it. One day, I should only read YouTube chat and just pretend like I don't see Twitch chat or I don't know what's going on. That would be fucking funny. When are you moving to Miami? Probably never. I don't think I would like Miami, but I might go down there and visit. Try to line up something with Steven and Lycan and a few other people maybe. That would be kind of cool. I think Lycan's in Florida. I actually don't know. Florida is pretty shit. Florida sucks. Okay, well, people said the same thing about other places I've been, you know, so I don't know. Femboy Senpai, are you somebody that I talk to in private? You don't have to say which one you are. Are you one of the femboys I talk to in private? I live here? I know. That's why I'm starting to put pieces together. I'm starting to dox you. Are you... Yes, we have talked in private. Okay. Can you say which one you are? How many femboys do you talk to? I talk to a lot of femboys. No. Okay. Okay. Interesting. It's Kanir Pog. I don't talk to Kanir in private. I'll just out that right now. I don't talk to Kanir in private. I would if they want. I really like Kanir's voice. Like, if Kanir told me that they were insecure about their voice, to get back to the buck teeth thing, I would kind of get that. I like Kanir's voice. Like, I really like it. And I like the way it goes with their look too, you know, like, I don't know. I like Kanir. I've never interacted with them before. It's more like from afar, I'm like, oh, you're cute. A femboy is a friend boy. True. Some of them are crazy. I like them. I just don't like who they associate with. Sure. I mean, I don't know. You know, they're roommates with Vosh. That's going to do something to a man. Have you gone over the MrGirl DMs yet? No, I'm going to wait until I have all my prep work done, and I may not even do it. Destiny has COVID? I didn't hear that. He might. I think Dylan Burns went to that Texas event and he got sick, right? So I think anybody that went to the Texas event, there may be a chance that they have COVID, a non-zero chance. Pretty sure Steven tested negative. Maybe, but I don't know. Ask City of Quartz. But yeah. I mean, here's the thing, chat. I'm just going to spoil you on the MrGirl stuff. There's nothing bad in our DMs for me. For me, there's nothing bad in the DMs. I look completely sane, I think. Yeah, I look completely sane. So I'm not really, it's not like there's going to be big drama with this DM thing. You're literally just going to shrug and go like, why is this happening like this? I think that's my guess. So it's going to be a nothing burger. In my opinion, who knows? I might look crazy. For me, yeah, for me. He's so messed up. Destiny seems fine, but Chad is trying to mind fuck him. Oh, okay. Okay. All that could come out is what most people suspect of MrGirl. I mean, he claims something different, so I could be very wrong, you know, like, yeah, I don't know. So here is the one DM that I'll leak, okay? And I think it's indicative of why the whole thing, I just don't think makes a lot of sense to me. So firstly, I asked him if we could resolve the thing in private to give you a TLDR, and he says no. Quote, I don't think we can privately resolve a public conflict, right? And then it goes on, and then he says, quote, I'm angry at the contradictory messages you send in public versus private. So there is no way to resolve that in private. The only DMs I had sent to him in private, the only time we had talked in private prior to that message was me trying to set up a date for when we would talk. It's literally my introduction where I say, hey, Max, I give optics and debate advice on Twitch and recently watched your stuff. Would you be interested in having a convo about cuties and your broader point sometime? And then we set up what time and day we're going to do it. So I don't know where this like public private difference and whatever is. Like, I don't really understand that. And I think these DMs will prove that, but who knows, dude? Have you read my book? No, I have not. Steven mentioned he felt like he had pneumonia. Ooh. Conyer said you can shoot them a DM if you want to talk. Pog. Wait. What I talk to them about? This is why I don't flirt with people. Like, what am I going to say? Hey, you're really cute. Like, now I'm on this spot, dude. What am I supposed to say? I'm hella awkward. I don't know what I don't know. I just know they play Mario Brothers and they look cute. And they're into socialism or some shit. That's it, dude. Philosophy people, I was curious. I have only read Thus Spoke Zarathustra. What the fuck? I'm not even going to continue with that message. If MrGirl is a pedo, he's doing a terrible job of hiding it. No comment. To be fair, Destiny spoke to Anna tonight as well. It was a drama-filled night, but it was the most civil of the convos they had publicly. Damn. Okay. Interesting. Sorry, I'm like looped on this Conyer thing. Now I got Conyer on the brain. This is why I don't talk about any of that kind of stuff. You guys, you throw me for a loop with this, and then I get red, and then you guys make fun of me. This is like the Jade thing, like all over again. I don't even know what to talk about. Give me something else. Say hi. I've always wanted to speak. Glad I got the chance. Then compliment and wait for the response. No, that's I can't do this, dude. Just tell them I hate them. Tell them I think they're an ugly fucking hag, dude. Tell them I hate them in their stupid fucking voice. Just do that, dude. Talking about MrGirl, that's preferable, bro. That's preferable. I'll do what Supreme told me to do. Just tell me you like your vibe. I feel like that's awkward. No, I'm not doing this. This is awkward. I'm going to get in trouble with this. They're going to make me look dumb. I'm going to get rejected. Fuck you guys. I hate you. I hate every last one of you. You're awful. You're setting me up just to knock me down. What is happening? Nothing. Get your fucking nose out of it, Andre. Wait, Andre, you're good at Tinder, aren't you? Maybe I should get Andre's help. Andre, you got to coach me through this interaction, dude. I am. Yeah, you are. No, wait. Why are we doing this? I only have like a passing interest in Conyer. Let's move on. That might be helpful for other people, but let's just move on past this. It's already been an uncomfortable stream for me today. I almost cried. I don't need this on my plate, dude. Invite Conyer for a debate review. That's a good idea. That's a brilliant idea. That's a. See, you're even better than Andre. Okay. 100%. This seems like a bad decision we should make. Andre, I don't know what to do when I just find some of these people attractive. I don't know. I don't know what I meant to DM them. Hey, you're really cute. I don't know. Plus, I feel like it's a bad idea. We're public figures. We shouldn't do it. This shouldn't happen. This shouldn't happen. We shouldn't be doing this. This is not good. Send them photos of your genitals. There we go. A dick pic. That's what you do. Okay. That's brilliant. What if that's actually what happens? Is dudes are just so nervous they like type something like 10 different times and delete it, and then they're just like sorry, I was nervous. Oh Jesus. This reminds me of like if I had 10 out of 10 elevator interaction with a stranger, is it weird to ask for contact info? No, I feel like that's normal. Like if Conyer and I were on a panel together and we were like vibing, I feel like I wouldn't have a problem like DMing them. The problem is when like the only thing that I really know about you or whatever is that I think that you're cute. That's when I have a problem. That's when it's awkward for me. Can I see this person? Bruh, don't do this to me, Andre. Don't do this to me. You're going to judge. with your straightness. I'm not having it, dude. I'm not having it. Let's not talk about my femboy things, okay? I literally just wanted to know if this femboy person was somebody I DM'd, and that was it. You need it to be a starter, though, so they kind of have to respond, and you know for sure if they don't and they aren't interested. That's a good point. It's a good, like, binary filter. They look at me and they're like, oh, this fat fuck with the buck teeth. No thanks. Oh, this is the guy that did the Vosh video. Fuck this guy. Oh, shit. Ugh, how awkward would that be? To go to fucking Conyers' house and be like, what's up, Vosh? What's up, Ian? You remember me? I helped that dude with the Vosh video. Sorry about that, bro. Money's money, you know? Vosh wouldn't allow it. Connor already said you can DM them. I know, but this is very cute. You have great taste. Aw, you should DM them, Andre. They said you have mutuals on Twitch. Do we? What does mutuals on Twitch mean? On Twitter? Oh. Wait, there's no way. We follow each other? No shot. No shot. What do I say? All right, Andre. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. What do I say, bruh? What do I say? Come on, chat. What do I tell him? For you or for me? Not sure how I know him. They're roommates with Vosh, and they do Super Smash Brothers speedruns. I feel like it's cringe if I go through everything that they do, because then they talk to their chat and they do Mario Brothers stuff. Just send them a clip of you agonizing over it. Okay. I don't want to say this. I don't know. Just make a post about how to approach someone you really like on Twitter, then let your viewers tag them. Are they even single? I don't know. Hey. Do you... I don't know what to do. Why am I doing this? Hi always works. No, you know what? I have the best idea. Guys, what is the name of that thing that Chud Logic sends people? What is that thing that Chud Logic sends people? That Indian. I need to hit him with the Indian. The N-word? No, motherfucker. Pajab Abjul or whatever the fuck the Indian guy is. Send an anime? No, bro. Civilization Indian. Okay. Civilization Indian. That's what I need to send him. It doesn't come up. What do I Google to get that? Acting like he won't see clips of this? There's no way, bruh. Don't send him that shit. I need to stop with this segment. This segment's going too far. Chancellor Pingala. There we go. I knew I was close. Chancellor Pingala. Control C. I'm going to send him Chancellor Pingala. That's what I'm going to do. Civ. It's not quite right. I'm going to go on his Twitter and see if I could find the picture. I need it to be the good one. Because he has to have posted this on Twitter recently, right? Like, Jesus, he's got like Nazi memes on his fucking... My man's got Nazi memes on his fucking... I'm just scrolling through this and it's fucking cringe shit, bro. What are you doing, mate? What is that? Oh, by hell, bro. What the fuck? How does he have so many pictures as buff guy? All right, somebody just link me the fucking. Just time lapse this entire. Okay, I'm just gonna send him a fucking message. I don't know what to send. I keep acting like this is gonna be easy, and then it's not. What does the message say? I don't know. Andre, send me something. Andre, DM me something. DM me something that I should send them. We didn't see it. Good. It's a fucking Nazi meme. I keep writing like, hey, I like your style, and then I don't know what else to say. My first message was what you should honestly say. What is your first message? Dad is a racist race car driver? Why would that be a good message? Hey, my dad's a racist race car driver. You have some sick moves. I can't, dude. My fucking hands lock up. I don't want to say this. I'm just gonna say, hey, I like your style. It's too late. I'm gonna blow my first time impression. I blow all my first time impressions, so I'm just gonna blow this one. That was his original message. Okay. I sent it. We're ding dong ditching, bro. We're ding dong ditching. I'm gonna send this one too. I'm gonna send the fucking Pagilal Gear or whatever the fuck this guy's name is too. I'm sending Pagilal Gear. We're gonna follow it up with Pagilal Gear, dude. It's happening. Pagilal Gear inbound, bro. Oh no. Oh no. Holy shit. Oh my god. Where's my fucking thing? Already
Ghosted.
DMs. Oh god. Imagine he sees this 20 minutes of agonizing over the message and just gets, I like your style. Wait, did I say you style or did I say your style? Okay, thank god I said your. That would be so fucking cringe. Even cringier than linking this guy. Now immediately block. It's like the throwing a burning turd bag of DMing. What if I block them on my main and then I DM them from my not safe for work account? Would that be fucking big dick energy? Should I do that? It's already a cringe intro. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Maybe it's too late. Make sure to say hello in 20 minutes. No. I've already blocked them. Wait, what do I message unclear? Finally found it. You have to Google Civ 6 Pingala. Oh, I see. Okay. That I've made a mistake today. That's okay. That's okay. We all make mistakes. Booksmarts just makes them live. That's all. Oh god. Unblock? They are unblocked. Now you need to move on. Forget you ever sent it. Okay. Jesus Christ. You guys are rough on me. The fucking it's the heater, dude. It's literally just the heater. That's what it is. Make an alt account, join his community, and slowly push the idea of you two going on dates. Yeah, I should name the account Burl or something. 'Cause that worked out real well for the last person that tried it. You can always unblock and say, my B, I was down bad. Send a couple more. Okay. You know what? You have a good point. We should widen the net. Let me look at who else I should DM. Wait, this is so bad. I'm a creator, dude. There's a power imbalance. This isn't good. Wait. You know Conyer was the one who spread that Destiny vid, right, though? The roommate? What Destiny vid? Everybody spreads Destiny videos. Which one are we talking about? Conyer is a creator? Yeah, I suppose it's okay with Conyer. I don't know. Am I big enough to where I have to worry about DMing like random femboy people? He has more viewers than you, booksmarts. Yeah, it's a power imbalance the other way, dude. I was just so swayed by their numbers. That's what it was. The roommate who spread around the video that got him banned. Oh, I thought it was the hyena person. I didn't oh well, I'm not married to Destiny, guys. FYI. I don't know. Stop looking for excuses. A 30 viewer power imbalance. Yeah. D-partner not banned. Sure, whatever. Stop looking for... Okay. You aren't rich and don't host panels. True. The video of Destiny saying he doesn't need a biology degree to know N-words are insanely violent. Yikes. I don't think that was the clip. I think it was the one where he said he would mow down protesters or something. Hyena is the ex Conyer is the roommate. Flirt with whoever. I just wanted to tell you. Okay, fair enough. Wow, y'all are identical in view count. How do you know this shit? Are you guys Sully gnoming? They're not live right now, right? Oh no. They're not live right now, right? Oh no.
This week, TikTok was overrun by a saga of a man whose bad dating history turned him into the...
God, that voice. Okay. We have to stop. We have to stop. Let's keep going here. New topic. Shenanigans.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
No more. Nice raid, Stardust. Oh, there was a Stardust raid? Hi, Stardust people. We're actually just changing topics. We're going to talk about Indians. You're Indian, aren't you? Let's talk about India. They have good food. I like the head bobby thing. Remember that panel we were on where everyone was vanilla? Yeah, except for you and I. You wanted to get pissed on, as I recall. And how great Indian folks are at making their first impressions? Perhaps. Let's not get away from what we're not supposed to, talk about. I hear they poop in the street. Well, some people say that. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. People also said that folks in the medieval times pooped in the street, and that's not true. They thought they threw chamber pots right in the street. Not true, okay? So lots of myths around people pooping in public that are just not true. Now, the Chinese, on the other hand, you poop in public. No, I'm just kidding. What are we doing? What are we talking about now? Dude, my brain is just like broken. You guys have broken me today. To be fair, there's plenty of poop in the street in San Fran, depending on who you're talking to. Yeah, that's not in India, though, to be clear, in case you didn't know. Where are you going to poop if no toilet and no woods? The latrine, bro, the pit. Where would they put their chamber pots then? In the back of the house. Obviously, they kept chamber pots and just emptied them in the street. They didn't empty them in the street. There's alleys behind the houses. Trying really hard to avoid the... Ooh, somebody wants to get banned. Congratulations, you got yourself a timeout, bruh. We have a bit of a shenanigans going on that topic. Street poop whataboutism. Hold on, Andre is going to help me with some things here. Who else am I going to message? What if they're already dating somebody, but they're in like an open relationship? How do you approach that? Let's see. No, this is a bad idea. I don't know why I'm doing this. No. No. Let's talk about something else. That's why you message more people? No. That's why you don't message anybody. That's the trick. Do you know Ziori? Who's Ziori? Let's look him up real quick. Ziori. I have no idea. This person? Is this who you're talking about? This person? Yeah? I don't know. I don't know who they are, and I don't want to message them. I pooped between 2 square bales one time. Oh, are you Indian? Not fair you called shenanigans, but went back into the topic yourself. Okay.
Yeah, well...
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
Okay. I don't care. We're done with this. I think somewhat recently I heard them say they've been single by choice for a while. Who? Ziori? Who are you talking about, Noodles? You talking about Ziori, right? Yes? Noodles? Because I may be mistaken, but if you're talking about somebody else, somebody who we may or may not have a shenanigans order placed on, that could be a problem for you. That could be a big problem, bro. Anywho, move on past that. Fuck, can I be done with Street for today? This would be the time for a who asked. True. What is this emote? I'm talking about yo mama. Huh. Well, it's news to me. I'm definitely single by choice. Got divorced recently and no interest in anything but single life for now. Nice. I got this cute straight boy at work I need to work on. Let's get chat's help. Sure. Yeah. We'll crowdfund your thing there. Unbelievable. Sometimes, dude, these streams, I swear to God. Sometimes, dude. I need to like refresh myself by giving a scroll through my wonderful Twitter feed. What the fuck? That's pretty cool. Okay. You're so good, Faith. I love it. Okay, dude, thanks. Crowdfund the Sexpedition. Sure. I don't know about that. I don't know about any of this, honestly. Good God. What a fucking nightmare. What a nightmare this has been. Who do I raid into? I want to be done. Let me out. Let me out, for the love of God. Raid Conyer?